Good evening. Just check my sound. Pull that over. Might help a little bit. Good evening, all. God, I think you're right, Glinda. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or not. My apologies if it isn't. I think YouTube is playing silly buggers. Normally got quite a lot more than this by now. Let's see what happens. I've just posted on my Facebook profiles, so hopefully we'll get a few people come over from there. Sorry, how do you pronounce it? And I'll try and get it correct next time. Is that how you pronounce it? Glyn or not? Glindor? I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Glindor. Okay. Well, my apologies for for scrapping your name a minute ago and making a fool of myself. How you doing, Diver Dan? Waiting for some more people to jump on. We've got very few people this evening. Maybe everyone's out. Maybe everyone's buggered off out. Who knows? Right. If you're watching, guys, let me know by giving us a like. It says 12 concurrent viewers, which is pretty terrible, considering how we usually do. But only 2 likes. There it's going up. 7 likes, 15 viewers. Some of you, 10 likes, good stuff. That means some of you are watching but don't want to say anything and don't want to like because you don't like me. So you're sitting in the background watching. Which I don't mind about because it all helps. That's what people seem to forget when they comment, even if it's negative comments. YouTube algorithms pick it up as being, something's going on the channel. There's a discussion happening, so YouTube's algorithms will help to push the video out a bit. Even if you're sitting in the background, not saying anything, not liking the video, just by watching it. If you don't like me, then you're a knob, because watching this just helps the algorithms pick up this video. So it's all good. Hello, Spence. You all right, mate? Hello, Salt. Any traffic is good traffic. That's very, very true. Very true. Hello, Spirituality. I'm getting to that point, Mark, to be honest. I'm getting to that point. You have to excuse me, my spot on my head. It was one of them under the skin ones, and I tried to coax it out and ended up giving myself a bloody worse one. As you do. Hello, John. Hello, Martin. I did say on my test earlier, I was testing the camera, that I'll be back about 8, so there should be some more people about somewhere. When will I come to London and stay over? I'm not allowed anywhere near London at the moment. I'm on bail. The only time I'm allowed in London is to go and answer my bail on the 9th of next month. Hello, Film Boy. How you doing, Parker? No, I don't think they have either, Spence. But it's unusual for me to come on a Thursday as well. So, hello, Hayley. Yeah, it's unusual for me to come on a Thursday, so they're probably not looking for the sort of expecting a notification. So we'll give it a little while. We'll see what happens. I mean, to be honest, this is this live stream. It's going to be a phone-in live stream more than anything else. But we just need to get a few more bods on watching. No, this mic's the same. This one is the same that I've always been, not always used, but used for a long time. I'm going to share, just bear with me while I share this live stream on my Twitter as well. Feel free to do the same if you like. Hello, Herbert. How the hell are you? Guess who I heard from today? When is the real stuff I do coming back? Soon. I promise you soon. I'm feeling a lot better. I still get brain fog quite a lot. Tiredness. I'm still getting chronic fatigue, but I'm sort of learned. They've told me that I need to go to sleep when I feel tired, but I'm learning to push through it, which means I'll be able to start putting some content out soon. And but when I do, it's probably not going to be every day like it was initially. I'll probably have to do every other day to start with, just to get back into the swing of things. No, Cat. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they just left me with my computer monitor. They took everything that I had with me when I was in London. They didn't come here and take anything. They just took what I had on me in London, which is my body cam, my camera, my microphones, my memory cards, some storage devices. But the microphones that they took from me were wireless microphones. Have I heard from civil disobedience? Yes, I have. Um, I spoke to him the other day, and he told me that it's okay to say, and I've replied to a few people in comments. He's dealing with a legal issue at the moment. He's not been specific as to what that legal issue is, but he's dealing with a legal issue, and whilst in the process of dealing with that legal issue, he has made a decision to take the, or not take the videos off, but he's put them all on private, as far as I'm aware. So I'm assuming he'll be back, because there's not many people can keep civil disobedience down. So I'm sure he'll be back. He just needs to deal with the issue at hand at the moment. What's going on here? There. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I think. Yeah, pretty sure that's it. I will do, William. I will do. Have I missed doing my live streams? I have, to be honest. The live streams, I enjoy the live streams more than the videos that I do, to be honest, and because I get to interact with people as well. Making the videos is a nightmare, got to be honest. But once they've gone up, then I get a chance to interact with people in the comments, and that's the part I enjoy. The picture quality's gone down. It may be to do with the connection. Maybe to do with the connection. Hello, Molly. When the live streams, you get to interact with people, even in the comments, on a real time basis, don't you? On the videos, obviously you have to put your comment up and then wait. It could be a day or so before you get a reply. Whereas this is a real time way of conversing with people. I am on Getter, Diver Dan. Check in the comments, not in the comments. Check in the description, and you should find all my links to all of the social media platforms: Getter, Parler, Odyssey, BitChute. There's a few down there. Hello, Stuart. How you doing? No debuggy. How are you? Am I going to do giveaways still? Well, I will do once the channel starts, making some pennies. Because at the moment, I'm literally making about £2 a day, quite literally. Well, I haven't even been making that for the past year because I've not been on. But it is terrible on the amount that comes through on advertising revenue, which is understandable because of the content that I cover. If I cover a lot of people in public positions of public office doing bad things, and I have to talk about those bad things, and YouTube doesn't approve for advertising on many of my videos. So the quality is better, isn't it? This is a webcam I forgot I had in a cupboard. I didn't think the quality was going to be like this, but I'm not keen on it, to be honest. I'm not keen on using it, but such is life. So look at the colour; it looks a bit blue. There's not a lot I can do about that. What happened to Jamie's channel? Jamie Civil Obedience, he's as far as I'm aware, he's put all of his videos on private. He said to me that he's going through a legal issue, which he said that I'm able to say. He's going for a legal issue, but he didn't go into detail as to what that legal issue was. So I don't know what exactly is going on. I don't know how long it's going to take. But I am pretty sure that Jamie will be back at some point. We know Jamie, if Jamie wants to do something, he'll do it. And that includes coming back onto YouTube. His channel's completely disappeared. So it has. So it has. Huh. His other channel's up still. I believe has he got Jamie's Big Mouth? Is that one of his channels? That's still up. But yeah, his other one seems to be gone. Strange. Okay, well, when I speak to him, I'll see what's happening when I speak to him. How are we doing now? 50 viewers. Right. Hello, Lucifer. How you doing? Well, it's Corey. Like I say, I don't know exactly what's happening, and it's not my place to sort of guess as to what might be going on with him and his channel. All I know is what he's told me, and that is taking it down for the time being whilst he deals with a legal issue. Right. I don't know where everyone is tonight. Like I said, I know that I don't normally do a live on a Thursday. People probably aren't expecting it, but they should have had a bloody notification. Probably medical misinformation. There's a difference between sharing an opinion and stating something as fact. And there's also a difference between reading other people's facts and sharing that. Because if it's in the paper or if it's on a document somewhere, then you're reading it out, you're relaying that information, then you yourself shouldn't be classed as giving any medical misinformation. Hello, Tina. Actually, it could be Lost Souls, yeah, actually. Shouted all over. Hang on a minute, Crinkle. You don't like it when people are talking either. How you doing, Belfast boy? Thank you. Tony P. Yeah, I saw that the other day, actually. That whole Tony P thing with that, shall we say, young girl. I'm not going to say too much because I don't really know what the situation is, but that was a messed up live stream. Oh, thank you, Danny. Much appreciated. Hello, you. Come here. Come and say hello to your fans. They've come to see you more than they've come to see me. Haven't they? Oh. Little smudge. You watch the comments, they're all going to be going, "Ah, smudge." Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. There's one. You alright, mate? Alright? Well, the white's quite bright on this, isn't it? You can't see his paw. Right, you've got wet feet, and I'm wearing a white t-shirt. So down you go. Oh, damn it! He's got me. He's got me. How you doing, Indy? Skin it. I need a pair. I need two of them so I can make some slippers. Oh dear. No, what was I going to say? Yeah, I've ordered a couple of bits off of Amazon, which I'm waiting to arrive. They should be here tomorrow. I'm going to spend tomorrow. I'm going to completely dismantle everything here, all my monitors, my lights, my cameras, absolutely everything. And I'm going to work through it because I can hear interference, and it's really annoying. So I'm going to go through everything. I'm going to try plugging things in different places, putting things in different holes, and see if I can get rid of this interference. Hello, Princess Angela. Will's Media, yeah, ban's up. It was a 7 day ban from the 12th. So it was up a few days back, I think. I'll be honest, Connor. I don't find it that strange that decisions are being reversed, and the mainstream media is talking about other things other than COVID. What they need to do is they need to get people to forget what utter knobheads they were for the past 2 years. Okay, and the best ways to forget what knobheads they've been over the past 2 years is to now concentrate on something else, in the hope that people forget that we've had our liberties stolen from us for 2 years. And that's what they'll do. They'll stop talking about it, start putting other stuff on the front page of the newspapers, and start saying how terrible it is that wars going on and this, that, and the other. And they'll stop talking. They'll skip over all the COVID stuff, and they'll only mention it briefly until people forget. But the majority of people forget. The sheeple. But there's us that have seen this happen and have understood it's happening, that can see what they're doing now. What's happened to Civil Disobedience's channel? As far as I'm aware, as I said a little while ago, I've spoken to him the other day, and he's told me that he's dealing with a legal issue at the moment. He hasn't told me what that legal issue is, so I'm not going to speculate. But he's told me in the process of dealing with this legal issue, he has decided to take the videos down. However, somebody's just pointed out to me that the channel's gone as well. Which I've looked for, and it has gone. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there at the moment. I may find out, I may not. It's down to Jamie. Can I elaborate on the ban? The ban on the 12th was due to medical misinformation, but it wasn't anything that I put out. Okay, what I mean by that is I uploaded a video to send to Graham, one of the subscribers on here. I uploaded a video just to show him to watch, for him to watch. It wasn't going to go live. I had no intentions of it going live. So I uploaded a video, left it as private, and the morning afterwards, on my way down to London, I got slapped with a 7 day ban. Glindor, yes. Crinkle does. Can I talk about the statue? BBC, what happened? I have to be careful what I say. I think over the past few live streams I've done, I've jumped on a few people's lives as well, and I've kind of said all that I'm willing to say at the moment. I'm back on the 9th to answer my bail, which is what's that now? So, how many days in this month? Four left. So 2 weeks time, I'm back in London to answer my bail. I will update people once I've been to answer my bail and let people know what's going on. But at the moment, I'd rather not. I'd rather not speak about it at the moment. You haven't seen me on any live streams. I've been on Indy's live stream, Independent Free Press, I think his channel's called. Simon Sideways, I've been on his channel. Um, 30,000. Somebody told me earlier that it was 18,000. But I'm presuming that number's going to fluctuate anyway, depending on who you talk to. So, I mean, even 30,000 or 17 or 18,000, it's still miles away from what was being pushed on us. Oh, right. That I've just had a caller trying to call through. I will take calls very shortly. No point in calling until you see the banner on the screen, because I won't answer them until the banner's on the screen. Yeah, average age is actually from what I've been looking at. The average age of most people that have been dying from the CV have actually died above the normal average death of old age. So, which makes you wonder. Hello, Roger. How are you, mate? Do you know what, Danny? Right, simply because the restrictions and all that stuff are coming to an end here. Life expectancy, bearded veteran. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you. I don't know what the restrictions and that are in Corfu, but I'd say give me a couple of months. Okay, I need to sort some bits and pieces out. I've got this on bail nonsense to deal with. Let me sort a few bits out, and I'll arrange something with you, and I'll nip over, mate, because that would be awesome. How you doing, Gypsy Auditor? Hello, Crafts and other stuff. Hi, Margaret. Right, 110, 111 viewers. How you doing, Callum? Oh, sorry, Smudge. You will lay in the most awkward of places. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys, because obviously you don't want to sit here listening to me rabbiting on all the time. So what we're going to do is um, is that we're going to open the phone lines. So Let's hope it works. So if somebody wants to try ringing, and we'll see whether or not the audience can hear you. Yes, it's a good thing I've got shoes on, otherwise my big toe might have disappeared up his jacksie. Right. Oh. Hello, Anonymous.
Hello, mate. It's Wheels Media.
How you doing, mate? You all right? Can you just give me one?
Yeah.
Can you just give me 1 second? I just want to check with the community if they can hear the ringing and they can hear you speaking.
Yeah, right, mate.
Turn the volume down for the ringtone. I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how. I used to build computers, but the software side of things, I'm shit with. Yeah, they can
I'm
hear.
better with the software side of things than I am with
Brilliant.
the computers.
How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
Good stuff.
Don't know if you've heard, a few of us YouTubers are getting together. We're looking for empty properties in
Right.
disrepair. Yeah.
Okay.
So we can fix them up ourselves and then rent them out to homeless people.
Right.
And then the money that we get from the rental in the beginning will be taken to pay back what we've spent out on the materials, because all the lads are offering their time for free.
Right.
The ones that have messaged me so far have offered their time for free. So the only thing that we're going to have is the cost of whatever it costs to do the repairs to the properties.
Right.
That will come back out of the money in the beginning. And then once that's come out, the rest of the money, a percentage would stay with us so we can get other houses up and running, and the other bit would go back to the property owner or landlord or whoever it is.
Right.
We're
Okay.
looking for properties that are in disrepair, so we don't want fixed up properties and stuff like that.
So you're looking for somebody who's got a property that's that fucked they can't really be asked to do much with it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Somewhere that's just sitting empty, doing nothing, in the UK, any part of the UK we can find. And then a few of us are just going to go down there, spend a few days going through it, seeing what it needs, and then we're going to go and try and get as much of the stuff donated as possible from local, like, hardware stores and
Right.
Travis Perkins and places. And we're going to do them up, and then we're going to go to the local councils, and we're going to say to the local councils, right, we've say a 3-bedroom house. We've set it up, we put cameras in there. It's all Wi-Fi enabled. All the cameras will be Wi-Fi enabled. There's 3 rooms. We want 3 of your homeless people to go in there.
Right.
And then the council will then put people in. And because we're doing it under the homeless legislation, we can then ask the council to pay us directly the housing benefit.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't work. I mean, it's a big task to take on. Obviously, you've got to find the properties and obviously do the work to them.
I've got the people to do the work.
Okay.
I've been speaking to a couple of guys online, and I'm sure, I know Blackburn Others can come and help out. I'm sure a few of the other guys, once I mention it to them, will help out. I'm sure you donate a couple of hours of your time as well.
Yeah, if I could help, I would. Yeah, if it's helping the homeless. I mean, at the end of the day, these are the people that we need to help first before anyone else.
I'll be honest. I watched a video earlier on that DJ did about this BBC EastEnders set where they spent 87 million quid on it.
Right.
And I did a video on my channel saying, like, think of what we could have spent that £87 million on to help homeless people. We could have bought a house in virtually every town in this country and took 3 homeless people off the streets.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to be able to do every property as quick as we'd like, but there's people up and down this country who are YouTubers, and I'm sure if we turned around and said to, I don't know, someone in Leeds, I'm not going to say their names, but if I said to a certain person in Leeds, I've got a house in Leeds I need doing up. Do you and a couple of your boys want to go do it for me? Here's the bits. here's what we need to get it done.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you go do it? I'm sure these boys would jump at the chance of helping us out, and we can all video what we're doing as we're doing it.
Yeah.
To show people it's being done and that, and put it on all our channels.
I mean, there's a few.
I'm not just saying my channel.
Of course. I mean, there's a few people in the comments. A few people in the comments saying things like you need to be cash rich. It's going to cost a lot of money and whatnot. But I think what he's trying to say, what Wills is trying to say, is that rather than he's not going to go and buy the place or rent the place as such initially, he's going to go to somebody who's got a rundown property. Which is plenty around. There's plenty that you can find that are just left
on Orchard Lane.
Yeah,
that's been sat there empty for nearly 2 years. It's boarded up. There's no one living in it. It's a 3 or 4 bedroom house.
Yeah,
I'm going to be going round to the local area tomorrow, try and find out who owns it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
If I can find out who owns it, I'm going to say to them, right, I've got some boys prepared to come in and fix this house up. Are you prepared to, And we're going to do it properly,
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the landlord is going to get his house done up for free, ultimately.
Yeah.
He's going to get the house done up for free, and then...
in the contract, he's going to have 5 years where that house has got to be let.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So the first 5 years of us once the house is done up and he's back into rental, he can then not turn around and say, "Oh right, after 6 months, now I want him out."
Yeah, no, of course.
For 5 years.
Of course, if you're doing all the work for free, the last thing you want is for is for somebody to take that off of you. Now, ABC saying that you get some homeless people in there and they'll damage the property. Now, obviously, you would have a stipulation in your rental agreement, any damage, when you're out. Basically, they're not going to be able to pay for the damage if they damage it. So, if there's any damage, you go around weekly and you check.
Go to the local councils.
Yeah.
Say to the local councils, right, we've got a house that we're prepared to house homeless people in, and we then put that property into the hands of the local council. So we're not actually going to be running it ourselves.
Right.
The council will pay us a percentage of the rent for the work that we've done, as in for the materials, not for the labour.
Yeah.
And then that money will then be put into a pot, and then we'll use that money to do the next house, if you see what I mean.
Right.
So we're only looking at probably getting the stuff donated for the first house.
Right.
Once we've got the first house up and running, and that's been done for 6 months, there should be enough money in that pot then to go to one of the suppliers and say, look, we're doing another house. I know, let's say it's Travis Perkins or something, just for instance.
Yeah.
Say, look, we're doing another house. He's helped us out last time. We want to pay for the stuff, but we might need a discount or something.
Yeah.
And if we're offering them cash, they're going to turn around and say, yeah, no problem.
Well, at which point you do like Nick Knowles used to do, and you promote the company on your channel. So you could have a dozen people promoting what's going on and promoting the company for donating something, and people are going to go, oh, that's a pucker company. That
I know you're from Liverpool, aren't you?
Well, I'm in Liverpool. I'm not from Liverpool.
No. Well, I used to live in Liverpool, and years ago, the council sold off a load of houses for £1, £2 each.
Yeah, up in not Wavertree. What's the other place where the riots were? Toxteth, around Toxteth Way. They sold them all for £1. Yeah.
Yeah, all round Granby Street and that. They sold my mum's old house, which was 9 Granby Street.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if we could find places like that are going so cheap, we buy them up for whatever they are, £1, £100, whatever.
Yeah.
Buy them up, fix them up ourselves. As I say, I've got lots of people. Sorry, I've had lots of people messaging me saying, we'd like to. Do you know your chat's disconnected? Oh, that might be because I paused it. Sorry.
Oh.
No, it might be because I paused you. I paused your sound so it doesn't feedback.
No worries.
That's up at my end. But yeah. So what I'm thinking is, if we can start with one house, but at the moment we just need to find a house. So
yeah.
I just thought, mention it to you, Pap. You've got a big audience out there. If someone happens to have a house or know of a house somewhere that's sitting empty and they know the landlord, or they know the owner of it preferably.
Yeah.
Because I don't really want to work with landlords. I'd rather work with owners. And the owners are prepared to sign the contract. Obviously, the contract will be discussed between us and them. We are asking for a 5-year minimum.
Yeah.
Because we've got to recover money that we're going to spend doing the property up. As I say, there are no labour charges. It is all the money that we're taking will be going back into a pot, and that will be used for the next house.
Yeah. Well, Brian,
we don't want to buy the properties. Preferably, we just want to get an empty property that's in disrepair.
Yeah.
Or one that a tenant's had before and has wrecked it.
Yeah.
And we'll go in and do all the work to it. I've got a guy for plumbing. I've got a guy for plastering. I'm sure some of the other boys will help out.
A couple of things I just want to cover, because a couple of things in the comments there. Brian said it would turn into a no-go area. Now, first of all, I mean, I get exactly where you're coming from, Wills. And initially, you might find that if you've got a few properties in one road, you might find that some of the people don't treat it with respect.
No.
However, what you would do is you would have that stipulation in your contract, okay, that if there's any breaking of the rules, so to speak, then they've got to go.
Basically, the rules are going to be no drugs, no alcohol, no loud music after 7 o'clock at night, because I find that most people, their children don't go to bed till at least 7.
Yeah.
So if we're in an area where there are children around, and if any rules are broken, then the councils will have them straight out, because it will be a 24-hour notice.
I think
you can do on emergency housing.
I think you'll struggle to. I mean, the no drugs thing, yeah, absolutely. That's in all tenancy agreements. But as you say about the drinking, I think you'll find that to put that into an agreement would make that agreement an what's the word an unfair agreement. And
no, it doesn't, because the Purfleet Trust in Kings Lynn have 4 or 5 houses around here, probably more than that actually. There's 2 on Gayward Hall, 3 on Firsted, North Lynn, Queen Mary. There's at least 6 that I know of, and every single one of them are no drugs, no alcohol. And they are literally, if you get caught doing drugs or alcohol, there's even no smoking inside the houses.
Are they? Is that definitely a housing association? It's not like a charity thing, because some charities that rehome drug
by Freebridge,
right?
Yeah, but they're managed by the Purfleet charity, and the rules are set by Freebridge and Purfleet together.
Well, the only reason I mention that is I can understand if it's like a halfway house type thing. Somebody's come out of rehab, for example. I can get it that way. That way you could probably get around it.
How we'll get around it is because we will be taking people who are, just coming off of drugs, just coming off the streets,
right? Maybe
coming out of rehab or whatever. So, the rules will be set around a group of different types of people.
Well, obviously, I'm not knocking your idea, by the way. I'm just, as it comes into my head, I say it. And that's,
No, to be perfectly honest, Pat, that's one of the reasons I rang you, is because you have a lot more knowledge than what I do. This is an idea that came up this afternoon after I did the video on BBC. I've done another video asking for any empty properties.
Right.
One of my videos has also been put on Auditing Jay's profile as well. So, he's trying to share that about as well. He actually asked me to send him the copy of it.
Okay.
I've done another one which I'm going to send him in a little while for him to add to his channel as well. Right. It's only me talking to the camera, but, if I can get this off the ground, and even if we just help, even if we just get one property somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's
3 people off the streets.
Honestly, it's a good idea. It's a great idea, in fact.
6 months, 12 months down the line, they get their own property from it, because then they'll have the reference. Because the thing is that we're going to be offering them a reference,
right,
as well. So when they want to move, when they're time to move on, we can say to the local council or housing association, hang on, this person's been living here 6 months.
Yeah.
We've not had any issues with them. Here's a reference for them,
Yeah, well, obviously that's part of
the top up rent or whatever.
Part of the problem is they haven't had the initial chance. A lot of them now. Some of them are on the streets by choice. A lot of them aren't.
Yeah, some of them are.
And the ones that aren't on streets by choice, many of them can't get that foothold in order to move forward and to get somewhere because they don't have an address. They don't have, they've got no references, etc. So I get where he's coming from.
I am literally at this second technically homeless. I'm living in a pod at the minute.
Right.
But I've been lucky enough that I've been able to speak to someone quite high up in a local housing association. And he's got to know me, I've got to know him, and he's actually sourced the property for me. But he's actually said to me, you've got 6 months chance, and in them 6 months I can kick you out for any reason.
Right.
So I've got to be as careful as possible in the first 6 months.
Yeah.
But even after the 6 months, I'm still not going to cause any problems. I actually said to him on the phone the other day, because he said he was worried about local people coming in and doing drugs in my house. I said, well, that won't be happening. I said, because the only people that will be coming to my house will be other auditors that I know that have said can come down for a few days.
Yeah.
And I will say you're invited on that one, Pap, as well.
So what? Sorry.
Need to come to Norfolk for anything?
Oh right, okay.
I'm going to be sort of only select for you. But I've said to a few, if you want to come down for a few days, because Kings Lynn is like 50 miles from Norwich. Peterborough's about 40 mile away. You've got Cambridge about 40 mile away.
Oh, I've got history in Peterborough. We'll leave that there though. We'll leave that there.
Well,
Wills, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. I'm afraid. I hate to say to people, I hate saying that to people, but I want to try and get some more people on. It's a great idea. I think there's still an awful lot that needs to be thought about. I think I can see you're looking.
Any thoughts on it? My email is on my about page.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I think you've got my email anyway, Pap. I've emailed you a couple of times.
Right.
It's a Wheels Media one.
Okay.
But you can always send me an email with your thoughts, because I'll be grateful of any advice, because as I say, I'm not really legally minded. I'm more good at, putting the plans together and then doing the works and getting the works done.
Well, I'm not exactly shit on the housing laws and stuff like that, but I know where to look and I know how to read the legislation. So, But yeah, listen, I think it's a good idea. As I say, there's an awful lot to think of still.
There is.
A lot of planning, but yeah, keep me updated anyway.
I will do, mate.
If you need any assistance with anything, give me a shout. If I can think of anything that comes to me after the live stream, whatever, I'll drop you an email and maybe we can talk about it again.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, what I'll do is I'll send you another email now, just with my Wheels Media number on it.
Okay.
Because I think you've got my personal mobile number at the moment. But I've recently took out a new contract, and that's now my Wheels Media number.
Right. I'll be honest with you. All the information I had on my phone that the police have taken, I've not got. So
have you
phone
still
number.
got the same email address, though?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've still got your email. I can still reply to an email that I've got from you.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I can reply to that, and I'll send you the details again, and then you'll have the email address and my mobile number.
No worries.
It's on WhatsApp as well, so if you've got WhatsApp, no, my personal mobile number's on WhatsApp, but the work one isn't.
Right.
But I'll send you both. I'll put personal, which is which. All right, mate.
No worries.
I'll let you go and talk to others.
All right, my friend.
Live stream back on.
No worries. I'll speak to you soon.
All right. Speak to you soon.
Take it easy, Wills. Bye, mate. Bye. I was going to say, there was a few questions there I was looking at. Yeah, somebody's mentioned about the NHS being sold off. The people that run the NHS are Americans already. And you know, why would you sell a British institute like the NHS, or why would you get Americans in to a British institute like the NHS? The people that are now running it, I believe, are from corporate backgrounds, business backgrounds, and they're the ones that are running the NHS at the moment. Let's have a look. The only reason halfway houses can ban residents from drinking is because it's part of their bail conditions. Yeah, I used halfway house as an example. I didn't necessarily mean the halfway house. It's the only word that I could think of at the time. But if somebody's coming out of a treatment, for example, and they get put into a place, some people get put into like a block of flats or bed sits, and they've got conditions, you know, not to drink and stuff like that as part of their rehabilitation conditions. What's Crinkle said? What do you agree with Crinkle for? Might have to call the mental health services if you're agreeing with Crinkle. Where is it? I can't even see his comment. Oh, there it is. The world is run by satanic pedos. Okay, I'll agree with that. I think, mind you, I've got mental health problems anyway. Buffering. My software's showing green lights across the board. I've not dropped any frames yet. So it may be your connection, maybe. Okay, anybody else want to call in? You can use the name Dan Pap on Skype, and it will show you a list of people called Dan Pap. But my logo will be on there, so you can click that one and give us a ring. Or you can call us on 0151 528 9590. It's a landline number, or it's classed as a landline number, so it will be exactly the same as calling your mate down the road on the landline. They all have pentagrams tattooed on the end of their nods. How do you know that, Henry? You looking at their penises? Hello, sorry. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Is that Dan the man who can?
Oh, I don't know if I can or not, but it's definitely Dan the man.
Ah, right. How was it going, Goldilocks in the 3 hours?
Not so bad, not so bad. How's you?
Not bad, not bad.
Good stuff.
It's just actually what you said about earlier, actually, about the Office of National Statistics, the
right.
Freedom of Information request. I think that's what you was referring to, the
yes.
7,449 deaths.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, Black Belt Barrister did a video on it. Did you see it?
No, to be honest.
Yeah, he did a video on it, and he was saying about everything about it. So that's interesting to watch.
Oh, do you mean the Black Belt Barrister?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll check that out.
Yeah, he did a video on it. But what I will ask you to do, if you don't mind, just into your little browser there, can you type in highly contagious disease?
Highly contagious disease?
Yeah. And then it'll bring up a list. Please go on the government's website and it'll bring up all the highly contagious diseases.
High consequence infectious diseases?
Yeah, that's the ones.
Okay. Oh, you're going to say about when it was downgraded?
Oh, have you actually clicked on there and read it?
Oh, that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, just click on it. It's actually up on their website still. No, it wasn't last year. It was 2020.
Oh, it was a year before.
2020.
Oh, yeah, here it is. As of 19th of March 2020, COVID-19 no longer considered to be a high consequence disease. Yeah, I remember it. I couldn't remember what date it was, but I do remember that, yeah.
I'm just curious, what do you make of that?
Well, what you'll find is a lot of these things, they will, because they've got a legal obligation to state it. They haven't got to tell everybody that they've stated it. They haven't got to tell anybody where it is. But as long as they state it, it's like terms and conditions. Okay, as long as you've got terms and conditions on your website, it doesn't matter whether or not you make it obvious where the terms and conditions are. As long as they're on your website, that covers you. And the person who's signing up, could get fucked over. It's the same as this. The government will put this information out without telling people it's been put out in the hope that nobody sees it.
Well, unfortunately, I saw that within a couple of days of it being out. Because I'll be honest with you, I've never believed it to be anything other than the flu from day one.
Yeah.
I've never believed that. So, but still, it is what it is. And what do you make of them getting rid of all the restrictions and everything? What do you make of that?
Right. I mentioned it earlier. I think that my personal opinion, okay, again, this is, I'll do this because this is what some other people do. This is not a medical opinion. This is not an opinion based on anything, any knowledge of in-depth knowledge of any of that stuff. This is just my own personal opinion. And that is that they know they've ballsed up, okay, which is why they had parties and whatnot whilst we was all locked down, okay. So they know they've all ballsed up. They are retracting all of these restrictions. The newspapers are talking about Russia and whatnot. Okay, so all the main pages now are going to be about fucking Meghan and what's his face, Harry. It's going to be about footballers. It's going to be about anything but COVID. All the COVID stuff is going to be in little articles somewhere hidden away, within the depths of the newspaper, in the hope that people start to forget that we've been abused for the past 2 years over it. And I think that's what they're going to do. I think they know that it was never as bad as was made out. It was, in my opinion, it was a test to see how well they could control us. I think the coronavirus is real. Don't get me wrong. I do believe that the coronavirus is a thing. Lots of people don't, but I do. But I think they've seen it and they've gone, oh, that plan that we had to see if we can get everybody to do what we say. This is a perfect opportunity, and I think they've used that as an opportunity to test out some brainwashing tactics on us. So,
yeah, I agree with you on that, and I also agree there is such thing as the coronavirus. But I didn't agree that it was a deadly thing. Never have, never will.
Yeah, no, I haven't. Even when they were saying at the beginning so many people were dying, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. Just from my little knowledge of viruses and how they work. And yes, there has been some times in history where things have been very, very bad. But based on what I knew of viruses, based on what was being said and based on what they were showing, I didn't believe it. I couldn't. It just didn't sit right with me. And so I've got to go with my own feelings. And if my feelings say it's wrong, then go on.
You've got to go with your own instincts.
Instincts, that's the word.
What's good and what's right for you and what's not right for you.
Yeah.
You know that yourself.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what to make of it all, to be honest with you.
I've only worn a mask once, and that was to leave the ward after my stroke. That was to go out for a cigarette. I had to. I know I'm going to get told off for that. But in order to go from my bed, which I didn't have to wear a mask while I was in the ward, but in order to walk from my bed to the door of the ward, I had to put a mask on. Believe that or not, that's the truth. It's ridiculous.
I've never worn a mask. Even when I had to go for my MMR,
yeah.
They asked if I could put a mask on. I said no. Even when I had to go for my brain scan, they asked the same, and I said no.
Yeah.
And there was happy with that. They was like, oh, fine, okay, no worries. So, no, I've never ever worn them. Never have. And it's not that I don't want to, it's I physically can't.
Right.
But
Bearded Veterans just said in the comments, the Army Intelligence Corps have admitted it was a great opportunity to experiment and find out which propaganda works best on the British public. I didn't even know that. You know, it's exactly what I've just said. Exactly what I've just said.
You are, Pap. Can you tell me what you make of this situation?
Go on.
Right. Can you tell me if this sounds abusive to you? My friend's husband won't let her visit any of her friends or family. He's made her stop contact with them, right? Unless it's on the phone or computer.
Right.
He's reading and censoring all the comments on social media. He's making her feel like she's going crazy, thinking that is controlling and she's being ungrateful.
Yeah.
After all, he's only doing this because of how much he cares about her.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And anyhow, he does this. He doesn't want her going to the gym anymore. She doesn't go. So she doesn't go. He also doesn't let her go to work anymore. He told her to rely on him for all her income and all the bills and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's not really allowed to go out anymore unless it's for necessities.
Yeah.
And then when she does, he makes sure to have people guilt trip her about it, you know, and shame her for it.
Yeah.
He wants her to, I don't know, have this medical procedure done, right? And he tells her that if she does it, he will allow her more freedoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
He constantly says he's only doing this because he cares.
Yeah.
And he's just doing it for her own good. Oh, sorry, did I say that was my mate's friend?
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean the government.
The government, yeah. Control, as Princess Andrews just put, controlling and coercive behaviour, which is exactly what we've seen. But again, we've got the vast majority of members of the public that don't get it. You can show them that. I've seen that post on Facebook. You can show people that, and these sheep will look at it and they'll go, "No, but it's nothing like what we're going through at the moment." But it is exactly the same, exactly 100% exactly the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? I'm a very logical thinking person. I'm a very level-headed person. Now, here's something for you to consider, because you're pretty logical thinking yourself. I mean, I've watched you over all your YouTube channels, and I get that from you.
Right.
Although I think you made a mistake in London, but we won't go there.
Well.
But yeah, answer me this. What constitutes torture?
Well, torture could be any number of things, couldn't it?
Right. Well, there's two kinds of torture. There's physical and there's psychological and mental torture. Now, what constitutes psychological and mental torture?
Again, I mean, there's a number of things that could be put into that. You know, as she's put in the comments, I mean, just being abusive to somebody on a continual basis can cause somebody mental torture. Controlling their behaviour, stopping them from doing things that they normally do or want to do. All of this stuff can eventually be torture for people.
Right. Which is an absolute. This isn't a statutory right. That is an absolute right. Article 3 of the HR. It's an absolute. Under no circumstances can you infringe on that.
Yeah.
So why is the government getting away with it? Because when you look at what they've done, it's mental torture. But
there's a number of human rights violations that they've got away with. You know, freedom of movement, freedom of thought, freedom of expression.
Freedom of movement and freedom of expression and stuff like that, that's a limited right.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
right.
I mean,
not an absolute right.
No, you are right. You're absolutely right. But I mean, if you look at the human rights as a whole, yes, those are limited rights. They can be retracted and not retracted, but they can be sort of postponed, shall we say. This is why you can get locked up. Okay, because if human rights, if it was a guarantee, if it was an absolute right, freedom, freedom of movement, etc., and all the rest of it, then they wouldn't be able to put you in prison because they're taking that freedom away from you. So it's a
right.
Yeah, so it's a limited right. But if you think about all of them, you'll have a mixture of both the absolute rights and the limited rights that have been breached.
Article 3 is an absolute right.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances can anyone break that absolute right. That is an absolute right.
Yeah. But it's the same for me, and I'm going to have to wrap this up in a minute, I'm afraid. But this is for me, it's the same as with regards to the jibby jabby. The difference is because people are, even though they've been coerced, they've said yes to having it. Okay, and that's where the issue lies. Okay, that's where there's going to be a conflict of what do we do, because people, even if they didn't want it, that have gone and had it, have said, yes, I'll have it. So they've actually agreed to have it, even though they've not had all of the facts readily available as per Article 6 of the Human Rights and Bioethics Declaration. That's still going to be an argument, and many people are going to find themselves in a sticky spot because they've agreed to have it, even if they didn't want to.
Yeah, they've been coerced. But one last thing before I go about that.
Go on.
You know the BBC is going to be running a show only for unvaccinated people.
Only for unvaccinated. That's a question thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Talk show, yeah. Did you know that?
I saw it on We Got a Problem. We Got a Problem Here. He uploaded a video earlier or yesterday.
I don't know. What that is.
But in that, he talks about how they're looking for people that are unvaccinated. But even he said what they're going to do is they'll have loads of people that will apply, and what they'll do is they'll go through and they'll find the biggest conspiracy theorist type people and get them on the show. They won't get the people that can have a decent, normal, rational conversation. They'll get people that will start screaming, the earth's flat, you know what I mean? That's
the kind of people that need locking away.
It's part of the propaganda. So they'll get people on that will make unvaccinated people as a whole look like idiots. That's what they'll do.
I'll tell you what I am going to do before I go, Dan. I'm going to go to your Facebook and I'm going to send you a link to a judgment I would like you to have a read of.
Right.
And see if you pick up on that, what I picked up on.
Okay.
And I'll give you for instance, it's a Supreme Court judgment, and it's something to do about duty of care.
Right. Okay.
See if you pick up on it. I would recommend you read the judgment.
I'll look at it. I won't do it on the live stream because I'm going to have to wrap this up and speak to someone else. But
the judgment is about 50 pages long, so I wouldn't.
Right. Okay. I'll have a look at that over the next couple of days, and I'll come back to you with what I think about it.
Right. Brilliant. No worries, then, Dan. You're right. You take care, for later.
Cool. Yeah. You as well.
All right.
Take it easy. Bye, mate. Bye, mate. Hello, Anonymous. Hello. 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 Anonymous. That's what it says, Anonymous. No. 5 seconds before I hang up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Anyway, there we go. My belt's a bit tight. Excuse me. Oh God. Right, BBC phoning. Yeah, you might be right there. Omicron doesn't exist. Well, of course it does. Where do you think the Transformers came from? Fuck's sake. All right, come on, folks. Get on the blower. There it is, across the bottom there. There's the number. Henry, my email, bearded veteran, is policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. Henry, you trying to get my channel flagged by saying all that stuff? Thank you, Lost Souls. You would really like to ask for some advice, but you've just ordered an Uber. Delivery. No, I'm sorry, Lost Souls. You're not booting him because you'll get too much pleasure out of it. So Henry Crinkle stays until I boot him. Henry, you know when you wear your sunglasses indoors, does anybody ever call you Henry Crinkler? Like Henry Winkler? Do you go like that? Do you go, hey, Fonz? Come on, look, we've got 146 people watching and no fuck up on the phone. Come on, folks. Don't forget, you can... Look, it says it on the screen. Share your story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names. I don't care. Is he old enough to know the Fonz? Yeah, cheers. You make me feel really good about myself now. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, it's Mark Dover. Yeah, I'm not
How you doing,
anonymous.
Mate? All right.
Yeah, you see me in the chat.
I did.
Yeah, Mr. Dover. Yeah, okay. So I'm on the 50s, okay? I've not been vaccinated. My two daughters are in their early 20s. They've not been vaccinated.
Well, before we carry on this conversation, if you're not vaccinated, I need to protect myself.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Probably from my smoke, yeah. Probably,
I'll do that with my top.
My facts are probably still here. My ex-wife and her daughter, her first daughter, they got ill, but they had flu-like symptoms. But they had the flu, you know, the normal flu.
Yeah.
Because she got two granddaughters who were at school. They're very young. Well, no, one's a baby and one's in like preschool. So like got brought home from school, but it was like normal. I haven't done nothing for 3 years. Myself. My ex-wife come back here because she stays here because I got a bad back and she helps out and stuff. But she come back here. You know, I was around her. My two daughters were around her. We've been out. None of us have got ill.
No.
I don't know anyone that's got really that ill. But I haven't even had a cold in 2 years. Nothing.
No, I've not. I thought I had.
No, my two daughters haven't been ill, and it's weird. And my mum's to be vaccinated, you know, fully vaccinated, everything, you know, she's okay, she's fine. In her late 70s, no problems. But I'm just saying, I don't know that many people that have been vaccinated. I don't know whether it's, you know, same all over the country. I mean, I'm in South Norfolk.
Right.
But I'm just saying, just as a, you know, as my area. I mean, the people I know, most of them haven't been vaccinated. They don't even talk about it. My daughter's friends who are in their early 20s, most of them haven't been vaccinated. Their parents haven't been vaccinated because one's into, you know, alternative, you know, medicine and
Right.
herbal stuff and all that, you know. But there's been nothing. The only weird thing is none of us have had it, even had a runny nose, apart from my ex-wife who was here. Who was coughing, but we never called Chopper, none of us.
I've not had it. I mean, I keep myself to myself generally.
Yeah.
I've had nothing. I've been into the hospital. Obviously, I had my stroke. I was in the hospital, and
Yeah, I was.
all the rest of it.
I've been in there for. I've been in there like. I know you had a stroke.
I've not even had a sniffle. Like you, I've not even had a sniffle. I don't know anybody that's had it that I can say for definite has had it. Okay, I've heard people. My sister said that she's had it, but
it's had it bad. You know, I know people have been ill, but that's normal. Oh God, here we go. Yeah. Oh, that's right now. Shut up, you little. Freddie, shut it. Little dogs. They're good burglar alarms, aren't they? But
yeah,
that's about all. We've got a greyhound, which is not really going to protect us. It'll just run off if someone comes in. Hang on. Let's shut up. Right. Okay. Right, can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know anything out of the ordinary. I'm just sitting around here, I'm doing life because, you know, because it's weird. I mean, people aren't talking to each other. It's really weird. I fell out with my mum. I've never had before, but over this I did. And I said, I don't see the point, you know. But she said, you know, I might kill her and all this, you know. And really weird. She was acting weird. I don't know what's going on, but
it's fear. That's what it is. It's fear.
Yeah, I was saying like my mum. He said, yeah. I said, well, what about these doctors and nurses, the top doctors in the NHS and nurses might get sacked soon? Oh, she said, oh, well, I don't know. You know, I don't know what's happening now. So she's sort of coming round.
Yeah, but it's all fear. I mean, you think about it. People were getting bombarded with propaganda day in, day out. Every news program that came on, every program that came on, it was forcing this shit down our throats. And there's a lot of people out there that are susceptible to programming, shall we say? And I'm not talking about, being brainwashed as such, but they are susceptible to being programming.
Anyway. Yeah.
And they get scared easily, and it's understandable. But it's wrong. It's wrong. And I think a lot of people are going to realise that, you know, they're falling out. Lots of people have fallen out with family members over the past couple of years. And what you're going to find, I think, is over the next 6 months or so, whilst the mainstream media are trying to hide, you know, the fact that they helped to spread the fear porn, you're going to find a lot of people, lot of people, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, mums, dads, apologising to, you know, to members of the family for shutting them out over it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's been odd because my daughter's got some friends that come up from London, some family members from my stepdad, and they normally take her out, and they said, well, we can't really take you because you haven't been vaccinated, and she got really upset.
I know, it's mad, isn't it?
Well, they took her in the end, and they went to a pub. But I've never worn a mask. I mean, I've had two X-rays on my back. I didn't wear a mask while I was in there. People would just look at me as if I'm some kind of weirdo. Well, I just ignored them. You know, I didn't even make eye contact. I just wanted to look at me as if I'm mad. You know what I mean?
I know.
but the hospital was all empty. But it's empty. I've never seen a hospital like that. Usually, the Norfolk and Norwich hospital is usually packed, like, usually loads of people. Costa Coffee there and reception and nurses walking around. The corridors were all empty. It was creepy.
Yeah.
No. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm finally getting, physio ringing me up, so, making appointments now. But that's only over the phone. I don't know what I'm going to do over the fucking phone. What am I going to do over the phone? Physio.
I don't know. Well, this is the same thing for me. I've had a couple of phone calls over the past 2 years for my medical issues. And again, what can you do over the phone? My right arm after the stroke, my right arm started playing up. Right in this part of my arm started being really painful. I tried to explain it to the doctor, and the doctor's going, "It sounds like tennis elbow." Now, I'd already looked up tennis elbow. It's not that part of the arm; it's the other part of the arm, the underside, right? And I tried to explain it to him on the phone, and he's just not listening. He's going, "No, it sounds like tennis elbow, blah 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 blah," but it ain't. You can't get across to a doctor what is actually wrong over the phone. You can, but they've.
We can, but you remember when you used to go into the doctor and you used to get, you had some, pain in your chest. They would get a stethoscope and put it on you, and then check your blood pressure. You might go in, and take your shirt off, and they'll feel your stomach and feel around, feel if there's any lumps, and press down on your chest, and do like a physical examination. That's how they know. Can't do that over the phone. So what's been missed? This is a scary thing, and we're scaring the elderly with this vaccine. I mean, I'm in my 50s, and I feel a lot weaker than I did sort of 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So I am. So that makes you feel vulnerable because you feel physically weaker anyway. And so, like you say, the fear stuff and the families that fell out over this is crazy.
Yeah.
Over a bloody vaccine. No one's asked me. I know people that didn't have the kids that didn't have the MMR at school when my children were at school, and my children had the MMR. Nothing. There wasn't nothing happened. That was just it. They didn't have it. People didn't avoid each other wearing masks or anything. It was not.
Right.
You don't want measles, do you, or mumps or rubella? I mean.
Well, no. I mean, you'd think
that is deadly.
Well, of course, yeah. You'd think if that was the case, then as you're saying, if somebody had measles or chicken pox or something like that, you'd tell them that they have to wear a mask or whatever to try to stop passing these things on to people. Now again, I'm not a virologist or anything like that. I don't know exactly how measles and all that stuff's passed on. But my point is, there's plenty of things that are bad that can be passed on to other people, but yet we have never been told to take precautions for it. Like this.
I mean, I almost had the vaccine. I was very, very close to it. I thought, well, should I don't know. I'm 57, and should I? I'm my mum, protect her, or should I just not visit as much? And I just didn't visit as much, but I have visited her, and I've never worn a mask ever in my life.
Yeah.
I never will. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
To me, the vaccine, well, it might have saved lives. I've got no idea. But I'm just saying, from my area and from my family, my life, and what I've seen, I haven't seen anyone really ill, or known anyone's been really ill. So I don't know what it's like the rest of the country, whether it's different in London, it might be. But then again, we got to think of the migrants come over, but the NHS or the health services in their countries are not like they are here.
No.
It's not all documented, so you don't know what they got.
No, but it's the same.
They don't have DNA or anything like that, do they?
It's not just medical history. It's the criminal history as well that we don't get to hear about until they're here committing crimes. And again, let me make it completely clear: it's not just illegal immigrants that are committing crime. There's a lot of people from Britain who live here, who are born here, raised here, committing crime. But you'll find a lot of people are coming over.
Well, they're the ones that are policed, the ones here, the ones that live here. The others aren't policed. We know that.
Well, a lot of them are
religion.
A lot of them are coming over, and they're coming over with their culture. Still,
Yeah.
What I mean by that is they might go out in the street, somebody pisses them off and they'll stab them. That might be their culture over wherever they come from, but it's not the culture here. But they come over here.
I mean, they've been bombed and God knows what. They're from war zones, maybe. I don't know.
No, but that's what I mean. You've got people coming over.
You don't know what
with a specific kind of with a specific culture, and they're bringing that culture here, and rather than trying to integrate into society here, it's almost as though they're acting like they're still at home. And you get an awful lot of people, and I've seen it. I follow most of the police forces in the UK on my Facebook and Twitter, so I can see what's going on. And there's so many wanted posts going up for people with, shall we say, very un-English names.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's a religion, isn't it? That's the problem. They're not Christian, but there's a problem. They could be here. I mean, actually, I've seen videos of people getting off dinghies, just landing. They come all the way across the channel, in freezing cold, and they're getting off, and they're acting violently towards people. I mean, so they've already got that aggression already. And it's scary, but I'll say let's get back to the illness, because this illness has society's changed forever, Dan.
Yeah,
that's what I feel. It's just not the same. I mean, my friends don't. I say anything about not being vaccinated. I'd get blanked. They didn't text me back.
Yeah. No,
I feel embarrassed. I don't know. They might feel embarrassed. I've got no idea.
I can't disagree with you. I think society has changed, and if it ever goes back to how it was, it will take a bloody long time. But I think that even in such a short amount of time, there's been so much fear porn from the people who are supposed to be doing what's best for us. That a lot of people will be now stuck in this new way of thinking, and it's going to make things difficult moving forward. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap this up, I'm afraid. We've been on for nearly 15 minutes. I want to try and get some more on, but I appreciate your call.
Well, I'm just saying, from my area, from what I know, I don't know whether it's exactly the same. I live in a rural village in North, my local town. I mean, we've got Sainsbury's. I'm not going to go there because they want to wear masks. There's no way I'm doing that. So I've got to go to Waitrose and spend twice as much. But there you go.
Get it delivered.
Yeah. I don't know. But I'm just saying, from my area, and the migrant thing is catastrophic towards our culture. Well, you can't say too much, can you? Anyway, all right, mate.
No worries. Listen, thanks for calling in. Speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hello, Dan. Henfred here.
Who's that?
Henfred.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm still trying to make contact with you to get out of a chat with you over the phone.
With who, sorry?
Still trying to make contact with you over the phone sometime. You said you send me a phone number. I'll get in touch with you, have a chat with you sometime.
Oh, bugger. Yeah, do you know what? I forgot. Do you know what you're doing? You're listening to the TV, aren't you? Or to the computer. If you turn the volume down on whatever you're watching this on.
Yeah, okay, hang on.
Otherwise, we get a bit of a delay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just going into my emails now. Just bear with me 1 second.
I'll turn the sound mode off. Last email I sent you, I said, how can I send you a video? Show you one or two things I'm talking about.
Hang on a second. Right, gotcha. Gotcha here. What I'll do is, have I not sent you? I've not sent you the phone number, have I?
No, because you just had all log here taken.
Right. Okay. Bear with me a second, and I will get that phone number sent to you now, so that you've got it. And if you want to give us a ring tomorrow or something, then we can have a chat.
Yeah, okay. Any particular time?
Right. Right, I've sent that to you now. So you'll have that within the next few seconds anyway.
Yeah.
Cool.
Any particular time, Dan?
Sorry, any particular time? After lunchtime's best for me.
So 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 1, 2, any time from then
Okay,
onwards
cheers,
is fine.
All
right. Okay, my apologies for not sending that email back to you. Things can get a bit
Okay,
hectic
then.
sometimes.
I can imagine.
All right, mate. I'll speak to you
Glad to see you
tomorrow.
back on.
All right. Bye.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Bye now, bye.
Bye.
Lucifer, the number is the one in the banner on the top of my YouTube channel, or on Facebook or Twitter. Any of my social media accounts has got my phone number on the top. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello. No? Okay. No, not that one, Lost Souls. Not that number. That's just for these phone-ins. The number is the WhatsApp number on the top of my channel, for sending videos and stuff. It's that number. Hello, Rally Alley. Thank you. Right, are you going to call him Crinkle? I know everybody's waiting to hear from you. Hello, Debbie. I'd like to hear this evidence that you've got that the Jibby Jab sauce has got nanobots in it. If you want to phone up and discuss that and explain to me where you've got this evidence from to make that claim, I'd love to hear it. Ignorance of the law, how you doing? I'm not so bad, thank you. One woman vigilante. Anybody can phone in. Number on the screen: 0151 528 9590. Also, Crinkle, I'd like to know how you know that all the elites have got pentagrams tattooed on their penises. That I would very much like to know where you've garnered that information from. Eight legs of venison for 50 quid. No, I'd say that's a pretty reasonable price. Lost souls. Oh, fucking hell. What are we doing, guys? Come on, anybody want to call in? I was going to make this live stream was literally going to be all about phone-ins, but I seem to have less people wanting to call tonight than I normally do. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello, is that One Woman Vigilante?
Yes, it is.
Hello,
Yes.
how are you?
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. I've got you on the screen in front of me, and it's coming out a bit late.
If you turn that down, turn the volume down or mute it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll mute it. Yeah. Sorry, because it's very.
That's okay. It's a bit confusing when you're waiting for a reply through the computer. But yeah, just turn it off or turn the volume down is fine. How are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you for receiving my call.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. This all feels a bit weird because I'm not used to going on someone's. I'm a technophobe, so this all feels a bit weird.
Well, you're very welcome here.
I mean, I don't mean that rudely.
I know.
Sorry.
I know.
Thank you. I don't really know where to start. I've done a lot of my own YouTube live streams where I've just been ranting away about everything. But basically, I don't really know where to start. The past 5 years, I've been put through absolute torture by Sussex police.
Right.
Sorry, if you'd excuse me,
It's fine. Take your time.
Because I do suffer with my mental health and everything, and
Okay.
I am extremely vulnerable. Excuse me. Basically, how can I say? If I just start by just explaining my sort of circumstances.
Okay.
Because this feels a bit weird. Sorry.
That's all right. Take your time. It's fine.
I'm currently. I've been. I moved to Eastbourne under adult social care. About 16 years ago, and unfortunately, I never got the help with mental health and everything.
Right.
I sort of have fallen into that sort of the system has sort of, failed me and everything. So to cut a sort of a long story short, I've they make you feel ashamed if you can't cope and everything. And
yeah.
I went into supported accommodation. Unfortunately, I've had a sort of a sheltered upbringing, so to speak. I lived with my late mother, and I just went into a system where I thought we were very naive. We thought, oh, they'll help us and help me and everything and whatnot. And I went into the foyer first of all, and then I went into the actual supported accommodation.
Right.
And they didn't want to help. When my mother was dying of cancer, I was forced to sign a homeless application form. Didn't help me. Mental health deteriorated, etc., etc. Went into a private rented flat. Couldn't cope with, you know how it is. You just, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Yeah, and sorry, because it's embarrassing, sort of.
Honestly, some of the if you've watched the channel for any amount of time, I'm always honest about myself, and the reason that I do that is because I want people to feel at ease talking about things. You get no judgment from me. You might get a few people in the comments sometimes being idiots. Generally speaking, they'll get sorted out by the moderators. This is as far as I'm concerned, this is a safe space, and if anybody wants to phone up and they want to just talk, or they've got a mental health issue, even if just by talking to me can help, then I'm more than happy to do that. But if I can help in any other way, then I will obviously try and do that as well. But don't feel embarrassed. Take your time. It's absolutely fine.
Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Because I'm trying to be, I'm one of these people who people don't know how to take me. I'm not a snob, but I'm trying to be more of my authentic self. And well, I've dealt with bullies all my life, and I'm at that point now where I just don't care anymore. And I'm being honest in my own YouTube channel. But anyway, basically, so thank you so much for putting me at ease. I really appreciate that, because it does feel a bit weird. Just to say, a couple of years ago, I did meet someone called John Alexander Patterson by sheer accident. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
I've not, to be honest, I haven't.
Oh, okay. This is where I sort of I kind of have to be careful, but also I want to be brutally honest, but also careful at the same time. He's an ex-naval fraud investigator. The Ministry of Defence put him in the psychiatric unit. He'd gone to Scotland Yard with these documents, and and I just met him by accident, and this is where I sort of have to be a little bit careful, because I've sort of gone into a truthers community, and because of my vulnerabilities, certain things have happened, have involved the police. It's very frightening, actually. And I don't mean to sound like a drama queen. I'll get to that point, because it's all completely insane. I just want you to know I'm not deluded.
Listen. When it comes to mental health, what I've realised, having my own issues, is that what may seem almost irrelevant to other people, to us, is a major thing. Do you know what I mean? And that's important, and it's important to understand that from that person's point of view, it's a major issue, even if the person you're talking to doesn't feel like it. For the person that's telling you, it's a massive issue. It can take a lot of courage for them to talk about it. And so again, as I say, you are welcome here. I will never judge anybody. I will listen to anything anybody's got to say. If I can offer any kind of help, I will. If I can't, then hopefully just me listening will be of some kind of help.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. You're saying all the right things, because I've had so much invalidation, and the people that I've had to deal with. I mean, I know about, I've had narcissism in the family, and I've had it everywhere, and and it's just, but almost psychopathic. I mean, I've never known anything like this in my life. What has happened over the past 5 years.
Right.
To the point where I don't know if my partner has been part of it. Because people have said, "Oh, he's emotionally abusing you," and it's one of those areas where, when both of you are so stressed out, you can't see the wood through the trees. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are.
Yeah.
This is how insane it got. Basically, so what happened was I couldn't cope in this private rented flat, and he walked into all my problems late in the day.
Right.
And don't laugh at this. I know this sounds really silly. I didn't ask him to be a carer for me. I don't need a carer.
Yeah.
But he went to the local MP, Caroline Ansell, and Caroline Ansell her office suggested this caring role, and I just I didn't ask for it. I didn't. He just I don't know. It's all just been a bit. I've had this hoarding and clutter problem for 16 years, and the NHS does recognise it as an illness.
Right. Okay.
Ever since my mother sold the house, and I never used to have this problem, and it's one of those really shameful, embarrassing things. And I had other problems in the flat. I had leaks and toilet blocked, and didn't want Darren to see it, but in the end he kind of had to. And the thing is, I'm since my mother died, I've become extremely lonely and vulnerable. I'd already had domestic violence, and
Right.
in 2011 I had to go to court over attempted rape and all of that. And do you know what? That I absolutely 100% mean this. I managed to laugh off attempted rape. I put a man on a sex offenders register, 2 years in prison, 10 years on a sex offenders register. I was able to. That doesn't. That was over and done with unless I bring it up. But I'm telling you, what the police have done to me and what this council have done to me, I will never ever recover from. It is really and this is where as I said, I don't want to take up your time. I'll try and keep it to the
It's
point.
fine. Listen, we can always, if we run out of time, what we can do is I can, or if you can email me, I can send you a phone number, and you can talk to me off air if you need to. So maybe that, maybe you'll feel a bit more comfortable talking off air, if that makes sense. But I just want to say, a moment ago, you said, can I ask your name, by the way, just your first name?
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. Thank you. It's Bryony.
Bryony. Well, Bryony, a few minutes ago you said that about the hoarding thing, and it's an you're embarrassed by it. Do you know what? It's a coping mechanism, and you shouldn't be embarrassed by a coping mechanism. If that's what helps you get through things, if that's what helps you cope, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. But the thing is, I ended up looking like someone that I'm not. I've got like these OCD symptoms. I'm worried that there are rats in the garage that I'm.
Okay.
I just couldn't. I'm such a particular. I wash things. I keep washing things and things like that. And my partner he's got similar problems, but it got to the thing is, we're quite similar, me and my partner. So, I don't like to use the word sensitive, but I'm just trying to find, just to simplify this sort of thing. There are times. And I don't want. I'm going to be careful with the words I use about my partner as well, because I'm thinking of him as well.
Okay. Well, take your time. As I say, take your time. If you need to think of the right words, it's not an issue. Take your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Basically, there were times when this is going to sound so insane, and it is insane. It's ridiculous. And why I've came to blows with my partner. There were times when, because he doesn't manage stress properly, he would, as I said, this is all very new to him. He didn't know what he walked into when he walked into my problems.
Yeah.
He had and I've got to be careful what I say about him as well. I'd lost my mother. It became like a codependent relationship. So he took this caring role, but because he wouldn't admit, I know men don't talk about their mental health. They're not very good at talking. Some of them aren't.
We're trying to fix that with this channel on these live streams. We're trying to fix that, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of men feel embarrassed and feel ashamed, but that's why I'm always so open about mine. Because I want people to know that it's nothing to be ashamed of, and there are people that will talk if you just there were people that will listen if you just open up and talk.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it, because the thing is, we're both, me and my partner, it's just me and him, and people find it strange. They don't understand. of course. And he just, there would be times in his flat. Now, I've got to be careful what I say because I don't want to embarrass him, even though I have told other people this.
Right. Well, just remember, nobody here knows who you are. So
exactly. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate. Yeah, thank you. So there would be times when he would. It's so ridiculous. We'd end up having an argument over something really stupid. Something really, really stupid, a disagreement.
Yeah.
And he would call the police. Oh, God, I know this sounds really... And the thing is, this is where the emotional abuse comes in. It's insane. It is insane, and I don't mind if you laugh.
Don't keep putting yourself down. You keep saying it's insane. And all that stuff. All you're doing is you're confirming your fears about it, about other people and what other people might think about it. Stop doing that. Yeah. Stop confirming your fears before you've even got anything to fear.
Oh, thank you so much for understanding.
Okay. You just need to say what it is. Screw everybody else. Okay, even if you're worried what everybody else is thinking, who cares what people are thinking? You're talking to me, okay, and I'm listening. So no matter what anybody else says, what anybody else thinks, makes no difference whatsoever.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your understanding because yes, I do worry about what people think and everything. So thank you so much. So there would be times because he doesn't manage stress well, but I didn't realise he's how can I say? I'm trying to protect him.
Look, as I say, nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who he is. So whatever you say, ultimately, we could be talking about the next door neighbour, or we could be talking about somebody in the next city. We don't know. So don't fear speaking out. If you need to say what I've learned, I'll tell you what I've learned. Sorry to butt in on this bit here. But what I've learned over the last few years is I used to be like that. I used to fear talking to people. I used to fear certain things. Speaking about certain things, but what I've realised now is it makes no difference. Do you know what I mean? It's important to me. It's important to me. Therefore, it's important. It's relevant. If somebody that I'm speaking to cannot see that, then they're not worth speaking to. That's the first thing. But I will always try and be. Yes, sometimes I try and save other people's feelings when I'm talking to them. But if I'm talking generally about a situation or about something, then I just say what's in my head. You can always apologise later, okay? But you can't apologise. You know, if you don't say something, you're more likely, or it's harder to get over not saying something that needs to be said than it is to apologise for something you've said. That's the easy part.
Yes. I understand what you're saying. Absolutely. I'm trying. I am brutally. I'm a funny sort of person. There's always two extremes going on with me. I could never work out whether I, like for example, whether I'm the narcissist or not. But then I'm looking in the mirror and I'm tearing into myself. And I know a narcissist wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like and you know, and I'm always worrying about upsetting other people, and yet I've got to be brutally honest. So I'm like, as you said, screw it. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for understanding. I had a feeling you'd understand. Yeah, but so I'm so glad I'm talking to the right person. But so basically, my partner would sometimes call the police when we'd had an argument because he doesn't know how to manage stress.
Right.
And one of his friends had said to me, "You've got to be very careful with him. He's very sensitive. He's got OCD, but he won't admit it."
Okay.
And me and my big mouth, though, because I'm so brutally honest, I'm not just saying this. I've shared my soul with him. people don't understand me when I say that I was so close to my late mother. It was like it was an attachment kind of thing, and the same sort of thing has happened with Darren. It's not a normal sort of boyfriend girlfriend. It's he's like a brother as well, and everything else going on. And because I don't have friends or family as well,
So,
there's a lot of pressure on him.
has it become like a crux for you to rely on? Is that what you're saying?
Unfortunately, yeah, it has gone that way. Yeah,
Right.
and there was the thing is we were going around like blue ass flies around the town, headless chickens, saying help, please, going down all the avenues of trying to get support. The whole idea why he was supporting me was because I couldn't get the support.
Yeah.
And I'd been treated like dirt. I mean, I've been trying to get help with my mental health for 25 years since school, and the system has failed me even then. You know, I'm like thinking, what is it about me? They make you think, is it me? Why don't people like me? So yeah, and I just, in the end, I couldn't. Everything just got so chaotic for me. I couldn't manage money or my, and you're trying to. The thing is, I was trying to find ways to escape.
Right.
And before Darren came along, and so he's a very, very shy, quiet. He's not like your. How can I say this? I'm trying to be as sweet as. Whoops! Oh, where's my screen gone? Oh, sorry, my screen has
That's
gone.
all right.
Sorry.
Just say, honestly, say it as it is in your head. That's honestly, that's the best thing to do. As I say, you can always apologise if you need to. You can always amend what you've said later. But if you don't say what you think, you'll regret not saying it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm going to absolutely get this off my chest. Thank you. He's quite a big age gap because he's 52. But
Okay.
if you were to look at him, we're very similar. We're very childlike. He looks like a boy. He's sweet and I know how this sounds. I know how this sounds. We're not your average people. We're very unusual people.
Everyone's unusual these days, especially after the last couple of years.
Yes, I know. And the thing is, we're very similar. We're not. We're loners, I think, and we don't. I know it sounds awful, doesn't it?
No, not at all. I prefer my own company, to be honest, most of the time. This is the closest I get to interacting with people.
Oh, me too. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. It's just. We haven't had much experience of relationships. I've
Okay.
had. I had domestic violence almost immediately after my mother's funeral, and people do take advantage. And Darren's very sweet-natured, and the thing is, and sorry, I know I'm babbling a bit here.
It's
sorry,
fine.
I'll get to the point. So sometimes there would be times in his flat where he would call the police when we'd had. He wouldn't let me. I wasn't allowed to touch anything. I mean, he gave me a biscuit with a wet wipe, and I remember thinking, "Oh my gosh!"
Right.
That first time, but I'm that honest with him. I feel able to say to him, I feel able to say to him, I mean, I can say I can really be myself. I can actually be quite rude, and I use really bad language that isn't in my vocabulary, because I think people see me as this, lady, perhaps a bit of a snob maybe, but I'm not. In fact, behind closed doors, only Darren has seen the real me.
Yeah.
I'm not a monster, but I feel comfortable with him. I can be me.
Right. Okay.
but I'm really not joking. There would be times when I felt too scared to touch the kettle or do anything. No, I'll do that. You sit there. Now, some people will say, yes, it's controlling behaviour. I really don't know. I really do not. I've been going absolutely out of my mind over this, because I'm not joking. Nearly every time he called the police, or every time he called the police, I can't actually remember how many times and off my head, but they would arrest me. And I'd done nothing wrong.
Right, okay.
Disagree with him. One time we were having an argument, and I'm not a violent person. Well, I'm no different to anyone else when it comes to stress. But the first time, it was horrendous. The police threw me down on my back. I was crying my eyes out.
Yeah.
And I was crying so much I couldn't see. And they threw me on my back on his sofa. Of course, that's going to escalate. That's going to make things worse.
Of course it is.
And the guy was getting in my face, the police officer, and it was like domestic abuse all over it. He was saying, "Look at you, you're foaming at the mouth. You're that." And Darren looked a little bit. He said, "Did you have to do that though?" He was sort of like. And the other one was more mousy than the other police officer. He looked distressed by the other one's actions.
Right.
Now, the thing is, though, this has happened more than once. So I was put in the number of times they've put me at Eastbourne Custody Centre. I've been there, I don't know how many times. I've joked about they should have a bedroom there for me.
Right.
But because the thing is, I was eventually evicted from the private rented flat. I couldn't cope. I don't know if my partner is a little bit scared of me, because this is where it all gets completely messy.
Right.
In February 2016, I kept having these leaks that became a problem. It actually became a council issue. They were going through to the hair salon below me.
Right.
And it was something to do with the washing machine and the pipes in the wall or something or other. And Darren had said, "I'm sorry, Bryony, but it's leak." And I said, that's it. I threw my arms up in the air. I've had enough. And that's when as I said, in February 2016, I went down to the psychiatric unit. I was nervously buzzing on the door, the way I do this in my natural state. Please, can I see someone? Please. No, you need to go to A&E.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've been there so many times. They've left me there all night. Blah blah blah. Because this is how it's been over the years. No one's ever wanted to support me. So then I went into sort of, I don't know how to describe it, overdrive of sort of, right, that's it. What do I do? And then it's like a dream.
It's frustration.
State.
It's frustration. Yeah, of course. I mean, it can make us all do things that we wouldn't normally do. But before I carry on, I've just had to time somebody out in the chat. I just want to respond to that very quickly.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Nick GB. Listen, this live stream, I'm not sure what it is that you expect from the live stream, but it says on the screen, it says share a story, whistle blow, talk crap, or call me names. Okay. If somebody phones in and they want to talk to somebody, I will sit here and listen to them, okay? It's not about what's their bloody point, okay? Their point is they need to speak to somebody. So that's why I've timed you out. I prefer it if you come back in the room, if you come back in the chat and use a little bit more respectful. I don't normally delete people from the channel, but I will do if I get people taking a piss out of people that are phoning up, i.e. this kind of situation. So... just remember that, people. Sorry, Brian, I apologise for that.
No, Oh, thank you. Sorry, I know I do bang on a bit sometimes, and I'm trying. Sorry.
No, it's not you.
I know
Don't apologise. Don't apologise. It's not you at all.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Because the thing is, it is all. This is what I mean. Other people don't understand, but it's all relevant to all the hell that's happened.
Of course.
Because honestly, I've been left on my own. The other things have happened, and I haven't got that far, and I don't want to take up your channel talking about me, but other things have happened since then that have made me. I don't know who. I'll put it this way. I don't know who the worst. If my partner has been abusing me, well, it's like, who's the worst criminal in this? Because what the police have been doing to me, I said I could go on and on about this, and I don't want to take up your time because it's like cans of worms. But basically, what happened was, so Darren, there's the thing with Darren where he doesn't know. The psychiatric unit put me through hell, and I tell you, I saw a lot behind. There's a lot that, as I said, that's another, it's like cans of worms that I won't open up. But basically, the people that sort of are paid to help and support me have actually added to the problems, added to the trauma. The council put me in temporary accommodation, and wow, I've seen an awful lot. And one of these things I wanted to say was, I'm self-funding a hotel right now again for my safety, because I've had a whole year of being attacked and bullied in my council accommodation. I've had my bedroom window smashed, vandalism, assault, you name it. And this is where I'm at now. So, because a lot has happened since then. So, it's like, I won't say the name of this person, even though it's on my YouTube channel. Someone from Brighton Housing Trust had told me to go to the local government ombudsman for compensation, because apparently they've been putting a lot of homeless people in police cells.
Right.
And the council would illegally discharge duty to me just for simply complaining about bed bugs crawling on me, leaks, people bullying me, attacking. It's been such an eye-opener, I can't tell you. I've attempted suicide quite a few times, stabbed myself through the arm with a 6-inch knife. My mental health has been unraveling. In one of these hotels, I ended up lashing out at Darren, which is completely out of character for me, but then it's been building up over a lifetime, and it's always the person that cares about you the most you take it out on.
But remember, stress, anxiety and frustration makes us act in ways that we wouldn't normally act.
Yes,
okay, and I just want to point something out. You've just said something really important there. You said that you've tried to hurt yourself, and that you stabbed yourself in the arm with a knife. Now, I just want to, just because you've said that, and I think it's really, really brave of you to say that. I've got, I don't know if you can see the screen. I've got a scar here, quite a big scar. You might not be able to see it too well. I've got quite a big scar there. My eldest boy's mum used to make me feel like everything was my fault. And we had an argument one night. I went out and I had to go for a walk. I'm walking along the seafront where I come from, and there was a bottle. I picked the bottle up and I smashed it on the seawall. And then I proceeded to tear my arm open with a broken bottle. Okay, because, and I'll tell you why, it's because it made me feel in control at that point. I felt like I needed to be punished because of how I was made to feel by my eldest boy's mum, and I felt that by doing that, I would be punishing myself and I'd be able to get on with things. Do you know what I mean? So
Yes.
listen, so we do stupid things.
Sorry.
No, don't apologise. Look, we do stupid things because at the time it either seems like the right thing to do, or because we lose control through stress, anxiety, frustration.
Yes.
I was embarrassed about that for many, many years. I wore a jumper all the time because that was so prominent on my arm, and I never wear a T-shirt. And I'd done that when I was in early 20s, 22, I think I was, 21, 22. And I must have been nearly 30 by the time I started wearing T-shirts again because I was embarrassed by it. But now it's part of me. It's part of my history. It's part of my life. And it's part of what got me to where I am now. I'm not proud of it. Don't get me wrong, but I've done it. I can't hide the fact that I've done it. I'm not going to lie about it. Do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to say that because I think you're incredibly strong saying what you said, and well done to you for saying that.
Thank you.
But
I'm sorry to you. Thank you for sharing. I'm very blessed with people's honesty. Thank you. I tell it how it is.
Yeah.
And it for me. Yeah. There's always going to be a part of me that will be seeking attention, and I feel awful that I made Darren see that. But a few months earlier, he'd snatched. It makes me cringe when I say this. He snatched a knife from me, and he had to have stitches where his tendons are. He ran out of the hotel, and I feel horrible about all of this. I feel horrible. I feel I've put him. And I ran out of that. The hotel didn't want me. I ran into the sea. It was almost in a comical way, because you can look at the funny side of the black. It's like a black comedy.
Yeah.
The PC McCarthy, that's my surname, and PC Mark Bittler were there, and I had an audience, and it did look mad, and I was praying and ran into the sea, and only about 2 meters out, and then the lifeguards pulled me in, and I did something I can't believe. I look back and I think, oh my gosh, what were you? I don't know why, but I exposed my top half.
Okay.
And yeah, well, don't ask me why. I don't know. I was in a state of just. It makes you go mad. The state of stress. And I don't know why I did that. I had a grey top on, one of those. But I look back and I'll be walking around town sometimes, and I'll come over all like sort of like the shame, and you think, oh my gosh, and I'll put my head in my hands. But
right.
It's sheer desperation. So. But I did lash out at Darren, but only because, and I scarred him one time. I scarred him lashing out because purely because of all the times that he called the police on me, simply for disagreeing with him or touching his kettle. And he'd say to me, Bryony, I never asked the police to arrest you. So it's a thing of, who's the worst enemy in this? Because
to me, Bryony,
yeah.
It sounds like when you and forgive me for using this term if you find it the wrong term, but this is the term I use for myself. I call it an episode. Okay, when I have an episode, okay, which is easier for me to say it that way. So when you're having one of these episodes, you need somebody who is going to try and understand. Now, I know it's not easy for people without, dealing with somebody with mental health. I know that because I've dealt with people myself with mental health as well as having it itself. So I know what they go through when I'm on one. But you need somebody who's going to offer you, or you need support when you're having an episode. Calling the police, in my honest opinion, is not support. Okay. It doesn't fix any of the issues at all. It exacerbates them. Okay,
Yeah.
so the police turn up, the police don't understand what's going on, the police will look at you and think, oh, this girl is going mental, and you will be their sole centre of attention. Okay, then when you're like, get the fuck off me, you know, all the rest of it, they then go heavy-handed, hands-on, and start throwing you about, which makes things worse. Any incident where there is a prospect of a mental health episode, okay, should be dealt with a trained mental health professional, even if they have police constables that are trained specifically in mental health to deal with it, that don't turn up in a uniform, because that puts people on the back foot. That turns up and talks to you like a human being and tries to get to the bottom of the problem and how you're feeling. But we don't get that. We get the police turn up and they go, fuck it, we'll lock them up in the cell for the night, and then we don't have to deal with it.
Can I just say to you, can I also just say to you, I just want you to know, I have never once sworn at these, you know what?
Yeah.
I've used the language to Darren. I've used some really nasty language to describe them, but you know, but because of how I've been brought up, you know, you know, they've actually verbally abused me. They've assaulted me, and it's Darren that I end up getting angry with, because I'm like, you know, it's not normal, Darren, to call the. I said, do you think your parents call the police over an argument? And you know, so you know, it's like, you know, we're not deluded, crazy people. It's just he doesn't know how to manage stress. And I've said to him, it's not normal. And I said to him, you do realise that coercive control is taken very seriously by the police now. The thing is, though, in the last few years, I've done everything the right way. When I've had problems in my council accommodation, I've complained to the council and whatever. And unfortunately, I've learnt that there are some nasty. I've been the victim of the corruption, because every time I've complained, they've illegally discharged interim housing duty to me.
Right.
Even when I spoke on behalf of other licensees, like there was a woman covered in a Filipino couple, and one of them was covered in bed bug sores. Oh, sorry, right. My thing is cut out, and so basically, so they this housing officer said to me, "Oh, don't worry, I've had I've had bipolar, I've been homeless, and you know, etc." But behind my back, he was typing up these fraudulent Section 184s, saying that I broke the things that I complained about, and even the plumber said, "Oh, don't worry, the washer on the tap has gone. You know, it's not your fault, because I put a bit of pressure on the tap and the thing came off." And
right.
The place was falling apart. Some of these places are, you know, dilapidated buildings, but I became. Everywhere that I was going, I became the what would you call it? The scapegoat? Is that the word?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, and these so many people taking advantage of my good nature, like this mother and daughter. When I told them about my mother had died, oh dear, you know, oh, you poor thing, and all that. And I'm now paying storage for other people's clutter, because she threw in an incontinence pad and a hospital towel with. What had happened was they'd changed the locks, and then in February 2018, I go up to Beachy Head with a duvet, suicidal, going. So I'm mentally unwinding. And I'm thinking to myself, I haven't seen Darren's parents or heard from them. And at the start of our relationship, you know, we very nearly moved in together. Darren's mother said, "Oh, you know, it's like he was sent to you, and you two could have a nice life together." So that I'm now in my mind, I've got this scenario going on where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, is he a covert narcissist? Because people are saying, oh, he's emotionally abusing you, but then he's telling me, I'm going around, I'm telling people, why won't anyone help Bryony? I'm trying to get you help. So I'm sort of, it's like this is like something out of a night. My worst nightmares have come true here. It's like you know, and this, I know how this is going to sound, but there's been a sort of, how can I say? I'm trying to say this without, I'm trying to, there are no right words to use for this. There's been what seems to be a bit of a smear campaign, because I've been very honest about my experiences to all and sundry and the council and everything.
Yeah.
And in one of these accommodations that I was put in, because I mean, I've been mentioned in the Herald newspaper twice. Once in 2018, I was reported missing in the summer. Missing woman, Bryony McCarthy, found safe and well. Well, I had gone AWOL from the psychiatric unit because they didn't want to help me, and neither did the council, etc. Neither did the power advocate or anyone. And so I went on I went and slept I went on the cuckoo trail and went and slept in a field near my mother's ashes. I was really out of my mind. Sussex police contacted my father, whom I haven't seen since I was 12.
Yeah.
And there's a violent history there, so it's very painful things. So I'm sort of, it's like an early midlife crisis. And then I was called into the tourist information desk, and two police officers, and I don't mind saying their names, PC Arthur Deviney and PC Curtis, they said, we've got to take you back to the psychiatric unit. And I've still got this really old-fashioned 1950s idea that, oh, they're there to comfort you and, you know, are you all right, you know. They handcuffed me, and they actually, I can't believe they did this. They dragged me through Hyde Gardens backwards in handcuffs,
Right.
hurting me with sort of my arms above my head. There's an old woman who worked in the steamer trading. She's looking through the window going, go on, you know, and I'm actually crying out for help, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, do people think I'm a criminal or something? And they waited for the police car, and I got up to their faces and I said, would you do this to your daughter? Would you do this to your child? Would you do this to your mother? And one of them pushed me, and I think it was PC Curtis, go away, you know. Since then, he's called me an idiot. And I've never, ever verbally abused them or anything. But I can now see what, you know, because in some of these places, there are people who've been to prison, criminals and that. And they've said, one man said to me, oh, it's you nice people. You're the ones, your entire life, you spend your whole life being a nice person, and you're the ones with the knife. You end up stabbing someone because you're like, you've lost control. But me, I've been a criminal all my life, and I know how to play the system and blah, blah, blah. And I just feel that I've fallen into this really, by accident, simply begging for a bit of help with this and that. And I've been treated like I'm the worst person on the planet. And as I said, I wanted to get to, I know I've been talking for a long time, and I didn't want to take up your thing, but because I want to get the sort of the main.
Look, you've got something. You've got something on your chest. You need to get it off your chest, okay?
Thank you.
And that's what That's what I'm doing here. That's part of the reason why I do the live stream, so people can phone up and talk. I mean, I've been on these live streams well, I think it may have only been once. I was in pieces. I mean, there's people watching. Josie will remember. Lost Souls Paranormal will remember. I was in such a bad place. I wanted to do myself in, and the only way I could think of not doing it is to come on here on a live stream. So I came on here on a live stream, absolutely bawling my eyes out, felt like an absolute wet wipe. I mean, as I say, they'll tell you, look, Princess Angela remembers it, Carmen Smith remembers it, you know, because I felt that I needed help and I wasn't getting any. And, you know, the help that I needed was somebody to talk to. And I found a group of people within my community who will listen. Okay, they might not be able to help, but they'll listen. And I find that so important. I think that to give somebody your time is the most important thing. It's the most valuable thing in this world.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And for somebody to not donate their time, but for somebody to put some of their time aside for somebody else is one of the nicest and best things you can do for anybody. But
it means so much to me what you're doing right now. I'd say you have no idea, but obviously you do. You absolutely understand, because I was feeling suicidal earlier.
Right.
I've been like, I mean, I don't want to see my next birthday that's coming up. You know, 40 is meant to be the start. I know a lady never gives her age, but
I'll tell you something, Bryony. I'm going to interrupt you there. Okay. Now, normally I'll let you talk, but I'm going to interrupt you there. You're saying about not wanting to see your next birthday. There's a lot of people in this chat now that would be really pissed off with you if you weren't around to see your next birthday, because this is what part of this community is about. Okay, now you've come on the phone and you phoned in. Now you're part of the community now, so it's tough luck whether you like it or not. You're part of the community now, and there's people within this community that will absolutely offer you help if you need it.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Honestly, it means so much. The fact that, do you know what I say to people? The fact that you just it means so much. It means more than anything to have someone that understands where you're coming from. It's driven. Oh my gosh. I mean, the places where you think that, I mean, I was bullied when I did care work with the elderly. I was bullied by a horrible Irish dragon, an old woman, and her sister. You know, well, she was actually called Sister, but, and then I did care work in the next job, and I was bullied by an old woman in the scullery. And it's like, it's been the bane of my life, bullying, school, Christian camp. I've had bullying everywhere, bullying. And I'm at that point now where I just feel like, honest to goodness, I mean this. I absolutely mean this. I'm so glad. I was a little bit nervous about ringing you, because I don't know why, because it's all or nothing with me. It's like it all comes out or it doesn't.
Yeah.
And I'm just so glad that you've given me the patience. You've had the patience, and you've given me that opportunity to really, because I'm honest to goodness, with what the police have put me through. I've said to the beach, I'm not going to talk to the Beachy Head chaplains anymore, because, you know, it is they used to. And he's to procedure based. And he said.
Hold on 1 second. I seem to be having a problem with my connection.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not you.
I'm sorry.
It's not you. Right, it's come back now. It was buffering for a moment there.
Oh, sorry.
No, just stop saying sorry. It's not you. It's my internet connection. It can't be anything to do with you, so stop apologising.
Okay. It's a reflex. I'll now keep saying sorry now. I'm at that point where I've had enough of talking to the Beachy Head chaplains. I'm one of those people. I'm a people pleaser, but there are a number of reasons why I don't want to speak to them again. But I just think of what Andy said when he was calling me away. There was this man called Andy who used to work for the chaplains, and he said, "Oh no, I'm not having another one go over." But he gave up in the end because it was too procedure. It's the procedure-based thing.
Right.
And the thing is, there are a lot of the thing about this town is, and I don't know if I've got a love-hate relationship with Eastbourne, and it's one of those funny towns. But I have exhausted so many avenues. It's very easy for people to say, "Oh, well, why don't you move out of Eastbourne then?" Sorry, no, everything's tied up here emotionally, and I've got my stuff. I've got stuff everywhere, and my mother died in this town, and I grew up in the neighbouring town. I won't say where, but because obviously I know a lot of people are, my middle sister's had a sex change to a man.
Okay.
I was told by a locum 5 years ago, you need trauma-based therapy. You need because I told him about my mother and my father. There was violence when I was little. Because the thing is, you've had a nice middle-class upbringing and all that, and but they don't see everything. They don't know everything. And my mother told me something very traumatic in one of these hotels. She had an illegal abortion 24 years before I was born by a male prostitute in Pennsylvania in 1958. That was 24 years before I was born. She said a cop took her under her wing, and she told me that in one of these hotels not long before she died. And I just thought, oh my gosh, we seem to have more issues in our family than I ever realised. And people just take me at face. I can't seem to get, Darren and I couldn't get through to anyone. Our relationship is in tatters. The past 5 years of our relationship has involved me being put in police cells, sleeping rough. His family don't seem to want to know, and I'm just left thinking, I thought this very beautiful relationship that we had, what's happened to it? Because and on top of this, I'm sorry about, I've gone on about my mental health. I'm sorry, I never meant to do that.
It's fine.
I mean, the thing is, it's all sort of like tied up with the same things. I don't understand why the police and there's a mental health food bank advocate that helped me with my sort of PIP and everything, and she said, I can't understand why no one would help you. And she said, her husband and her thought that Darren was abusing me, but I know that we all know, though, that Darren's got his issues, and we're a crutch for each other.
Yeah.
And for a whole year that I've been attacked at the council, I'll just to explain to you, I'm sorry if I sound a bit. I know I'm getting a bit sort of,
Just talk. Fine.
Sorry. I need to explain. Something happened where I was charged with beating 2 police officers, but I need to explain to you how that happened, because I promise you, I did not beat the police.
Do you know what? I don't even need you to explain what the police do. Okay, this is important. What the police do when they arrest somebody, even if you just pull away, they'll go, "Oh, it's assault. It's a resisting arrest," and then you might step on their toe. They might bend their finger back while they're trying to put the handcuffs on you, and then they start screaming assault. And the reason they do that is so that they've got something to fall back on if the main charge doesn't stick. That's why they do it. You'll see
you
it every arrest. You'll hear them shout out, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." And the reason they do that is so they've always got something to fall back on if the main charge fails.
Honestly, let me tell. I really, I know. I'm so. I don't want to take. I know I've taken up a lot of your thing, but I mean, I can understand maybe if for another time, because I don't want to take up your time. But I am so desperate to tell you about what happened on the 7th of October.
Okay, please go ahead.
It was, thank you so much, because I've never, let me tell you, I know this is going to sound dramatic to other people. It's going to sound, oh, she's being dramatic. No, honest to goodness, I've never been so scared in my life. I've led a sheltered life when it comes to, I've when it comes to this sort of thing. I mean, I don't know about, the law and police and whatnot. I'm still sort of in that learning sort of process.
Yeah.
It was so frightening. This is why I've got this lovely lady who's I feel like a prayer really has been answered now, because I just can't believe this is happening to me. She's a witness to my bullying and my terrorism in this council accommodation that's got a terrible reputation. Me. It is enough to make anyone go completely, mad. And basically, she's going to come with me. I tell you what, honest to goodness, I'm not just saying this. I'm too scared to call the police now,
right.
Even if my life is in danger. I know that sounds dramatic.
Well, it doesn't. It's a sad state to be in when you're afraid to call the people that are supposed to be there to help you.
Thank you for saying that. I'm so glad you said that, because I wasn't sure how you'd react. Thank you so much. Because I know some people are like, well, this is the world we're living in now, and I'm thinking, well, I don't want to be scared to call, but I'm too scared to go into even the police desk without her.
Right.
Because what had happened is, just so you understand how this all came about. Basically, on the Wednesday, the 21st of October 2020, it took me 3 weeks to email the IOPC. I think it's the longest email I've ever sent anyone, and I've still had nothing from it. I was doing what I'm doing now. I was self-funding a hotel for my safety, with a back pay of PIP, to keep away from one of these awful temporary accommodations. And I wasn't the only one complaining. There was a woman who, I know you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but I'm going to be honest. I was scared of her, and she's apparently she's since taken her own life. But that's not what I'm talking about. We were scared of her.
Right.
She was a woman from the traveller community that was known to the police as being one hell of a nightmare. She'd come in completely drunk. She came in covered in blood because a car had hit her, and her partner was threatening someone with a hammer. See, the thing is, they in these places they put vulnerable people in with mothers and babies and all sorts. They could be people there could be a murderer in there for all you know. You don't know the people that they're putting in all together.
Yeah.
And I got friendly. I started being friendly to some slightly unsavoury people, and people tend to take advantage. That's always the way. It was just absolute hell in there. People up in the night, just crazy. It's enough to drive you to insanity if you're not already insane. So I had this back pay that came through, and I thought I'm going into a hotel. So when your mental health is already deteriorating, you can't function and everything. There were staff on site, but the staff wouldn't do. I mean, one of them was a big man, and there was a girl shaking. One night, someone smashed the window with their fist, and this girl came out saying, "Oh," she was like this, oh, like this. And I called the police. And she said, "Where are the staff? They should be doing something." And they're big men, but they wouldn't do. No one would do anything,
I'll tell you why. That's because they're there to keep control of you rather than keep control of other people. It's the same with you'll find this with security guards anywhere. What I've realised is they're not there to deal with what they're securing. They're there to deal with members of the public.
Yeah.
But sorry. Yeah. And hang on a minute. What was I saying? Sorry, my brain goes a bit foggy sometimes, and I can't get back onto what I was saying. It's messed up. When with a security guard, say let's use a COVID site as for example, the security guards are there. The security guards feel that their job is to deal with all the members of the public rather than dealing with what they're supposed to be there securing. Okay, in your case, rather than they're supposed to be dealing with keeping you safe and whatnot, by the sounds of things, but they're not, because it's easier for them to try and control you. If that makes sense. Yeah. It makes sense in my head. I'm not sure whether I've put it across right.
Yeah.
But it makes sense to me. I don't know if I put it. I'll have to watch this back to see whether or not it's made sense properly. But I know what I'm trying to say. Whether I've actually said it or not, I don't know. So I apologise if I haven't.
No, it's okay. I do the same. I think I know what you're saying. It leaves because what happened was because the staff were walking away, and this woman came. She was a nightmare. She was a rage. She was completely drunk. She even during the daytime walking around, falling around all over in the street. Well, that's why she came in covered in blood, because she got hit by a car. This is how insane it was, and I called the police because she was also stealing people's cooking in front of them, and she'd taken something of mine that was really silly and small, but I said, whoever it is that's taken my whatever it was food item, can you stop doing that? Why? She came out, why? And came downstairs into the kitchen. So I called the police because the staff weren't doing anything, and I felt scared. And then the police said, well, you've got staff there to do something. I said, no, they're not. They're going now. They're going away for the night now, and I'm being left alone to... and there's CCTV as well.
Right.
So... But if you look up, there's a Facebook page called Survivors of the Saffron that went to the food bank, and it said, will staff stop picking on the disabled and the vulnerable? And that's before I was there.
Right.
The Saffron's got a terrible reputation. The things that I have seen, the people that I've seen things that you wouldn't otherwise get to see. Well, even in the psychiatric unit, the stories, the people, the situation.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I've said exactly what one girl at the Meadowfield psychiatric unit said. She said, temporary accommodation, supported accommodation, the psychiatric unit, all three the same. And I said, that's exactly what I said. And there's been a bit of a smear campaign because I went into Greg's the other day, and there's a red-haired woman, a mental health nurse, and she was demented. She started talking to me, and because I had a difference of opinion, she threatened me with security.
Right.
And security You're talking about security. This is what I mean. I've got so many stories.
She's a mental health. She's a mental health nurse. Did you say?
Yeah.
And she threatened you with security. Way to help somebody. What a way to help somebody.
I know. You could, the stuff I could tell you, you could make up. And because I'm very good at standing up for myself, I know how to handle bullies because I've had a lifetime of dealing with them. I just said that we'll agree to disagree. Well, you started it, and she threatened me with security. So I got terrified because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to be arrested. Will people just leave me alone? And when I spoke to Dan, the security guard, he said the way she reacted was as if you'd gone at her with a knife. And yet the other day, I heard security outside Primark complaining that no one was doing anything about children with knives.
Right.
I know that's the way, that's the country we're living in right now. It's like that's the way it is. But anyway, I just wanted to say how I ended up being charged with beating the police because you couldn't make this stuff up. So in the summer of 2020, I went to one of these hotels. It's probably best if I don't say which hotel it is, or I might slip of the tongue. I might say.
We don't mind.
Okay, all right. Well, I've said it in my YouTube channel, and anyway, but basically, I ended up self-funding. I'm going to say it. Sod it. Sorry. I ended up self-funding the Citrus Hotel, and I learnt. This is a hotel, by the way, that in 2018, the same year that I stabbed myself with a knife and Darren has got those stitches, the same year that I was mentioned in the Herald paper and dragged back to a psychiatric unit that didn't want to help me.
Right.
That same year, that was a hotel that the DGH hospital had sent me to through adult social care, and they turned me away. They said, we don't accept people from adult social care. So there I was with suitcases, homeless.
Right.
So I thought to myself, I'll go to this hotel and see if I can get them to put in a bit of a word for me. I'm not a manipulative person, but on this occasion, I thought, well, it's not being manipulative. I basically forwarded my email to Caroline Ansell, also to the manageress of the hotel.
Right.
And on the quiet, a receptionist had said to me that the Herald had once mentioned them as a lot of homeless people from Hastings were being sent there with nowhere to go, and it got out of hand for them. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. But I wasn't manipulating any information that they gave to me. I just thought, I've got to find a way to get someone to hear me out here. So I said, look, I've got these problems. The housing officer won't listen to me. The police aren't doing anything. I don't feel safe in my temporary accommodation. So what happened was I had emailed Caroline Ansell and I got a reply from her. It was the same old BS thing of, I'll contact the head of adult social care, the same old people that don't do they don't do anything. And then on the Wednesday, the 21st of October 2020, I had been for hours on the phone to the local government ombudsman and a social worker, complaining about my accommodation. I was meant to have a reference number. They were meant to be investigating what was going on at Elms Avenue because other people were complaining. And on that same day, I spoke to the manageress of the Citrus Hotel, and she suddenly changed towards me. She'd been all, fakey, what I now realise was fake. Spending 2 hours of what I thought was her precious time was my wasted time. Going, people like to say, oh, why don't you leave it in the past when you're in the thick of it?
Yeah.
And I said, and she just suddenly said, I think because the social worker had contacted the hotel as well, she said, "Oh, look, Bryony, we're not a hospital." And I said, I know you're not. Why are you suddenly talking to me like this? I've only forwarded my email to you and the MP. I just thought maybe you could put in a word for me. And she suddenly showed me her true colours. And she said, that I just don't want you here anymore. And while she stood there, a hotel guest in front of her said, if you don't get out of your room, I'm going to come in and drag your stuff out. So that put me into a state of panic. This is a manageress who'd already asked me to change hotel rooms because she said you can claim squatters' rights if you stay in the same hotel room for 1 month. Well, I've never heard that before because I've been self-funding this hotel room for 3 months and I'm paying for it. So I don't know. There just seems to be a mad thing going. A system. Well, as a welfare officer once said to me, there is no system, and he looked quite distressed when he said that. So yeah, I then find myself being threatened by a hotel guest in front of a manageress, and I've paid £2,000 odd out of my own pocket to self-fund the hotel for my safety. Yeah. Now I'm being threatened by what seems to be a paying guest or a council guest. I don't know. But then I ring 101, and this is where 101 has been. I could use some rude language, but I won't. I'll leave that to the imagination. The 101 call handlers have been absolute, you know what?
Yeah.
And I rang. I made a report. I said that the hotel manageress doesn't want me here anymore, and I'm funding this hotel for my safety. What do I do? Well, you know, I can't get involved. I said, well, I've just this minute been for hours on the phone to the local government ombudsman and a social worker, and I'm exhausted. And they're saying, well, they started hanging up on me.
Right.
So I thought, right, Bryony, hold it together. So I go back to my hotel room, and I've then got to, you couldn't make this up. It's designed to make you go mad.
Yeah.
I then try and make a complaint about the 101 call handler, and I'm having problems doing that. And it just got to a point where I thought, that's it. I've had enough. So my battery was already on red, and I walked out of the hotel in the dark. It was about 8:00 in the evening by now. And I said, right, 101 call handlers, thank you very much for terminating my calls. And I know this is going to sound like attention seeking, but I really don't care. I said, do you know where I'm going? Right now I'm walking up to Beachy Head. I'm slipping all over the mud. I'm in distress. And thank you very much for, you know, and
yeah.
You know, and then the battery cut out. So I don't care what people think. If people want to think I'm attention seeking, or
listen, Bryony, sometimes we say these things because we feel that we're not getting any. When I say attention, I don't mean attention. I mean we're not getting anybody listening. You know, people will keep pushing us aside, and sometimes we say something to purposely to grab somebody's attention, to actually finally go, right, fuck you, you will listen to me.
Yes.
And we say something in order to make them sort of sit up and listen a bit because we feel that we're being ignored. There's nothing shameful about it, nothing to be embarrassed about. We get to a point sometimes where we feel that we've got no other option. And when people aren't listening, this is why I know people that have been in prison for most of their life, they come out and they can't cope. So they they'll go and they'll do something that should send them back to prison, but it doesn't. It just gets them, told off by their probation officer. So then they'll go and do something more serious purposely so that somebody will pay attention to them and lock them back up again because they can't handle it on the outside. And the same situation for people that have got mental health issues. You get to a point where you feel that you've exhausted every avenue and you're getting absolutely nowhere with people. So we feel that we're left with no alternative other than to say or do something that will make them actually sit back and listen to what we've got to say and pay attention. So I totally get where you're coming from. I totally understand. There's nothing to be shameful about. Everybody gets to that point occasionally, even if they haven't got mental health issues. Everybody gets to a point where they get so pissed off with something that they'll say something that they don't necessarily mean, but it's said as a shock factor for somebody to go, "Oh, fucking hell, perhaps I should do something."
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real eye opener for me, and yeah, thank you. I'm so glad you understand, because it's like someone said to me, "You've got to know how to play the system," and I'm like, "Well, but I want to play the system." Oh, yeah, they said, "Oh, you know what I mean." But actually, the system has played me because I've now found myself in more traumatic and peculiar, insane circumstances than I was before. Because, because obviously I'm coming from a background where, like, I've had, because I've had more love and protection than the trauma side, and so I've had a sheltered life from the sort of the criminal world, and but I understand it. It's like, technically speaking, someone like me should have ended up on drugs or alcoholic, lying in a ditch or something, but yeah. I'm not, and I think people don't know how to take me because I even said to these absolute, which I haven't come to yet, these B words, that I said I'm no Mary Poppins, and they sort of have jumped on that and taken advantage of it, and I haven't quite got to that point yet. But basically, I've always done things the right way. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm the sort of person who complains about smoking in bus shelters and cycling on the promenade, which is illegal, and people have been hit, including a child, and and I nearly get hit sometimes. So things like that really bother me. So I'm sort of like someone who really, I'm not sort of, as I said, I'm not Little Miss Perfect. I'm no Mary Poppins, and but I do things the right way, and this is why I end up hurting myself as a result, because I've now what I'm about to tell you. So basically, I go up to the Beachy Head pub, and they say, "Oh, come in," and they actually said to me, "Sit down and we'll serve you." And I've still got the Beachy Head pub menu from that date. The irony, it came with me to. So I can't believe that this has all happened. But anyway, I sat at the back of the pub with my head in my hands, just absolutely at the end of I waited to be served a cup of tea, which I never had. I sat there. I had my head in my hands. I cried a bit, and I just thought, what do I do? Then PC Soap, a PC Broadway, PC Austin, who's a real thug, and I say thug because he's one of the ones who, in my partner's flat, when my partner once rang the police, I jumped out of the bath immediately in a state of, I don't know if Darren was doing this to scare me or to be controlling. I jump out of the bath, I throw my clothes on, I'm still wet, and he walks in. This is PC Austin,
right?
I'm just describing what he's like. And I'm kneeling at his feet to show that I'm no threat. And he grabbed me by the wrist and was trying to throw me out of Darren's flat with a sleeping bag. And I was crying. I had to get a nurse to look at my wrist. Oh, well, the home office train us to do that. That's PC Austin for you. And I noticed how he was sort of in the background because because he thought, oh, she'll remember me. The other two approached me, but I was already at that point of I said no, and I was fairly loud. I don't. Well, other people say my voice travels louder than I actually realise. And I was pointing to the door, very animated, going, "No, just leave." I was going, "Leave," like this, very, very animated. Perhaps a bit comical for some people. But I was so angry. I said, you, when I say you, obviously it wasn't them, it was the 101 call handlers. I said, you terminated my calls when I reported someone through the room. I said, just go. I don't want to talk to you. I said, and I repeated something under common law. I said, you're causing me distress. Because I've picked up bits and pieces along the way about common law. Obviously, you know, they know they've got someone who's vulnerable, who's sort of in a heightened state.
Yeah.
So the thing is, so what happened was PC Austin then approached the staff and said, do you want her here or not? Even the duty solicitor at the custody centre said, did they tell you to sit down and wait to be served? And I said, yes. So they were orchestrating it. He said, do you want it? They said, no, we don't. So they started grabbing me, and I said, get off. No, get off. You're causing me alarm. So, and they ended up, I couldn't believe this, they carried me, the humiliation of it. They carried me, and you might laugh at this, and you know, feel free to laugh, but I put my legs out to stop them from opening the door.
Right.
It's not, I mean, I'm laughing, but obviously it's not funny at the time that this is happening, obviously. It is traumatic. You know what I mean. So they then released me, and I end up looking, I don't know, I cringe at the thought of it, but I ran over to the Beachy Head chaplains to call out to Steve and Lynn, and they said, they're not there, Bryony. They later lied, saying that I was running all over Beachy Head,
Right.
which is a lie. I was just outside the pub and that little area there. And they said, you're not going back in the pub, but they'd already put me in this state of, it's put me in a state of heightened anxiety. So I went to go back in the pub at one point, and they tried to stop me, but it all happened because it happens so fast because I was in this heightened state. I can't remember, obviously, you know, I can't remember exactly what I said at that point because I was upset, but I know that they threw me against the police car, handcuffing me. One point because I'm so angry at everything that's been done to me already, I thought, my brain was telling me, if you don't say anything, you will regret it. If you don't sort of react in some way. So I kicked my leg out. They pulled a button off my lovely canvas trousers, put me in the car, and they were twisting the handcuffs, which was causing me pain.
Yeah.
And I said, you're hurting me. So I reacted. My instinct was to dig my nails in, which I've never done before, to stop them. And I noticed that PC Soper, I couldn't believe it. I could. I say I can't believe it. She said, right, did you get that? Did you get that? What's she done to you? And I thought, what the hell are these idiots doing? What's going on here? They've terminated my course. So they took me to the custody centre and they threw me to the cell floor and took my clothes off me. They stripped me down to my underwear. They took off the top half.
Right.
And I was shouting out, "Get the men out of here!" And they're pushing my head. I said, "I can't breathe." And I thought, this is the most heavy-handed they've ever been. I did say something in the police car that, as I said, this is not normal behaviour for me. But it's like people are pushing me and pushing me and pushing me to. It's been building up over such a long time, and I meant what I said. I made a comment about PC Austin was right next to me, and I made a comment about him not having a manhood.
Right.
And it doesn't feel nice to use, language that you wouldn't otherwise use.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was trying to not be graphic, so to speak, and maintain some dignity. But the thing is, these people have. It's like even while I was looking at him in the eye, these people, what they've done to me, the so-called the police. I'm at that point where I've said, I feel I've got to be careful what I say now, but I've said to people, I swear if they ever come near me on Beachy Head, I might end up killing one of them. Now, obviously, when I say something like that, I'm saying how they've made me feel. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but the thing is, what they've done to me is worse than the experience of the attempted rape, which I've laughed off. And the reason why is because these people are supposed to protect us and make us feel safe. I mean, I'm seething with anger. Sorry to shout. I've heard about what they did to that my lady friend has told me. My lady friend has told me, the witness that I've got, who's going to come with me to the police desk. She told me about it was on the news about this. It was in the Guardian. What was she? She's a doctor, and they strip searched her, and they said the most disgusting and things. They stripped. Oh my! I'm so angry for her, because if that was me, I tell you what, there's no amount of compensation or apologies in the world could, for the disgusting comments that they made about her underwear and everything else. I tell you what, these people aren't there's something not right with them. They're not human. They really, honestly, I've never in my life felt so much anger. Honest to goodness, I mean this. I just feel so angry about it. I've had the cell door slammed in my face just simply for asking very politely, "Do you have children?" And I know I know they don't like me because they want me to lose it, and I'm holding up a mirror to them, and I'm just so glad I'm not their children, because if they can do this to someone like me, and a doctor, if you see how shaken up this woman is. I mean, I am very self-absorbed. I talk about myself, but I wouldn't want what's happened to me to happen to anyone. And so when I see someone else who's vulnerable, all that doctor had done was give someone advice on a strip search.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to say what happened was just to wrap this, because I know I've taken up a lot of your time, but and I really do appreciate you listening to me. I just don't understand how. What happened was they've still got my clothes. I don't know what's happened to them. But basically they when I say use the word trafficked, I'm just using it loosely in terms of what the council and the police do. They took me on a section 136 to Eastbourne. I had my phone snatched from me by a group of nursing assistants while I was on the phone to Darren. They pinned me down, and I did the same thing again. I dug my nails in.
Shouldn't be trying to take your stuff away. As far as I'm concerned, somebody tried taking my stuff from me, they'd get the same treatment. Well, they might get a headbutt rather than nails, but they would know not to touch my stuff. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. They've done, but this has been a build-up of. This is exactly what I mean. This isn't just one thing. It's been a build-up of other things. I tell you what. I've said to people, they put it in. This is what I wanted to say. They put it in the Herald that I beat. They would. I tell you what. I'm a nice lady, but trust me, they would know if they'd been beaten by me. Trust me. I have had self-control for so long, and.
Listen. I was going to say, I can tell from your voice you're starting to get upset again.
It makes me so angry, though. They would know, because I do feel like if they come near me on Beachy Head, I feel like I could kill one of them. And I'm a nice person. I'm not someone who would.
I'm sure you are.
Absolute scum. They are scum. I really do mean it.
One thing to remember is all these people that are supposed to be there to help us get paid to help us. They get paid whether they help us or not. Remember that, okay? So when they go, I've got to deal with this person again, I can't be bothered, and they fob you off, they still get paid and go home at the end of the night. And we're left there in turmoil trying to sort our own shit out whilst they're at home with their family, getting on with their lives. They only want to help you because they're getting paid to help you. I don't get paid to do this. I've not been paid to sit here and talk to you. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know, and it means so much to me. I really do. Honest to goodness, you've done more for me than anyone has for a long time. Apart from my lady witness friend, I've told her that I'm on here,
right,
that I was going to ring. But it means so much to me. I'm so sorry because I don't want to take up. I just wanted to let you know what the outcome of that was, because I can't believe that they could do this to me. What they did, they took me to Worthing psychiatric unit. From Eastbourne to Worthing, I had that horrible Dorothy screaming and shouting at me, "You're going with these people!" And I thought, no, don't even give them what they want. I said, I've got my piece of paper here. I've already seen an AMP. My things are in the hotel. You're going with these people. So the contractors came. They've got contractors who work for that I didn't know about. They actually carried me into a white van.
Right.
I looked like a mental case because I was barefoot in hospital pajamas, and I was maintaining as much dignity as I could, which was being stripped away from me. When I went to the site, also, I'd like to also add, I was coerced into having a PCR test, which I didn't want. They said you can't come out of your room unless you have a PCR test.
Yeah, threats,
and I've heard that the PCR tests are contaminated, or some have been contaminated. But I thought, if I'm going to go mad in this room, it's going to be like another police cell. So they coerced me to have this. If you take this, they talk to you like you're a child. If you take this PCR test, and the number of times they take, can I take your blood pressure, Bryony? Can I take your blood pressure? And you think to yourself, you're testing my blood pressure. Yeah, I know. And they didn't want me to. I was the only person who was brave enough to. I say brave enough, who wanted to speak out at the meeting. And a nursing assistant came out and said, "Bryony, you're upsetting people." I said, "What do you mean I'm upsetting people? No one's..." She said, "Everyone's walking away." I said, "They're walking away because no one will speak up." I said, "Come on, people, it's a meeting. Speak up, or ever forever hold your, keep your silence, whatever. And it was just bullying, coercion. Come on, you've got to, right. We've been told. So as a result of that, I believe they didn't want me there anymore. They said, you're going back to Eastbourne. I said, I do not want to go back onto that Amberley ward. I was put through hell and torture. Well, you're going to have to. They bullied me into a corner. I had my phone. I said, Darren, I don't want to. So they made me go back to Eastbourne. They forced me.
Right.
Oh,
Listen,
they are.
Bryony, just hold on 1 second. Mudslinger, if you're still watching, if for some reason you find yourself in a situation that you need to talk to somebody, okay, and you start talking to them and they just start looking at the watch and going, oh, fuck's sake, hurry up, ain't you finished talking yet? Go on, get on with it. Right, I genuinely hope that's it. No, don't apologise. I genuinely hope, Mudslinger, that never happens to you. If you ever need to phone this channel for any reason, I will talk to you for as long as you need to talk for. Okay, if you're in a situation like this, if you're phoning up and you're talking about the news and stuff like that, we'll keep it short. Do you know what I mean? But if you're phoning up and you genuinely need to speak to somebody, I will afford you exactly the same. As I'm giving to Bryony here, okay? So please don't come on and start saying shit like she's been wasting your video, because it's not a waste of video. It's not a waste of time.
Sorry.
No, don't apologise, Bryony. It's not a waste of time. The only waste at the moment is you wasting your time making those silly comments. Now, you either don't want to listen, okay, don't want to be involved in the community, and you fuck off to another channel, or you do, and you have a bit of respect for people. Sorry, Bryony.
No. So I'm sorry. I was worried that might happen. I was worried that I don't want to take up your thing. I'm sorry.
Listen, let me just say, right, because we have been talking for a while, but let me say to you, I if you can email me after we finish talking. My email address is in the description. Just send me an email and say it's Bryony, we spoke on the phone. I will send you a telephone number, okay? And if you need to speak, you can give me a ring. Now, I can't always promise I can answer when you phone, but I will always call back as soon as I am able to, all right? But I could tell, right, you phoned up. I could tell that you needed to speak to somebody, so I've let you talk, okay? Don't apologise. You blatantly needed somebody to talk to, and I've given you that opportunity to talk. Now, I hope in some way that's helped you a little bit this evening. It's made you feel a little bit better, hopefully. But I will afford that to anybody that phones up and needs to talk, whether I'm on the phone for 10 minutes with them or whether they need to be on the phone for 2 or 3 hours. I don't care. Okay, sometimes people just need to talk, and if I can give them my time in order to help them feel better, and especially in situations some people that have watched this channel have been in, and they've phoned me and have messaged me afterwards and said, Dan, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be here now. Do you know what I mean? And that's simply because I've given some time to somebody, you know. And you get people in the comments that say, oh fucking, oh, they still on? Well, haven't they finished yet? Well, haven't they fucking gone home yet, or whatever? And that, to me, is so disrespectful. So disrespectful. And I won't have it.
I really, it means so much to me. I really, really do appreciate it, because I haven't had anyone to turn to apart from this lady. Because I promise I'll wrap it up now, because I'm so sorry, but it means so much to me. I'm not just saying this because I needed someone who has this understanding of not just obviously the police. There's the mental health side of it means so much, but what the police have done to me is just they basically I was put in this accommodation. Can I just? I will wrap this up for you, because I know I've spent so much time talking to you and taking up your. But it means so much. May I just play you a recording on my dictaphone of something? Because it's significant, because it was at 3 a.m. I'd rang 999 to report this this raging alcoholic on a criminal tag, threatening to beat me up in my council accommodation. And 3 hours later, a police officer who's known to be a bully by the locals, the manager of Poundland, has said he always picks on vulnerable homeless people. 3 hours later, he arrested me. I was taken before a counterfeit court. Well, I call it a counterfeit court. I never received any paperwork. I was in my pajamas, slippers, dressing gown, absolutely terrified. I just had this woman threatening to beat me senseless, and he was meant to be investigating her offences. This is what I'm trying to say. The police have been ignoring my phone call. They hang up on me. I was even arrested for purchasing this dictaphone that Sergeant Simmons told me or advised me to purchase to record antisocial behaviour. I even recorded the neighbours complaining. And 3 hours after I recorded this woman threatening to beat me senseless at 6 a.m., I was put in a police cell in pyjamas, slippers, terrified, thinking, what the hell is going on? He said, he showed me his phone. He said, we have a warrant for your arrest. Because I thought, oh, goody, you've turned up to rescue me. Oh, we have a warrant for your arrest. I said, what? And I was taken before the court. And basically, the long and short of it was the CPS. My eyes were still glued together. I was like, what's going on? And the CPS threw it out of the court that I never received court papers. Why? Because they'd gone to the very accommodation that I was trying to stay away from previously for my safety. And I'm in the same circumstances now that I was in then. So may I just... do you mind if I just... I know it's neither here nor there, but would you mind if I just play this to you?
We can try it. We can see if we can hear it. It may or may not come through very well for the listeners, but we can give it a go.
Yes, sure. I understand. Thanks. Just so that you know that I'm not just, just... Oh, hang on.
Because I'll swear down, I will come up and I'll fix you shit, dirty little bitch. I'll fix your story. Brian, I'm not fucking joking. I'm not fucking joking.
And that's me. And that's me ringing 999.
Right. Who was that shouting at you?
That's another licensee in the building.
Right.
Please.
Yeah. So that's you get the anyway. The idea. Yeah. So that's just one incident of one of the licensees that was. She kicked the door while I was locked in the bathroom. Let me just. I need to add another bit. Just days after I'd been, up on Beachy Head and the psychiatric unit, the council put me in this place. And just days later, in November of 2020, I was attacked whilst I was in the bath, and I thought this woman was going to kill me. And guess who turned up and thought it was funny? PC Austin, PC Broadway, and a different police officer. But two of the ones who had done what they'd done to me up on Beachy Head, and they found it funny. I was in my towel. I was shaking. This girl was a big girl, and I tell you what, girls can be more scary than men. Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
She's a lot. This woman was a lot younger than me, but she had quite a bit of meat on her. All I'd done was complain to the property managers about a bit of noise, and Justin, the property manager, was saying, "Has she got men there?" I didn't realise that the council knew that drugs are being dealt there and all these things were going on. The neighbours knew it had a bad reputation. And this lovely lady, I've told her that I've called you tonight. and I'm so glad I've done it.
Right.
I kept going onto the street in my dressing gown saying help because the police kept arresting me. I had a year of hell in that place, which is why I'm self-funding this hotel for my safety. I've live streamed another licensee attacking me in the early hours, blood left on my door, police doing nothing, neighbours woken up. I mean, you wouldn't think this was Eastbourne. It's more like East London by the sea or something.
Yeah.
But it's Eastbourne is not a nice place to be. I'm not joking. I'm scared. I've also recorded the staff verbally abusing me. One of them called me an effing, what did he call me? One of the contractors, the A&A contractors, called me an effing spastic. The other one referred to John Patterson as a nutcase.
Right.
And this is why I've been going a little bit out of my mind, because I don't know if Darren's behind it. Well, Darren would say,
I'll tell you what I want you to do, Bryony, okay, is I want you to email me. To promise me you're going to email me, because I want some information off of you. Okay, I'm going to try and help you as best I can. I want some information. Off you, but we won't do it on here. We'll do it in private through email.
Thank you.
But yeah. I also just want to say to Aaron Hodges in the comments, fuck off then. If you're going to be like that, you despicable piece of shit. If you don't like what's going on the channel, fuck off. It's simple as that. Sorry.
I appreciate you standing up for me. I really needed someone to do that. I've had people calling me C words. I've been terrorised. I've been followed to the toilet. I've had this nutcase, the one that you've just heard on my dictaphone. She'd follow me to the toilet, and she was saying, "You're an effing head case. You're an effing head case. You're going to end up sectioned. You're going to end up sectioned." Honest to goodness, if I'm telling you, this lady witness, she's not, if she doesn't mind me saying, she's had cancer. She's still not out of the woods yet. This lady saw me on the street in my dressing gown, and I said, "Would someone please help me? The police won't do anything." And these drunks came out of nowhere, and one of them started having a go at her. I crossed the road. I said, "I don't even know where these people have come from. They don't even live in the property."
Right.
And I thought, crumbs, I hope, they're trying to make it look like I'm a mad woman when I'm actually just a normal person with mental health problems who's bereaved, who's being made to... Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It's easier for people to label you as a nutcase than it is to sit down and talk to you and find out what's going on. It's far easier for people, like in the comments here. Now, I genuinely don't often get like that with people, because most of the time people are pretty good and the mods are brilliant. And as soon as I noticed that as soon as that message came up from Aaron, Lost Souls Paranormal sorted it out. But I will not have people taking a piss or abusing people that phone in on this channel specifically, okay? Because I know what it's like when you need somebody to talk to, and if you've got somebody trying to dismiss what you're saying, you're doing your best, you're fighting your hardest to get people to understand that whatever's going on in your head is important to you, and people try and dismiss that, which winds you up even more, which puts you in even more of a state, okay? And I'm not going to have it on this channel, okay, from anybody. I don't care who you are, even if you've been here for a long time, I will fuck you off. Simple as that. Not having it. I don't care if you want to slag the police off like we do sometimes. And when I start putting my videos out again, by all means, have at it. But when people phone up on these live streams and they need somebody to talk to, do not come into the fucking comments giving it the big un because you're hiding behind your computer screen, because you're just being a twat and you will be booted from the channel permanently.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. I thought I had a feeling I might attract yeah, all of that.
Listen, it's only a couple of people. It's only a couple of people. Considering we've had around 150 people or so watching, and by the way, you've got another 20 odd subscribers.
I mean, I'm not so much. Some people might think I'm a withering whatever. I know how to handle bullies, but when it's in your own home and that you don't know what these people are capable of. I believe the A&A contract, the man who gave me the key to the place, he said to me and Darren that he had walked in on dead bodies in one of their properties. Now, I don't know if he was pulling my leg. I have heard that in some of these places, like Kendall Court in New Haven, apparently there were dead bodies. And,
right.
But then they started, like, the man who told how I found out that I had been mentioned in the Herald as beating the police. You could not make this up. It was the next door neighbour, and he's quite like he's a sort of man who's how can I say this in a polite way? He knows how to handle himself, and he said I told the staff. I told Justin he wasn't interested, that they were following you. They were locking you outside and laughing, and the staff were bullying you. And he said, did you know that you were mentioned in the Herald as beating the police? I said, no, they beat me, but thank you for standing up for me. And it was in the summer that he said this to me in July. And funnily enough, he said this while I was here in the hotel, because I'd been bullied out of there by another idiot who drunkenly assaulted me in front of CCTV that I fought to get installed, because there was a notice saying we have 24-hour CCTV. They didn't have any. When they did install it, the camera was right outside my room, right outside my door. And the police and the property management said, we can't find it. That's rubbish. It was while I was on the phone to 999 and she was assaulting me. And I said, she kicked my door right in front of the camera. What do they think? They know I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
You couldn't make this up, though. You've got the neighbours complaining, and then you couldn't make this up. They had someone from the council come out, wait for it, to issue me with a Section 40, was it a Section 43, an antisocial behaviour order. Why? Because I'd gone to the building to ask for the witnesses, and this lady who's a witness who'll provide an affidavit of truth that I've mentioned to you.
Yeah.
She's a visitor to the Riverbourne house. And I'm banned from going anywhere near the Riverbourne house. And it was her friend that gave me a disguise. I know this is going to sound a bit comical, and feel free to laugh. One time she gave me a disguise, and it's like something out of a comedy. And I put a hat on and a coat on over my dressing gown. And it's one of those moments where you think, where is my life going? They twice in 1 week they arrested me for doing what they told me to do. This is Sussex Police. A sergeant told me to get right. Honest to goodness, one time you can laugh if you like. I reported someone had put human feces in the bin. I reported it as environmental hazard.
Right.
And my OCD is like going out of the, this is what causes OCD, this insanity. And I told one of the cleaners, and the cleaners started acting as if I was a nutter. Keep away from me. And one of them said, oh, I'm going to effing punch her in the face. And I said, and I thought, Bryony, stay as calm as you can. They're trying to make you look like a nutter. I even recorded one of the licensees, another licensee who attacked me, and you couldn't make this stuff up. I recorded another licensee who later assaulted me, saying that John and Justin, the property manager and the A&A contractor, were working with the council to get me sectioned.
Right.
And I said, thank you for that, Roxanne. I've got that recorded. And I just thought, just stay calm. I don't know how I've managed to survive being in that place. My stuff is still in the room. I'm actually worried. I'm too scared to go anywhere near the road, let alone my room. This is why I'm so glad this has just come out like a ball of fire speaking to you, because me and this lady have got to go to the police desk. Well, I need to go to the police desk because on the 7th of October last year, 2021, I had the most terrifying experience. All I'd done was I thought they'd forgotten all about, because the CPS had thrown it out of the court that I never received court papers. And I've got to be careful who I mention right now, but Andy Devine, I don't know if you've heard of him, but he was John Patterson's power of attorney, and he was the one. I don't ask me why, but there's been some weird sort of behaviour in the truthers community, and I don't know if I mean I can't talk about what I don't know for sure, but Andy Devine had said to me before he blocked me, you need paperwork. You need. I don't understand quite. I couldn't quite take it all in. He did behave a bit strangely towards me, but I don't feel comfortable to say that live on here.
Right. Well, as I say, we can speak off air. If you email me, and I'll reply to you with a phone number. And then when you need to, you can just call me. As I say, if I can't answer at the time, I will call back. But sometimes,
Thank you so much.
I think I've got to say, I think you've been incredibly brave to come on here and speak about this. Now, I know that
thank you.
I know that we don't know who you are. We don't know who Darren is. So you've got that protection in a way. Because nobody here knows who you are. But you have the opportunity to speak here. If there's some things that you're not comfortable talking about in a live stream situation, okay, I'm more than happy to speak to you offline at some point. I just wanted to say to you that I talk about this community and how there are some fantastic people in this community. Well, you have now got. Hold on, let me refresh it. You've got 41 new people who have subscribed to you, because I would hasten, or I would suggest that the majority of them are more than happy to be an ear for you to bend if you need it.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, because I have been sort of maybe overthinking in some of my live streams, but that's only because when you're on your own and you're dealing with all this insanity around you, you think you never know when you're thinking, gosh, Darren has said to me, I've looked in his eyes and I've said, have you ever said anything detrimental? And he'd say to me, Bryony, I don't have it in me to do something like that. We're talking about someone who's an expert on the Hebrew, Aramaic Bible scriptures.
Yeah.
And I've ended up calling Darren things that aren't in my vocabulary. I went from calling him beautiful to devil to that horrible word that I've been called so many times that isn't in my vocabulary. That horrible. I once called him. I even feel ashamed to admit this. I once said the see you next Tuesday. But it was like I was possessed, basically. It's like being possessed, when you take I'm going to make sure that never ever happens again. But I've had so many people bullying me, and even in just that one property where my stuff should be, and I really am worried about my stuff, because the council kept making me street homeless. My stuff, they kept saying, I only have to complain about, as I said, all these basic things, and then I find myself going into the police desk on the 7th of October last year just to say, I've got this lady witness friend. She's witnessed my terrorism at the property. And then I sort of, because I've got such a big mouth in it, and I say things that most people wouldn't normally say. Yeah, I started saying about Matt Taylor exposing Katie Bourne. I said something about the Freemasons, and me being sort of going into overdrive, superwoman sort of thing, and then just from that, and I wasn't acting any bizarre way. I sat calmly with the PCSO talking. There was this really something horrible about this woman behind the desk. She was rolling her eyes at her colleague. They said, wait there. They went away. They left me with the PCSO talking, sitting down talking like a normal person. Then they come out and they bring PC Soper and PC Broadway. They handcuff me. They said, right, Bryony, we're arresting you because you failed to turn up for court. And I thought, right, Bryony, stay as calm as, because I'm getting used to it now. It's sort of like the trauma has made me, they've molded me into a sort of, I'm not the same as what I ever was before. I'm sort of like, what the hell is going to happen to me next, sort of thing. That they could arrest me for breaking wind,
Yeah.
And I'm in the police car with them, and I thought, right, come on, think. So I said, are you on your oaths? Yes, I got them to admit it. They said that it was being filmed. Now, people have since said to me, you've got to be so careful what you say. But the thing is, I can't keep my big mouth shut. So I started to give my date of birth, and then I stopped, but it was too late because I'd already said my name and my date of birth and and it was 24 hours and I don't care what anyone says. They can call me whatever they like. I don't care. It was 24 hours of non-stop torture. I'm speaking for myself. I don't care what anyone says. I'm speaking me. This is me. They said, we've put it down that you've refused your rights. Wow. Who in their right mind would refuse their rights anyway? I asked to have my rights. They did give me food and drink, but they were this is the worst they've treated me to date. It was almost like, we're really going to get you this time. This is what it felt like. I said, and asking for toilet paper. I said, I haven't got any toilet. They threw it through the door.
Do you know what, Brian? So I'm sorry to interrupt you there. You just mentioned the word toilet paper. Now, I don't need to use toilet paper, but I do need to use the toilet. And
sorry.
No, it's fine. I've purposely held off as long as possible so you can talk. Because the last thing I want to do is cut you off while you're talking about something that's as important. But
sorry.
No, stop it. Stop saying sorry. Please, in the description is an email address. Please drop me an email so I can respond to you with a phone number. It just text me on it first, okay? So I can save your number. And that way, if you need to call me, you can phone me. I'll see your name pop up and I'll be able to answer. I know it's you and I'll be able to answer it as soon as I possibly can. But listen, the last thing I wanted to do is to cut you off because, you're talking about something that's important to you. And obviously, from the sounds of it, you've needed to talk to somebody.
Thank you so much.
And I hope that in some way we've been able to help you in some way this evening.
Yes.
The last thing I want to do is to leave this conversation thinking that you were still not feeling so good. Okay, we've had conversations before with people when they've phoned up, and I've purposely kept them chatting because I didn't want them to go because of how they sounded on the phone, and I was scared that if I let them go, then I might not see them again on the chat, if that makes sense. And that's the absolute last thing I want to do. So so please forgive me for having to cut this short now.
No. It's okay. So thank you so much. I know I've spoken for so long. I really, really appreciate it. So if I email you, sorry, I do this thing where I listen, but I don't listen. Sorry. Sorry.
Just email me. Just email me. Email address is in the description of the video. So just email me. Just say it's Bryony. If you email me tonight and say it's Bryony, I'll respond tonight so I know that I've sent it to you with a phone number. Okay, and then when you get a chance, whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's next week, whenever, just text me and just say it's Bryony. It's all you need to do. Okay, and I will I'll save your number. I won't pester you. I won't phone you out of the blue or nothing. Okay, I'll save it so that I know that it's you calling if you need to call and talk.
No, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. I'll do that. Thank you so much for. I know I've taken up a huge. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I feel
these
so much better.
These live streams, they normally go on for 4, 5, or 6 hours. So don't worry about it. It's all good.
No, thank you so much. Really, I can't thank you enough.
You're more than welcome.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you're more than welcome.
You're
part of the community now. So many people in the comments section that have been watching this video feel that they know you. They feel your pain, okay, and that's why so many people have gone over and subscribed onto your channel. So you'll notice that some of them will start commenting on your videos. These are the people generally that you can reply to, and you'll probably become quite good online friends.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you to them. Yeah, it really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I feel like a weight has been, lifted, and thank you so much. I keep saying thank you, but I don't know how else to word it.
It's all right. It's better than saying sorry all the time. So there you go. It's all good.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
You're more than welcome.
And your compassion. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Okay. Well, I'll look out for your email address. As I say, I'll send a number over to you as soon as I see your email, so you've got it. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll do that then. Thank you so much.
No problem. No worries. You look after yourself, and remember,
thank you very much.
It's not just me. There's a community here of people that are more than willing to, if they can, help you. If even if it's just for somebody to talk to.
Thank you, and thank you to them as well. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, I feel so much better that I very nearly didn't phone you, but it was that all or nothing thing. So thank you so much.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did.
Oh yeah, me too. Thank you so much.
All right, no worries.
Yes.
Listen,
thank you.
You look after yourself, and I'll speak to you shortly. All right.
And you. Thank you so much.
All right, Bryony.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much.
It's fine. Bye. I'm sorry. I know people are trying to get through on the phone. Forgive me. I'm going to have to turn the phone off just for a moment. It'll take my earphones off as well. I will come back in a few minutes once I've been free, and I'll resume taking calls. Listen, I just want to say to people in the chat, listen, thank you so much to the majority of people in the chat, or 99.9% of people in the chat there. those of us that suffer from mental health issues or have suffered from mental health issues, not so much people that know somebody that suffered from mental health issues, but those of us that go through it or have been through it, we understand how difficult it can be to open up and talk to people. And the fact that Bryony's come on, and I don't mean to embarrass you, Brian, or anything like that, the fact that Bryony's come on and she's been so open about what's going on, what can we do? We can only commend that. Do you know what I mean? It's very difficult for people to open up, especially, you know, on a live stream of all things. I mean, how brave is she for opening up on a live stream like that? Do you know what I mean? I mean, respect. There's so many people out there in a similar situation that have nobody to talk to. As I said earlier, the people that are there, and I'll have to be quick because I've literally got to tie a knot in it. The people that are out there supposed to be there to help us. They get paid to help us. They get paid whether they help us or not. So when you've got somebody that offers their time, whether it's me on the phone, whether it's somebody in the comments that's offering their time out of their day to give to somebody to let them talk, you've got to give that person massive respect. Do you know what I mean? And they're doing it not because they're getting anything out of it, because they genuinely want to help somebody. And these are the people that we need to find in our lives that we can speak to, people that we can talk to openly without fear that they don't give a shit, because they're putting their time, they're putting time out of their life aside for us, which shows that they give a shit. Do you know what I mean? Right, just going through. Hello, Fluke Dog. Right, somebody said somewhere about the about me GoFundMe. The GoFundMe has stalled a little bit, although there's £65 in chat revenue, which, by the way, I didn't notice those super chats. So thank you so much to those of you who have put a super chat in. I really appreciate it. That 65 quid I've got to wait till next month to get, which will obviously go on the equipment that I'm trying to get. But the GoFundMe has stalled at 1,100, I think it is, or 1,180, something like that. This 65 obviously will go towards that. So let's say 1,250. Let's call it 1,250. We're at the moment. But it has stalled. Done really well in the first couple of days, but now nobody's sort of seeing it or whatever. So, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly, and you know, we will get there ultimately. Right. So I'm just going to put this now onto. Be right back with a bit of 70s porn music for you. I know how much you will love that, and I will be back in just a few minutes. And we're back. Joe Public, are you still there? You said Janine's been arrested again. Do you know what for? Oh, Kim, I might have changed the music to something else then. Smudge is eating at the moment. I've just had to dish him some food out. He was whinging for some food. Right. One woman vigilante, you are most welcome. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
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 Hi, I'm calling in because my mum's been arrested falsely.
Right, okay. What tonight?
So, yeah, we had police officers come to the house and they were really rude.
What's happened?
Pardon?
What's happened?
So, yeah, it was about 8 o'clock and we had a knock on the door. They rang really loudly and they forced their way into our house. They were abusing her and abusing me verbally.
What was the arrest for?
She was arrested for apparently counterfeit goods, although I don't really see why. But yeah, they took her off to the station for zero reason. And they were really rude to us and illegal.
Did any of them have their body cameras on?
They didn't. Well, they had them on, but they weren't recording with them, I don't think.
Right, okay. Bit hard to sort of give any advice without a bit more information. Right, so they turned up about 8 o'clock. Did they force entry or did they?
Yeah, so we opened the door and they just pushed us aside and walked in. Basically.
Okay. Did they show a warrant?
No, they didn't. They just came in.
Did they say they had a warrant?
Yeah, they did, but they didn't really show us anything.
Right. Okay. Now they're supposed to show you the warrant.
Yeah.
When they
Do you know
come
how I
in.
would like report them or anything?
Well, no, they should have. If they're doing an arrest on a warrant, they should have their body cameras on, or somebody should have had their body cameras on. If they didn't, then that's not so good for them. But
Yeah.
the chances of them getting done for it is quite slim. They'll probably just get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
The first thing you want to do is you need to find out what's happening to your mum. Okay, so it's the first thing you need to do. So they may not tell you anything. But I would try phoning the station and ask if she's okay. They're not going to let you speak to her unless she wants to phone you. But you want to. I'd phone the police station and find out she's okay first of all. Again, it's difficult because she's your mum. She may or she may not want to phone you and let you know what's going on. She may want to use her phone call phoning somebody else. Make sure she's got. Do you know whether or not she's got legal representation?
I don't think so.
Right, so they'll probably give her a duty brief. If she's never been arrested before, she's going to find it very upsetting and confusing. But hopefully they've given her or offered her a duty brief.
Yeah.
A duty brief should tell her to say no comment to everything. Should, and then write a prepared statement. That's what should happen. Whether it does or doesn't, we don't know until your mum comes out and lets you know. Once you know what's going on, the chances are she's going to get whatever is happening. She's going to get bailed. Okay, a counterfeit. And I'm not suggesting she's done anything, by the way, but a counterfeit charge is not something they're going to hold her on remand for.
Okay.
Did they give any kind of information as to the counterfeit goods? What it might be?
She'd been involved in distributing them to different people and whatever, but she hadn't.
Okay. Did they search the property?
Yeah, so they went in my room, they went in her room, they went in our attic, and they went in all the rooms and stuff, and opened all the cupboards and wardrobes.
And they found nothing.
No.
Right.
But they still.
No, I get that. No, the reason I say they found nothing is because sometimes people, you're not thinking about what they're looking for. Sometimes, and I don't know you, so don't take this the wrong way. I don't know anything about you. Sometimes the police will have a nose round and they'll find something like maybe a small bit of weed or an old note that you've not spent because that it's counterfeit, for example, and you've left it in a drawer in the kitchen. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Stuff you put away and forget about. So sometimes they find stuff like that. Which is why I asked you if they found anything. But if they've not found anything they're looking for with regards to counterfeit goods, then they're going to have to bail her because they've got no evidence unless she tells them that she's been doing it. Which if she hasn't, she won't. But she honestly needs to go no comment, which a decent brief should tell her to do. When she's out tomorrow, you want to ask her as well. This is one thing that people always forget to ask for is their custody record.
Right. Nobody
ever asks for their custody record. They wait until they're out and then they do a subject access request for all of the information, but they never ask for their custody record. Now, when I was arrested on the 12th in London, a few hours before I was let out, I said to them, right, you've got enough time to get my custody record ready, make sure it's ready for when I leave. And they did. Yeah. You don't get an awful lot of information on that, but there's enough information on there to see if the police have done anything wrong whilst you was in custody.
Yeah.
So when she comes out, she needs to do a subject access request. Okay, she needs to ask for the custody record. She needs to ask for any and all body cam footage, which there should be if they've served the warrant on the property. Any search they're supposed to do with their body cams on to prove that they're not planting evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to do that. You need to ask for a copy of the warrant.
Yeah.
Okay. And unfortunately, until you've got all of that stuff and you can look at that physical stuff in front of you, it's very difficult to say what to do next.
Yeah.
But I cannot stress enough that you need to do the subject access request, and the main thing is to see whether is the warrant and the body cam footage. But you do that. You go to your local police station website, your local police service website, data protection or subject access request, and it will take you straight to the page which you can do that on. Yeah. It's very difficult for me to give any more information than that at the moment. I mean, I'm sorry. I feel sorry for you, obviously, and your mum, especially. If she's never been in trouble with the police before, it can be a very upsetting situation to be in. And unfortunately, that is used against people because they use that confusion and that upset to trip people up into saying things. And even telling them the truth can be used against you, which is something that a lot of people don't realise. What I'll ask you to do. Sorry, what's your name? First name.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron. What I'm going to do, Aaron, is I'm going to ask you to drop me an email. Email address is in the description. Drop me an email and just say it's Aaron. My mum got arrested. And what I'll do is everything I've just told you, I'll put in an email. Okay, and I'll send back to you. And then if you need me to look at anything, or if you want to come back to me and ask me for any further information or any further advice, then you can respond back to me on the email. Okay, and I will see if there's anything that I can do. If I can't, I know people that probably can.
Thank you.
All right, so I can almost guarantee some kind of help. Whether it's from me or from somebody else.
I appreciate that.
All right, but try. I know it's difficult. It's your mum. You know, you're going to worry about your mum, but if she's anything like my mum's getting on a bit now. I'm 43, so my mum's a bit. You sound younger than I am, but my mum's been around the block a few times, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? She's quite resilient, but there's a lot of people that aren't. And when they're in that situation, it's as I say, it's very upsetting, very confusing, and again, it can be used against a person being in a confused state. So when she comes out, which she'll be out tomorrow at the very latest, okay? They're only allowed to hold her for 24 hours at most. Chances are they'll deal with it quite quickly if it's a first offence, and due to the fact that she's obviously an older lady. So I'm hoping that they'll deal with it quite quickly. But when she comes out, I'll find out what they've said, what the brief said to her to say. Come back to me with it. Let me know. Because if your brief has turned around and told her to, just be honest with them, it will be better for her in the long run, blah, blah, blah. If your brief has said anything like that, come back to me, fuck that brief off, and I'll put you in touch with one that will actually give you some proper advice.
All right. I appreciate your help.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. I hope.
Fuck you bald twat.
Who, me? Oh, hang on. Well, that sounds like a fucking wind-up. Hold on. Right, hang on a minute, caller. Just give us 1 second. Well, I don't know what the fuck that was all about. Fuck off, you bald twat. Try and offer somebody some help. Because you expect them to be being honest, and they want to come on and fucking abuse you and then hang up on you. All right, fair enough. That's how it works, is it? Okay, Mr. Anonymous, as it says on my screen.
Yeah, Dan, it's Bobby.
Hello, mate. You all right?
And I've had asked yourself.
Not so bad. Not so bad.
I've just been listening to that woman, that poor woman on the phone.
I know.
Fucking
mental, isn't it?
That's disgusting. Now, I don't know why people abuse those sorts of people. It makes me sick. They need help. It doesn't matter if what she's going through is real or not. She believes that to be real. And you get people. I saw a few comments on your live stream as well, saying this. Just leave that sorts of people alone.
Yeah.
They need help. And if you can, like I said to me, live stream, I give you my number if you want to call me, Dan. I could talk to her. Up to the day. I might have the answers, but I'm there to listen.
No, I get that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I put a link in the. No, Bryony, you didn't waste my precious time. It's not precious. I mean, I'm 43 years old. I mean, I've lived my best life so far. It just gets worse from here on out for me. But listen, my time, okay, is at the moment it's spent between me and Smudge, and that's it, okay. And Smudge doesn't deserve it half the time, so I'm more than happy to give my time. But this is one of the reasons why I gave your your channel out. Bryony, is because there's people in the in this community that will want to help you, and rather than me passing numbers and stuff like that, it gives people the opportunity to contact you directly through your comments on your videos, and then you can sort of connect if you want that way, rather than me being the middle. Does that make sense?
That's fine. And like I said, I'm disgusted at some people.
Yeah.
I just think, let them live. They're still a human being. End of the day, I believe every person's got some sort of mental deficiency or mental illness. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
Like the Queen, Prince Andrew fucking shagging kids. To down to the lowest of the low. Now, I can say to people, like, I had an argument the other day. This is so stupid. An argument with Bed's girlfriend. She pisses me off so much, Stan. The argument was over a washing machine, a 40-kilogram washing machine.
Right.
I said, there's more important issues in life than a fucking washing machine.
Oh God, yeah, of course there is. Yeah, absolutely.
Like what it was, Dan, she's coloured, and I can explain this. I bought a pack of clips, she bought a pack of clips.
Yeah.
And I got 22 clips, she got 21 of their clips.
Yeah, and they'll whinge about it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I had my berserk on it. I said, listen, love, I don't give a fucking hell. I'm not asking what you think, because she said I had white privilege. I said, because I've got a 40-kilogram washing machine. The reason why I bought the washing machine is to wash my duvets and my bedding. And she went on and on and on. I said, love, there's fucking people dying of COVID all over the place, mental issues, and you're talking about fucking stupid washing machine.
Yeah.
I chucked it out, and that's what I mean. There's people out there arguing about stupid things, and there's more important things to argue about. Now, this is the truth. This is what's happened because of lockdown. There's a lot of more people. Just imagine that poor woman who's had to live alone because she couldn't see anybody. There's a lot of people who's going through hell because of lockdown. And nobody's talking about that, man. There's nobody talking about people dying, having saw their loved ones.
Yeah.
The people are talking about stupid things and making stupid comments about people's lives. That poor woman needs help. I don't say in a nasty way or anything like that. If I could help her, I would. I would help anyone. Then. If you came to me and said I need help, I try. I might have the phone and all the answers. I try to help you in my best way. It might be the right way or the wrong way, but my way of life is I'd rather help somebody to next down the line if I need help about something. When I met you on Facebook about the 3 coppers in the hospital, was going to ask me because I was talking about your channel.
Yeah.
Now, if I didn't message you, I probably would have said, "Oh, fucking hell, I'll get arrested here." That's what I mean. If you need help, you ask somebody to get it. Doesn't matter if people think you're nuts, you're fucking crackers, you're lunatic. If they believe what they're saying in their mind is true,
then it's important to them. Yeah, if what they're thinking is getting them down, then it's important, and it's important to that person. Which and to dismiss it or to play it down is the wrong thing to do. By doing that, you what you're doing is you're teaching people not to talk about stuff, and that's where we get an issue, because people hide stuff away until they get so pissed off and upset and frustrated with it, they go and do something that out of frustration. So we need to be there to help people where we can.
That's what I mean. And I don't get people, these so-called what can I explain this? People talking about insulating houses. blocking up roads.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? There's more important things to do. People do this and do this. Like, there was about the statue in the BBC statue.
Yeah.
Now, like, that's in our lifetime. That got put up in our lifetime.
Yeah.
There's people talking about crap happened 300 or 400 years ago. Doesn't matter to us at this moment. Now, like I had to argue with another one about that statue, Dan. I said, a paedophile's a paedophile, Dan. I said, it's been proved that he had sex with his kids and his sister and his dog. I said, that's not only Dan. I guarantee you, he's abused other kids. Why is that down? See, that's what I'm saying. There's people who is just pissed.
Yeah.
What they think is publicity with people. People with mental illness, and I'm not being that horrible. They should get talked about a lot more because.
Of course they should. That's not. Of course they should. But again, this is the problem. People downplay how other people feel because they don't understand how they feel. And I know how that feels. There's a lot of feelings going on here. I know how that feels because I've been on both sides. I've had to deal with people with mental health, and I've dealt with mental health myself and still do. So I understand it from both sides. So I understand how important it is to be able to have somebody or a platform, shall we say, to talk to people about how you feel in a safe way where you're not going to get abused, you're not going to get told to fuck off, you're not going to get told to shut up and grow up and pull yourself together. You know what I mean? Yes, sometimes that's what you need to be told. Sometimes you need to be told to pull yourself together. But that's rare cases. Most of the time, you just need somebody to listen to what you've got to say. Whether they can help you or not is neither here nor there. But being able to get that stuff off your chest is massively important.
Well, that's what I was saying. A problem shared is a problem half, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, now, I'm really mad here, Dan. I'm trying to control my words because I don't want to have your live stream as an X-rated one, know what I mean? So I'm trying to throw my words here because I'm really mad. It gets me so mad, Dan. My mum was had mental problems, Dan.
Yeah.
And since I was a kid, I don't want to swear, Dan. To be honest with you, I'm trying to control myself here. I know what I haven't done. I probably have some mental problems, Dan. But if I talk to my bird, she told me to fuck off, basically. And my girlfriend's mate, she really winds me up. She winds me up. She would argue about the most stupidest things ever. It doesn't matter, like a pack of crisps. She would argue. And I just get wind up. I said, I be honest with that, I'm then trying to stop myself from going there. It's just that I hate people who slag other people off because of what they mental illness, what they believe. It doesn't matter that they could believe they are the Napoleon. If they believe it, so what?
Yeah.
Let them believe whatever they want to believe. If it doesn't affect you, or like my mum was really bad, she was in the hospital, in and out of the hospital. So it affected me, but I could say, well, if it doesn't affect you personally, why are you slagging it off?
Yeah.
Why are you slagging this woman off? It's not impacting your life. If she believes that the police are after her, then maybe they are.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Exactly.
It's their belief. It's their own belief. So people out there need to wind their neck in and just let people live what they want to believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. I don't blow smoke up your ass, Dan, but I said to you loads of times, you give people a voice, you haven't got a voice. And that just proves tonight that you are a top bloke in my eyes. I don't know you personally, ins and outs of your life, but you give people a voice. Any other channel that I would have believed that would have been put on, like, they would have said, oh, yeah, drop, put the phone down on it.
Yeah.
What you spoke for a long time, let her say what she had to say. And at the end of the course, and she sounded like she's upbeat.
Yeah.
You give her happiness for half an hour or so, whatever it was. And then whenever and you answered the phone, you said something about the fella, it was like you're off, and your phone, you're off and called you a baldy bastard or something. Fuck him off, that. You know what I mean? Not being funny. Why hasn't he spoke to that woman? Why hasn't he done something else? Why hasn't he done a channel? If you believe something else, do his own channel. You probably get some thickos. Like, it doesn't matter, Dan. I can put a channel, fella. I believe in the Loch Ness. You probably get hundreds of people who believe in that.
Yeah.
Same. And I'm sorry, Dan. I'm trying to. I don't believe people how nasty and vindictive people are.
I know.
Let people live. Let people do whatever they want. I don't care if you're black, white, Chinese.
Well, that's why I said when I called it out. That's why I said, look, if they were one of the people that needed to phone in and talk to me, I would afford them exactly the same luxury as I give everybody else, and let them talk, whether it's for 10 minutes or an hour or two or whatever it might be. If they need to talk to somebody, and you can tell from the sound of people's voice as well sometimes, you know, that it's not time to let them go yet. And so sometimes I make the decision to keep the conversation going. Sometimes I let them keep talking, depending on how they sound, you know, what they're saying and the tone of their voice and whatnot. But yeah, like with that phone call I just got, you know, here's somebody that I told to do one because he was being a twat in the comments.
Yeah.
And then he phones up rather than just leaving it and thinking to himself, okay, do you know what? Maybe I was a bit of a dick. You know, no, he had to phone up and try and make me look stupid. I mean, he didn't work. Okay, I wasted my time with him, you know, but such is life. We but he didn't make me feel a dick because I fell for it. If anybody phones up and they need help, regardless of whether it's a legal issue, a police issue, or a mental health issue, I'll give afford everybody the same respect. But that prick, all respect has gone.
Yeah, that's what I mean, man. Like, if you've got no good to say about people, don't say anything.
Yeah.
I don't see why people slag people off. It doesn't matter if the people out there that slag gay people off. So what? The gay people out there slag white people off because they're white.
I've got to be honest. I don't like gay people. And the reason I don't like gay people is because they always seem to be really well dressed. No matter what they fucking wear, they always well dressed, and I fucking hate that.
I just say to I'm not blaming a fuss under that, but I just say to them, you can do what you like in your house. What gets me down about gay people? They flaunt it in your face. Now, that's the only problem I have with gay people. They flaunt it in your face. Now, I have to say, well, if you want to do that in your own house, do it. Not ask what you do. It's your life. If you want to set up as a fairy, go ahead.
That's right.
But don't force it onto me. I've got enough problems of my own to deal with your problems and stupid problems like you've got. And like that's what I'm saying to you, Dan. There's people out there whose flag is like professional windja.
Yeah.
Now, it's like people on, I've never watched the Jerry Moonfine show. the morning.
The Jeremy Vines show.
Yeah.
I haven't. I don't watch the telly. I haven't watched the telly for fucking ages now. But somebody, I think it was you. Was it you this morning that messaged me and said, "Oh, he's on Radio 2 or something."
It was on the show at Channel 5.
Oh, fucking! I thought you meant on the radio.
And I was on Channel 5.
Oh, bollocks! Right, okay.
You know, he was talking about the thing, and you get people who think, well, about the BBC. Let's face it, Dan. You had Jim Savile, Stuart Hall. A couple of days ago, they had ex-producers and something else messing with kids.
Yeah.
Now, if that was me, I would fucking rip that statue down. I would want nothing to do with that statue. But they said in a statement that no comment. I thought, what the fuck's going on? It's just more. It's like I don't understand people. That's what I mean. I don't understand.
We never
people.
Will. We never will. There's just some twisted, horrible people out there that are more concerned with their own little insignificant lives than they are with what's going on in the world. And you know what we try and do on this, what I try and do on this channel is I try and, you know, yes, it's about police abusing powers as it started, and yes, I will get back to doing that. But because I have this mental health issue myself, I try and open it up to as many people as possible. And rather than living in my own little world and dealing with my own little issues and fucking everybody else off and not giving a shit about anyone else, I happen to think that this world will be a much better place if we all have a bit more compassion for everybody rather than just thinking of ourselves.
Well, people just have to... on that Jeremy Vines show, Dan, like, every day he's bragging about passport vaccines.
Yeah.
Letting the nurses get the doctors and nurses get the vaccination. Now he's a bit backpedaling now, but because Dan, it's like constantly on that show, you get people phoning in. Oh, I've got this mental problem, blah 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 blah. But I feel sorry for the mental problem, Dan, but they can't stop other people going about their own business because you've got an illness or a disease. Sorry to say this, Dan, but it's got to the point now. Like I said, I had an argument the other day with the fella. I said, just look at the facts. I said, this so-called COVID supposed to be humanity killer. This is our asteroid to the dinosaurs. You've got the MPs having fucking parties left, right, and centre, mixing up with 30 people. I said to them, don't get no bold about it. The reason why Boris Johnson has stopped the restrictions because he's trying to appease his own backbenchers because he had 130 voted against him. And he wants to appease them. Now, if he never got caught, we still would have been in restrictions. I said to him, mate, look at the fact that if he truly believes this is going to kill humanity, wouldn't you think he'd get the restrictions in? No. I got a report. I've been reported about 5 times, Dan.
Yeah.
On Facebook. And it's sickening. I said, just look at the facts. And that's what I said to him. There's a lot of people going through mental illness at the moment. They're locked in a house, maybe by themselves, abused wives, being locked in a house. They're also reduced to beat them. Kids are being abused, locked in a house, being abused.
Yeah.
All for what? Nothing. The average age of a person is 84.3, I think it is. That has never changed from day one.
Yeah, and that, as I said earlier, that's still older than the average death of your normal death.
The see that FII, the Rights and Information report a couple of days ago where it said 17,000 and so many deaths was only due to COVID. They never had any other illnesses.
Yeah.
Now, about 20 to 50,000 people die of flu each year. So the flu's more deadly than this so-called pandemic. Then, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
this is something we've many of us have been saying since the start, as you know. But again, I think, as I said earlier, I think what we're going to see over the next weeks to months is a huge lack of COVID news. We'll still hear about it because they have to just to keep the fear in place. But we're going to see a huge lack of COVID news, and we're going to see an increase in other stuff to try and get our minds off of the bullshit we've been through. The newspapers are going to try and get us to forget that they were instrumental in the fear porn.
Yeah.
You know, and unfortunately, as Lost Souls Paranormal said at the beginning of the live stream, most people will forget. Most people will forget that the mainstream media was an instrumental part of this attack. It's the only way I can call it is an attack.
See, Dan, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist. Like, I only look into things that interest me or something happens to change my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at this COVID business, Dan, like, it doesn't add up. From day one, it doesn't add up. They said the vaccinations, if you look at the medical dictionary, it's not even come close to the vaccination, but they call it a vaccination.
Yeah.
First he said 1, 2, 3. Now, they're talking about 4. But you still could get it. You still can pass it on. So why are you not, like, if you're talking about the best thing that you could have is to get COVID and get over it, because your own body fights it. But you don't talk about that. Like in hospital, about 90% of doctors and nurses, etc., probably had COVID at one time or another.
Oh, of course.
So, see how more better off than a vaccination. Now, there's going to, like this in April, I think it's April, they said if you haven't had your vaccination, you get sacked. The NHS is not as neat as it is, Dan. So they're going to sack 50 to whatever it is, doctors and nurses. So what's going to happen?
They won't. I guarantee they won't. They'll turn around, right? They'll keep this going for a bit, and I reckon that they're going to turn around at the end and go, we was, they're going to make it sound like they've got no choice. They're going to go, we was going to sack all these people, but if we do, then you will be the ones that suffer because we won't have the staff. So we've had to keep them on. I reckon that's the plan that they're going down. I reckon that's the route that they're taking, so that we feel sorry again for the NHS. For having to keep these people on, but we feel thankful to the NHS that they're not sacking these people for our benefit. I think it's all bullshit in that respect. I think that they're not going to sack them all. But I might be wrong, but I think that they're not going to sack them all.
I believe as well, Dan. I messaged that with the Queen of Freedom. She said that there's going to be more lockdowns.
Yeah.
Before Christmas, and I said to her, Boris Johnson's on the run, and I said to her, I don't think he's going to do more lockdowns because he knows it only takes 54 MPs for a vote of no confidence. He's not going to. He's doing everything he can.
If he puts us in lockdown one more time, he's going to find a hell of a lot more inverted commas conspiracy theorists knocking on his front door at number 10. Because at the moment we've got, there's a huge amount of people that are against everything that he's done. But if he does it again, there'll be even more people against it.
Well, and reckon you get some people, Dan, but you can't tell them.
No, of course there'll be people that will completely blindly follow this until they're dead. Probably not the right phrase to use, but they will. They'll just follow everything he says until he kills them. Okay, and there'll be the rest of us that are laughing, not at their death. I don't mean that, but we'll be laughing, going, "You're a fool. You're following an idiot. Look, you've caught COVID again for the 5th time, and you're on jab number 19. We're unjabbed, and we ain't got it. What's going on?"
Like I was on the bus today, Dan, and about 7 people with masks on, and you get the stare from them, like these. I just said, so what? I'd be honest with you now. I just say, you're sitting in a fucking confined space.
Yeah.
With the windows, I'm sitting here with nothing on my face, and I'm happy what you're doing. And then, but that's what I'm saying. There's fucking people, thick and piss shit out there who totally believe everything. Like I said, that I'm not like a big conspiracy theory. I believe that we went to the moon, but I also believe that they faked photographs. But
right,
you get these people who like the conspiracy theories. But if you look at COVID, you gotta admit that there's fucking nothing adds up with it. Nothing at all. Like they say to you, I give you a sample in Wales. If you're outside watching a rugby match, you're only allowed 50. But if you go inside to watch it, you're allowed 150 people.
Yeah.
That makes you
bollocks, isn't it?
Bollocks. That's what I'm saying to that. It's fucking just loads like if you go to a restaurant, sit down and eat, you don't have to wear a mask. But so they're trying to say this so-called super intelligent virus only attacks certain people at certain times, and what they're doing. Like this, the new one, the new theory. I've said this from day one. I think I said to you when I first phoned you up that what happens with the virus? It happens with every virus known to man. It mutates to a lesser deadly force, deadly 1, 2, and more. You catch it. This what's happened with this COVID. There's more people getting infected, but less people dying. And I got called a nutter, a freak, this. But I've been proven right, Dan, because that's what every virus does the same.
Yeah.
The virus infects a person. That virus doesn't want that person to die, because if that person dies, it could infect more people. That's what a virus does. But these fucking like that your mate Crinkly, whatever his name is.
Crinkly.
I think he's a plant. I think he's. I don't know. I've listened to a few times that, and he makes no sense. Like he says, peer review papers, but any normal, if you know what a peer review paper is, if I wanted to say that, I done a paper on the Loch Ness Monster, I would take that paper to so-called like-minded people. They look at it. Oh yeah. That's a peer review paper. And the evidence supporting what he's saying, it doesn't make any sense. Like they said that, they said there was 90% of people in ICU were unvaccinated. It's only 68%. But what they don't tell you, Dan, is that's including people that have had the booster jab.
Yeah,
only
absolutely.
25% of people who have never had any jabs. But you got about this amount of people in ICU. Bullshit, because if you look at the fact, if any person wants to know about this, just Google it. pages full of disinformation.
Yeah.
We've got to get over this and then discuss what really matters. People who's got cancer, people who's got mental health problems, people who's been over nearly 2 years on a waiting list for an operation. There's over a couple of million people about the backdating for operations.
Yeah.
This is going to cause problems in this country for years to come.
Oh, right.
Like, how many people had suicide in this time over the 2 years? How many people is going to die of cancer because they haven't had caught the cancer quick enough to cure it?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Understand that. You gotta look at the big picture. Like you gotta say people die, all right, people die. But what they should have done from day one was just close our borders, let people get over it. All right, maybe a couple of thousand, even more, maybe. Like that Dr. Hilary Jones, he's been founded by Ofcom to be a liar, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
So people like him should be sacked, because technically speaking, man, he's got blood on his hands. How many people has listened to that fucking freak? The other freak as well, Sarah Jarvis. How many people has listened to him died of cancer, died of something else? They've got blood on their hands, Dan, what I believe. And all these other people, Pinkley, whatever, talking about the narrative, COVID's a deadly virus, it's going to kill us all. Bullshit. Look at the facts. You've caused people to die. That poor woman on the phone, Dan. Now, thank God she phoned up tonight, but she could have been in that house, whatever she was in, on her own. Now, thank God she never considered suicide, but she could have done that.
Well, of
because
course.
of stupid fucking pricks out there, Hilary Jones, all these, like the BBC, done a report on the TV. 288 people died of COVID in the 24 hours, whatever it is. Then he said, but maybe someone that never died of it.
Yeah.
Even the BBC need fucking scrapping now, Dan, because they've got blood on their hands. It doesn't matter what you say or anybody says. If you're like Jeremy Fine, he's another prick.
Yeah.
I hate. And if you look at my message on his page on the Jeremy Fine show, I call him out. Like, you're going on about people dying of this, dying of that. Now, see, I had COVID now, Dan. I got over it. I could have went out tomorrow and got fucking hit by a meteorite.
Of course.
I'd be down as COVID. People commit to suicide down as COVID.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit. That needs to stop from now on. If you die of something else, put the right death certificate. Instead of this, you've died in so many days. Bullshit. It's been proved to be bullshit. So stop the BBC getting all the Channel 4, Channel 5.
Well, it's all of them. Look, it's all of them. Every single channel, even all of the cable channels, are complicit in the same thing. And the reason they're complicit in it, I reckon, is because they've been getting backhanders from the fucking .gov. Do you know?
What I said to that Sarah Jarvis, I called them to quack, and that Hilary Jones, because they're supposed to be they're thinking of do no harm. But they're doing all what they're doing.
I know.
They say to people, like, that's Sarah Jarvis, you should listen to her sometimes, Dan. It's unbelievable what she says.
Sarah Jarvis.
Yeah. Dr. Sarah Jarvis.
I'm going to write this down. So I don't forget. Okay, Dr. Sarah
She saw me on
Jarvis.
Jeremy Fine show, and it's unbelievable what she says. They call it the Doctor Doom because
Right.
every day she's on, like, oh, this is going, stay at home, don't go to your family, don't mix, this. It's unbelievable, Dan, what she says. And Dr. Early Jones has been proven to be a fucking lying cunt.
Yeah.
So we've got to stop this now. And people out there in your comments, just, if you want to stop this pandemic, Dan, turn your telly off, don't watch news, because that's all it is. That's all keeping the pandemic alive.
I'm going to have to wrap this up, Bobby, because we've been on nearly 40 minutes. I didn't even realise it's fucking gone quickly. No, you're absolutely right. I haven't really watched TV for close to 2 years now. I've still got the TV on the wall. I've got a Virgin box. I've not used it. The only things I use now is my Prime and Netflix. And do you know what? As far as I'm concerned, apart from seeing people out in the street wearing a mask on their face, other than that, and what I see online, other than that, there is no pandemic as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what I mean? Because if it was a pandemic, then even if you had no TV or radio, you'd know about it. But I don't, just listening to Alexa or watching Prime on Netflix, and you don't fucking hear any of it. You don't see it. You don't, there's nothing going on. Nothing's changed apart from the way people are thinking. So I'm glad that I don't watch the TV, to be honest.
I just watch the news and the certain programs because I only look at what I'm interested in. That's what I'm saying to you, Dan. It's a pandemic. Even that's a lie, because a pandemic means that the pace the way they started, or the countries that passed them, but China's still in blah blah blah. So I just say to people, just think before you talk about stuff, because what you say could hurt somebody else. Yeah. Like, I don't care what you do or what you get up to. It's none of my business. But if someone asks you for help, don't slag them off. Don't like that woman. She went to the police. She's being arrested. Yeah. We paid for the police, Dan. Don't the police work for us? We don't work for the police. The police are our servants. Yeah, but as members of the public, we can't get them off of a rape charge, whereas their buddies can. Yeah. Even though we pay for them, even though we pay for their defence as well. Fuck's sake. Ridiculous. All right, my man. Listen, you take it easy. Speak to you soon. Bye, mate. Bye, mate. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Hello. Number ending 248. Hello. Hello. Goodbye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
Hang on, just let me turn this down.
Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello, Dan. That's you.
Yeah. How are we, Dan?
Not so bad, mate. I apologise for that. As you know, sometimes a call can go on. As I was saying earlier, sometimes I will instigate it to go on a bit longer, and sometimes I'll just let somebody talk if I feel that they need to talk to somebody, which is obviously the case of tonight. So I know a lot of people have been trying to get through while I was on the phone, which is why I'm still hanging around, because I know some people want to get through. So anyway, what's happening, my friend?
Oh, not a lot. Fair dues to you before with Mudslinger and that. Was it Aaron, was it?
Yeah, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. Sometimes I miss them. Sometimes I miss the comments. But for some reason, that they were standing out as I was seeing the comments fly past on the screen. And I'm not going to have anybody knock somebody who's phoning up and opening up and being incredibly brave, like Bryony was. I'm not having it. Not gonna stand for it. Because, you know, if they was in that situation, they would be crying at me because I've let somebody slag them off, you know. So I can't have it.
No, it's totally understandable, isn't it? Like, but fair dues. Good to see you back.
Yes, I'm glad to be back on.
How did you get on with? I don't know whether you can say anything about it because they took all your equipment and everything, didn't they? The police. So
yeah, they've still got it. I spoke to my legal team. Yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It might have been this morning. I get confused quite easily these days. It was either this morning or yesterday. I spoke to my legal team and they asked me for the officer who took my stuff. They asked for his details. So I do know that they are on the case of getting my stuff back. They shouldn't have taken it all in the first place. As I've said before, they could have just got away with taking the memory cards, you know, and giving me back the devices, and then I could have carried on doing what I do. But as it is, they've put me off for a little while. But you know, I found this.
And they don't like what you do.
I found this webcam in a box in the bedroom, which I'm quite pleased about. I didn't think it'd work on here. I thought it was a Windows, like a Windows 8 webcam or something, but it's working, so it's all good.
No, that's it. Fair dues. Coming through loud and clear.
Good stuff.
Yeah, another thing as well. You were on about before with previous caller about security and everything at COVID centres and everything.
Yeah.
I used to work as security at the COVID centres. All we were told to do.
Shouldn't have said that. You're gonna get hammered in the comments now.
I don't care at all. I didn't sign any disclaimers that they wanted me to disclaim or anything like so. Yeah, all we were told to was just secure the building, and that was it. I'm not in with these jabs and anything else. Like it's that's my personal opinion, and whatever anyone else thinks, that's their opinion, whatever.
Right.
But yeah, the only thing we were told to do was basically secure the building because there was, you know, a lot of coppers and stuff, you know, basically that people can nick, and basically just stop people trespassing. And that was it. If somebody kicks off, then, you know, it's just like any normal security guard. It was just like, right, well, you ain't really got any more rights than average Joe people. You just ring the police and that's it.
Yeah. But unfortunately, a lot of people in security these days, you know, no offence to the people watching this that are in security, that are reasonable people, a lot of the security seem to forget that they've got no rights. Like, you know, they haven't got the right to do what they do, but they do it anyway. It's, you know, it should be a case of, you know, they ask you to leave. If you don't leave and you start interfering with the business that's being conducted on the site, it becomes aggravated trespass, so you call the police. And that's all they should be able to do. But they don't. They go over the top, as we see in so many videos, or so many of them do anyway.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't even have to be there. It could be anywhere. I think it's just a case of they couldn't get into the police force for one reason. Then it's like, right, well, that's the next best option for them. It's just a power trip.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah. Other question for you. What's your just out of interest? What's your thoughts on Tommy Robinson? My thoughts on Tommy Robinson.
I've mentioned before. I think personally, and you know, again, whether people agree with me or not is fine. I don't know that much about him. I have to say that first of all. Okay, he's not somebody that I've looked into and studied like I have done with some of the people that I've shown on the channel. But from my point of view, Tommy Robinson has an idea a good idea of what he wants to achieve, but he goes the wrong way about doing it in most cases. And that is where his downfall is, I think. Now whether some people in the comments go, he's a racist, this, he's a racist, that, I don't know. I don't know the guy well enough. I know that he talks about Muslims. Okay, I know he's not particularly fond of Islam. Okay, and I can understand that. There's lots of things in the Islamic faith that does not gel with the English way of life, so to speak, the British way of life, and I get that. I don't agree with targeting people because they're different. I do agree with the fact that if somebody is taking the piss, they should be called out, and that includes people coming over to this country to take the piss out of the systems that we've got here, like the benefit systems and the NHS and things like that. I think that should be looked at a bit more seriously. But anybody that comes over here to become part of the society and to work and to contribute, I've got no problems with that at all. But again, going back to your original question, because I'm going off of it a little bit. I think that Tommy Robinson, or Stephen Lennon, whatever you want to call him, I think he has some good ideas of what needs to be done, but he goes around the wrong way of doing it.
I don't know about because obviously being close over this way, he's this Saturday he's doing a bit of a expose on some of the rapist gangs in Telford, isn't he? On the Saturday.
Yeah, that I'm waiting for. That's going up on Getter at the weekend, I believe. So I will be watching out for that to see what that's about. I mean, obviously, if let's face it, if he manages to bring to light some evidence of wrongdoing that can be followed up by the police, then I'm all for it. Absolutely, 100% all for it. Okay.
That's why I've took an interest in quite a lot of different angles.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, it has to be done in the right way.
Correct.
And Tommy Robinson has a habit of not necessarily doing things in the right way and getting himself in trouble. So providing this is done in a sensitive way towards victims, and providing this is done in a way that can be used to highlight what's going on and to try and put some kind of a stop to it, or at least try and get it looked into some more, then great. I'm all for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, fair dues. Right. Well, I ain't got a clue what else to say because I didn't expect you to actually answer, but there we go. I've thought a few times over the months when you were back, when you were on beforehand, but you were always dead busy. So great speaking with you.
Glad you got through this time. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, and I'll let another caller through, and I'll hopefully speak to you soon, buddy.
No worries. You take care of yourself. Thanks for the call.
All right, cheers, Dan.
All right, goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Right, with regards to Jamie, as I say, I don't know what the legal problem is. 1 second, caller. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is with Jamie's channel. All I know is what he's told me, and that is there is a legal issue going on that he needs to deal with. He hasn't told me that he's been told to take his channel down. He's told me that he is taking it down whilst he's dealing with this legal issue, and unless you know for certain, rather than saying you think he's being sued or whatever it might be, unless you know for certain, I would ask you not to go sort of spreading stuff you're not 100% sure of at the moment. Caller, sorry about that.
No, you're okay, Danny.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's good to actually get talking to you. Considering I was messaging you there a couple of days.
When was this? Was that email or on the phone number?
Through Facebook, Doyle Linus.
Oh right. Yes. Got you.
Yeah, I will give you a update on Facebook, but I'm not too sure whether you got it or not.
Uh,
It was the false imprisonment and the theft of my mobile phone.
you sent me you've sent me a couple of voice messages on Monday, which I've not listened to yet. I apologise. Sometimes I get so many messages. Some of the messages I get first get pushed way down.
Danny, I know you're a busy man, so I do.
Right, I will listen to them. I'll listen to them later. I'll leave the chat open so I can listen to them later.
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's just basically saying to you that my case has been dismissed in court now.
Oh, right, okay.
So it has, because there was no evidence on behalf of the cops.
Right. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. And basically what I'm stepping for now is to prosecute the police constables.
Right.
So I've contacted my solicitor to let them know that I'm pushing for prosecution as well, because at the end of the day, whenever it comes to the police, it's not on what they are actually doing to the community.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's a total disgrace.
The what? Sorry.
It's a total disgrace what the police are doing.
Of course it is, and everybody that deals with the police should always look into whether they've done something wrong, whether you think they have or not. And this is the only way we're gonna start getting police held accountable, is more of them. More complaints being put in and more complaints being upheld, and the more complaints that are put in, the more complaints will be upheld.
Yes.
Always, no matter what the situation is, whether you get let off, whether, whatever it might be, whether you get nicked and charged, whether you get nicked and let off with no further action, always do a subject access request for all of the information around the case. Go through it, and speak to somebody that knows what they're looking for, to see whether or not something in there where they've done something wrong, and we hold them to account. It's a numbers game. As I say, the more people that complain, the more complaints will be upheld.
Yeah, see, over in Northern Ireland here. Yeah. They actually have 700 complaints against them.
Right. Jesus.
That hasn't even been. All them complaints has been closed.
Right.
So they have. So I would actually love to know how many complaints there is that has a prosecution behind them on the cops.
Well, a freedom of information request would give you that information. Right. In fact, somebody may have already asked themselves. If you go to, what's it called? What's the website called? Hold on a second.
Yeah, no problem.
What do they know? If you go to whatdotheyknow.com.
Yes.
That is a site for people to make freedom of information requests. Okay, public ones. Okay, so you do your request and it comes back and everybody can see it and search for them. So if you go on there and you have a look, you may be able to find the answer you're looking for. If not, you can do a freedom of information request through the website to the relevant authority, and because it's in a public space, because it's online and it's available to everybody to have a look at, they're kind of forced to respond in a way. Some of them don't, but they're almost forced to respond. So you should be able to get an answer to that question using that website.
Yes. That's Great, and that's great. Thank you for the help on that. Like.
No worries. It's a site I've used a lot. I've got several hundred freedom of information requests that I've made. But when I make a freedom of information request, I generally make it to every single police force, and you have to do them individually. So, you know, with what is there, 30 odd police forces, maybe more. Maybe 40 something. So I literally have to send an information request to each one in order to get the info that I need. But I would be surprised if the answer to what you're asking isn't on there. But as I say, you can obviously use that site to make your own request should you need to.
Yes. There's also one other thing I actually wanted to tell you. Whenever it comes to the police body worn footage,
yeah,
I will intend to pass that over to you to let you post that up on your own channel and whatnot to help you out as well.
Okay, well, we'll definitely have a look at it. If it's something I can go through and educate other people on, then I'm all for it. You know, the WhatsApp phone number's in the header of my channel, so anybody can send me videos on there if they've had a situation they want me to look at for them. I'm more than happy to do that for people, and you know, if appropriate, then we'll put it on the channel as a training tool for people. And to be fair, we don't get a lot of Irish. You know, we don't get a lot from Northern Ireland. And the laws are slightly different over. Some of the laws are slightly different over there. So it can be helpful to have some of that stuff on the channel as well.
Yeah, well, if there's any more videos and whatnot that I can get sent over to you, 100%, I will get them sent over to you because I know it's helping you out. Not only that, you helped my wee brother out.
Did I?
Yeah, Nathan Linus's channel is on YouTube here.
Oh, I'm not. How long ago was that? I don't recall. I don't recall the name. It must have been a while ago.
It was last year.
Oh, I can't remember half of last year, to be honest. To be fair.
Do you remember your video? Don't look at me. It's suspicious.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure, but go on.
Yeah.
Was that his video?
That was his video, yeah.
Right. Okay, I'll go back and look at that now, just purposely to see who your brother is.
Yeah, no, I know you helped him out whenever it came to that video, and I've always said to Nathan that I do want you to look at my videos as well.
Right. Okay. Well, as I've said before, and I'll say it again because I need to make it, you know, to yourself and to anybody watching this. I'm not legally trained. Anything I know is based on what I've learned. You know, that's available to find. It's just that for some people it may be harder for them to find. I tend to know where to look, only because I've been doing it for so long. But I tend to know where to look for the answers if I don't know them, or know who to ask for the answers. So if it's something that I've not come across before, then I almost know where to get the answers from. But any advice that I give, you know, you should always take it as though it's what I would do, not what I'm telling other people to do.
Yeah.
So I have to say that for, you know, legal reasons almost.
Yeah. So you're not getting any trouble on your behalf as well.
Yeah. Because some people could hold me liable if I say to somebody, go and do this, and they do it and get into trouble. Then I'm liable for giving them that information. So, you know, like when you're talking about somebody and you say allegedly they done this, even if you know they done it, you have to say allegedly, otherwise you get into trouble. I have to do the disclaimer as well.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you go on and have a good night. And I want to say on behalf of PSNI abusing their powers.
Yeah. Is that actually your page? Is it?
That is my followers page,
Right.
but I am part of the admin role as
Okay.
well. So,
Okay. Well, if you get any good videos in there, tag me, because I'm a member of the group. Tag
yes.
me, and I'll get over and have a look.
Yes, that's not a problem at all. I'll actually get started on that tomorrow, so
Cool. Good stuff.
and again, big respect to yourself.
Thank you.
And keep up the good work.
I'll do my best. We'll see what happens after the 9th of next month. They might hold. They've got nothing to arrest me for, but you never know. They make something up.
They're good at making things up.
Oh yes. Oh yes. All right, my friends. Thanks again for the call.
Danny, you take it easy, and
Yeah.
thank you very much.
You too. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, mate. Bye. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
All right, Dan.
Hello.
Hello, it's Brian.
How you doing?
I'm out. Well, I'm okay. I've had I had the papers back from the hospital, and they don't find anything, So I think that's a good sign.
Right. Okay.
But the doctor sent for me just for a specimen sample, and he says it just says to keep updates, like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as they say, no news is good news.
Yeah.
There's no point in worrying about something you're not sure of, and that's easy for me to say but when I'm having a mental health episode, everything's a worry, and you can't do nothing about it. But if it what you don't know shouldn't worry you, is what I'm saying. So I'm glad that that's come back as clear. So as far as they say, so that's all good stuff.
Yeah. And my brother's funeral Tuesday.
You've had it Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right. How did it go?
It was okay. It was okay. I keep thinking about. Sometimes you are good to do things and I think, my brother will have a look, and then I realise, you know what I mean? And
yeah, it's going to take a while, isn't it?
Yeah, I miss not seeing him not coming down, But I actually cried, I think that's, I miss him inside, but I think that's due because, when I lost my mum when I was 12.
Right.
And I lost my dad. He took a bit to kick in, you know what I mean? And then I was out the once about 3 weeks after, and I just broke that when I lost me dad. But I don't know. That might happen with my brother, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm, used to it with my dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, I mean, I've been lucky. Well, I say lucky. I've only really known 2 or 3 people that have died, and I've not been close to any of them, so I've never really had to deal with that kind of stuff yet. I mean, my parents are getting on. Do you know what I mean? I know I'll have to deal with it at some point, but I've never really been close to anybody that's died. So I can say I understand what you're going through, but I don't. I couldn't possibly. But I do. I know what it's like to lose somebody that you love. Okay, that feels like your family. I know what it's like to lose somebody in that situation. So I kind of an idea, but it's not going to be exactly the same as losing an actual member of your family, and it must be horrible for people. I wish I could empathise more with people in that situation, but because I've not been through it, it's difficult for me to do that. From an outside point of view, I can say that it's going to take you time to get used to somebody not being there. The fact that you've lost 3 majorly important people in your life, it must be must be devastating. It must be really horrible. And again, I wish, I wish I could empathise more with that. But as I said, because I've not been through it myself, it's difficult for me to. But it doesn't stop me from listening, obviously, and trying to advise if I can. But I genuinely feel for people that are in your situation or that have been in your situation.
I've only got my sister now,
Yeah.
There's, don't want to lose her, and it's 73, and she ain't been too well. And the funeral knocked her about, and losing my brother, and now has got this lump in her neck, and has been to the doctors this week, it says, or next week, going to see about it.
Right.
Hoping, but it's just a cyst. Yeah.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It's we as we get older, we tend to develop these weird things, don't we? And not that I'm making light of the situation, but we do. We tend to develop lumps and bumps and stuff like that.
Yeah, my dad had tons of them.
Which in many cases can be completely benign.
She's an heavy smoker as well. That they're doing no good.
No, it doesn't do me any good either. I keep getting told off in the comments, but
she's always coughing her chest up,
yeah. Do you know what? I think you get to the point in life where you think, I've been smoking all my life. I've had a good life. I'm not giving up smoking for the last few years or whatever it might be just to be bloody miserable. Do you know what I mean? I think people think like that sometimes. I do. I think to myself now that I had the stroke and whatnot, and I think to myself, selfishly, I think to myself, I'm not that bad. I survived that. It's not too fucking bad, and I keep smoking. And like I said to the nurse at the time, I said, you know what? I said, if I was like any one of those other people in the ward, and every single person in the ward was seriously affected by their stroke, I was the only one that was able to get up and walk around. All right. And I went out for a cigarette, and the nurse collared me on the way back in, and I said to her, I said, look, I said, if I ended up like one of those, that would probably give me the kick up the arse. Stop. But it hasn't left me like that, and therefore I'm going to keep smoking. Selfish thing to say, but I think, as I say, as people get older, I think people just go, oh, fuck it, I've lived my life. I'm not going to be miserable for the last few years of my life just to try and be healthy. I'm fucked already.
Still, some my friends come round to see me, the pop round in the daytime and that, and to see, spend a bit of time with me and that,
Yeah.
But you got to carry on, you know what I mean?
That's it. Yeah, absolutely.
Last week I seen the video where the police took your stuff,
yes,
your cameras and that. Did they give you what was it? Tell you why? Did they give you a statement of why there was arresting you?
Yeah, well, first of all, I got stopped and searched under Section 1 of PACE for items relating to criminal damage. Obviously, I had none on me. I had no idea there was going to be any criminal damage. I certainly didn't go down there to cause any.
No.
They went through my stuff. They found all of my equipment, and they said, at the side, they said, he's reporting on it. I had my press badges that go on the back of the Velcro badge that goes on the back of my high vis. I had that in my bag, everything. So all of a sudden, a woman's come sort of steaming over who worked for the BBC, I believe, and she went, yeah, that's him. And I'm like, that's fucking who? What are you talking about? And the copper goes, right, he goes, you've been seen on CCTV talking to the guy up at the statue. Therefore, I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to commit criminal damage. So I was like, okay, whatever you need to do. Do you know what I mean? I knew that I had nothing to do with it, so I was like, yeah, whatever, fine, let's do it. Anyway, I didn't expect to be in the cells for 24 hours. Let's put it that way. But yeah, they took all my stuff. I mean, they took me fucking microphones. I don't know why they've taken me microphones, and it's blatant that they're microphones as well. But
they got no evidence, have they? You know, they got no evidence at all.
No, well,
take true.
Well, there can't be any evidence of something that didn't happen. I mean, okay, he went up and you know, he pulled a hammer out, but they can't have any evidence that I knew about that because I didn't.
So did they give your stuff back soon, or?
Well, they've still got it. I've got to go back on the 9th. As I was saying earlier, I've spoken to my legal team. They asked me specifically for the name of the arresting officer who took my stuff. That was either this morning or yesterday, and I know that he's asked for that stuff, so he can get in touch and say, why have you taken it? You know, you didn't need to take it. So it's a waiting game. I probably won't. My voice is going now. I probably won't get it back until at least the 9th anyway.
But was it the police woman who said that's him? Like,
no, it was security, BBC security.
Yeah. Can't understand why. You know, why don't just say? You know, why don't just say something like that? Perhaps I just said it to get you arrested. Possibly,
they've not told me anything. Even in an interview, they don't tell me, or they don't tell you everything that they know, or everything that they think they know, or every bit of evidence that they think they've got. They just ask you questions that are going to back up their side of things, which they got a no comment interview anyway. They started asking me about QAnon. Am I part of QAnon? Do I know what QAnon is? And, I've heard of them. I don't really know anything about them, but I've heard of them. I think most people have, if you online, a lot. But yeah, no, they, as I say, they've had my stuff off. I probably won't get it back on the 9th. They're either gonna, I would presume that they're gonna rebail me purposely. To keep me under, under fear and to keep hold of my stuff. So I'm assuming they're gonna keep hold of my stuff. But my brief reckons I've got a good case of getting it back. But we'll have to wait and see. It's a waiting game.
They took all some time ago, little veteran. They took all these cameras and everything what he was filming with.
Yeah, absolute tossers, a lot of them.
Yeah. But are you now all right?
Yeah, I'm not so bad. I mean, brain fog, tiredness, same things as last time we spoke. But I'm, even though I keep getting told by physio, and I was told by the stroke. The Stroke Association, when they contacted me, if you feel tired, go to bed, go to sleep. Don't worry about what time it is. Just, if you feel tired, give in to it. It's your body's way of recovering, which I get. But I fucking hate it. Genuinely, I hate being up till about 10 o'clock in the morning, or waking up in the morning about 10 o'clock, needing to go to bed again. It's horrible. I can't live like that. So I've started sort of pushing through where I can. If I need sleep, my body will put me to sleep. Simple as that.
Yeah.
So if I'm sitting on the sofa and I'm that tired, my body will knock me out and I'll go to bed. Do you know what I mean? On the sofa. Yeah. So until then, I'll push through and do what I can, and that's what I've been doing. You'll notice that I do. Even now, I've got one coming. I yawn. I've been yawning quite a bit and hiding it simply because I don't want people to think I'm being rude while they're talking to me. And it's not about being bored. It's simply to do with the fatigue.
Yeah. When I get to bed, I have problems getting to sleep for a few hours, like.
Yeah.
And it takes me ages to get to sleep.
Yeah, it does. It does for me. You know, I mean, it's worse because my mental health issues make my sleep a problem anyway. So I'll either not go to sleep until silly o'clock in the morning, or I'll go to sleep at a reasonable time, but I'll sleep for fucking ages, like 12 or 14 hours.
Yeah.
And I can't live like that. Do you know what I mean? So,
No.
but now I've got this with the fatigue. That coupled with the fucked up sleep, when I am really tired, I can't sleep anyway, which makes me even more tired. And then sometimes, again, because of that, I can sleep through till stupid o'clock the next day. But lately, Smudge has been waking me up, sticking his arse in my face at fucking 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I am at the moment. In fact,
it might be because of that. The reason, of course, sleeping, for the hours, like probably because I've been going out lately. You know what I mean? I used to go out quite a bit, shopping, looking around the shops and everything, around the shopping centres. But now, since the lockdown and everything, and after shops and closed, and there's no good shops, interesting shops to look around anymore. You know what I mean?
They've all been ruined, haven't they? But not just by COVID, but even before that, they was all getting ruined.
Yeah.
So all these big mega corporations want to take over, and the rest of us have to be a slave to the. To the corporations, unfortunately.
You don't get many independent shops neither. They're all big shops,
Yeah.
Either fashion or jewellery shops, and you go to the town and you say, oh, I'm fed up now.
And it's the same shops in every fucking town as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
H. Samuel, Argos.
Yeah. There's no like second-hand shops anymore. Like you get some charity shops, but they ain't nothing like proper second-hand shops and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But what's it? Like visit like Dudley, Birmingham, and Birmingham's really got it's all ice shops now. It used to be really good. And Wolverhampton, that's gone down now.
I've only been down there that way a few times. I've been a place called the Jewellery Quarter in.
Yeah, I passed that on the tram.
I went there a few times. When I had my company. I was working with a business that worked out of there. But I've never been there sort of recreationally. It's always been for work when I was running my business.
Yeah.
I never really got a chance to look around or anything like that.
Yeah. That bloke who found in here earlier on, and he was talking about his missus, who was, and was had for counterfeit possessions. I thought, what's the after when he said that, like, and he, just hung up. I thought, I don't know why anybody would want to do that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Probably sitting there pulling himself off at his own, laughing at his own jokes. He's one of them people that laughs at their own jokes, no doubt.
Yeah. Did he make it all up, or
It would appear so, yeah. But again, listen, I might fall out with people. Okay, for example, if somebody in the comments might be a head one day, but I won't hold a grudge against them. Okay, I will do if they're taking a piss out of somebody's mental health, because that's not just taking a piss. That can really hurt people.
Yeah.
But if you're just taking a piss, then fine. I might fall out with them. I might go, you're a dickhead, I'm timing you out. They might go, fuck you, you knob. And then the next time they're on, I just, I'll forget it and I'll carry on. And I'll talk to them and I'll be normal. It's the same with this, right? Normally, somebody like him, he said something in the comments, told him he was a dick, and I booted him out. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if he'd have come back on Sunday, and he was okay on Sunday, I'd have forgotten all about it. I wouldn't have mentioned it, and I wouldn't have done anything about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for somebody to go out of their way, to spend their time, to phone up, to spend 5 minutes making up some fucking story, just to get to the point of what did he call me? Fucking baldy or bald prick or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, what the fuck? I've got better things to do with my time. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody else has. Why would you want to waste your time doing something like that?
You don't achieve nothing.
It's pathetic. Absolutely
Yeah.
pathetic. But yeah, fuck it.
Some people I'm like that. They're the nasty people, are they? You know, and they think they've gained so much inside, and they are. You know, we just made them look at ourselves.
Yeah, you know, that's what he does. I mean, look, when he said his name was Aaron, okay, in the back of my head, I thought to myself, I booted an Aaron out a little while ago, but I've never spoken to him before, so I don't know what he sounds like. So
yeah.
I will be civil and polite and respectful to everybody that phones in, okay, regardless to who they are, regardless to whether we fell out the night before. I will always be respectful to them.
Yeah.
But for somebody to do something like that, first of all, to sort of cuss somebody that had phoned in, you know, who needs to speak to somebody, and then to come on the phone and do that as well, it's just fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. I'll let you go then, because you know I know some of the callers want to phone in.
All right, mate. No worries. It's nice to speak to you again. I'm glad you. I'm glad the test came back okay.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, everything's okay. Like,
so that's
I've
a
got
positive
to see the doctor about me to give a sample, like, especially. I mean, you know, urine sample, but. You know, I suppose that, but you know, I'm hoping there's nothing else. You know, I think the doctors would have told me by now anyway.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Catch you later. You take care, mate.
Yeah, you too. Take it easy.
Ta-da a bit.
Ta-da, mate. Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, is that Dan?
It is.
Oh my goodness, I've got through at last.
Who am I talking to?
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm okay. Who's this?
It's Kev from Cornwall.
Kev from Cornwall. Nice to have you on, Kev.
Yeah. Let me just plug my earphone in on the other one so I can hear you better.
No worries.
Sorry, I'm in like a porch in Cornwall, so I can get a signal. But I've been trying to ring you all night, mate. I've been listening since Brian has been on. You're actually harder than Alex. What's his name to get through, which is good. No, that's good. Big respect, mate. I'm so pleased that you're looking so well. You know, compared to when you came back, which I thought was too early.
Yeah.
You're really looking well, mate, and you're sounding good, and you're getting better. I can tell.
I'm getting better because I'm not giving up. I want to get back to doing what I do.
Yeah.
And you know, I, as I say, I love doing what I do on here, and I especially love these live streams, which is why I've come back doing the live streams, because I enjoy that much more than filming and editing, you know. But I know that I need to get back to that at some point. But this is much more, you know, this is much easier for me to get back into, to help me get back into it, doing the live streams.
Yeah. No, actually, that was one of the questions actually last on my list, because I remember you way back in the day when you did all the, you used to research and put videos out there and everything, and I know at the moment that's a lot for you to do, but I agree with everything you're saying. When you do these lives, you reach out to people, but you are so. Hang on a sec. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hang on, my headphones. I'm like. Oh yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm in the porch, because I do want to talk to you about a subject that is quite serious and is close to what everybody's been talking about earlier. But
Okay.
I just wanted to have a bit of light humour. But no, since you've come back, sorry, I'm fighting with the cat as well. You really like. How can I put it? I've been commenting tonight, actually, and I've changed my name. It's me that's been commenting as Heisenberg, yeah?
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and...
That's a great name, That's a great name, that is, by the way. I think...
I actually look like... I've done a few... I've been a bit brave. It's all new to me, and I've done a few live streams with certain people and groups. Including Crinkle. Crinkle, if he's still on there. I termed him as Marmite. You either love him or hate him.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that comment earlier about Mr. Marmite.
Yeah. But I have got quite a lot of respect for Crinkle because he is a clever guy, and a lot of people were dissing him. And like all of us, we all have problems. Yeah, I just wanted to call you about a particular thing because I think you'll remember I've only spoke to you once, and it was all about the issues with children and schools and the problems I've been having.
Right, I think I remember. You'll have to forgive me. My brain's a bit like a sieve recently, but I'm sure I remember the subject but.
Yeah, and that's why I understand that. But things have escalated, and I'm going to talk in sort of pidgin English because I'm kind of in a port, but things have escalated, and Monday, things changed, and I ended up in hospital with my daughter, and she was seriously ill.
Oh shit!
And fighting for her life.
Sorry, man.
And I've got all the help now, thankfully. Cams was on board before, but I just want to bring a point about, and you spoke about this, and a few other people have, about what we've been through in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And you have to reflect on the balance of mental health, not just in children, everybody. And I think the balance has so gone off the scales.
Yeah.
If you look at the figures that are coming out now, and I've always been awake, I'm being very careful about my words here.
Right.
And I just think this whole thing just ruined so many lives.
Oh, it has. Absolutely. There's absolutely no denying whatsoever. Every aspect of life has been affected for most people. And excuse me, I mean, for myself, as I was saying earlier, I've not really noticed there being a pandemic because I don't watch the news. I only know what I choose to look at online. I might see an advert, but unless I choose to click that and go and read it, I don't know anything about it. So for me, it's not really been any different, apart from I've not had any mental health help myself for the past 2 years, which I've needed a couple of times, but I've had no help whatsoever with regards to that, and that I've got to say is probably the only thing that I can say has changed for me. Everything else has been as normal, but for a lot of people, absolutely, life has changed significantly for so many.
I mean, right from the beginning, I realised, not just with my daughter that's 15, I looked at another angle of it. There was my daughter that was 15 and all the other 15, 14, 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are going through those sort of final education years. And then when they return to school after not being there and not being able to go online and so on, they're so pressured, and then that gives them more mental health issues and so on and so on. And it just builds up and builds up. And I've had a real issue with schools to a point where I have actually taken my daughter out of school now. I've had to. It's got so bad.
Yeah.
And they've got no empathy. In fact, I rung the school today because I was sick of the emails every day. And, my daughter's been in hospital since Monday fighting for her life.
Right.
And literally, she's home. It's all happy. That's good. Getting all the help. But when you think about it, this is just not my child. This is lots. And I know this, even in my own area, in Cornwall. And if you look at the scales, like I say, the balance is just, and this is not just to do with children, health, cancer people that are not getting everything. And all the figures and the truth, it's coming out now. And it's just, I am so angry, I tell you. Honestly, Dan, I am so angry.
But the problem we've got is, although there's a large portion of of society that can see what's been going on since the start, and people are changing their minds on what's been happening in the last couple of years, there's still not enough people that are standing up and making a fuss about it. So what will happen? The majority of people, say 70% of people, are still all for it. They're all, it's COVID. We've got a lockdown. Fuck people with mental health. Fuck people with their appointments at the doctors, because we need our jabs, so we need the doctor more than somebody who might have cancer. That's what it's been like, and that has caused, as you say, so many issues because people are stupid and have fallen for the bullshit.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I must admit, though, you are doing an absolutely blinding job, Dan. I'm so pleased. I don't know how you've managed to get online. I knew you was doing a GoFundMe, and I'm sorry, I've not donated to that, and I will be if it's still open.
That's
or
fine.
I'll do something else.
It is still open, but there is never any obligation for anybody to do anything on this channel. Okay, I was asked by somebody to, I was asked by a few people to set up a GoFundMe so they could help me. I didn't want to at first, and I didn't at first, and after a couple of days of this person saying, get it up, I thought, fuck it, okay. So I put it up. Excuse me for swearing, by the way. So I put it up, and in all fairness, for the first few days, absolutely smashed it. We just exceeded halfway mark within a few days. But now it's kind of hit a wall at the moment. But as I say, there is absolutely no obligation for anybody on this channel to do anything, to give anything. It's appreciated, anything that does come through the channel, obviously, but I will never put a paywall up. I'll never charge people for anything. That's just the way it is. It wouldn't happen.
No. I've got a lot of respect for you. But you've managed to get a camera and set up, which is brilliant. That's great. I saw you playing around with it earlier in the different images. It was quite funny, actually. Because I was sat at the hospital at the time before my daughter came there, and I was thinking, I've been listening to everybody, and it's been a shame because I've been in the comments.
Yeah.
And I've been saying to a few of the communities in the last week, I just can't go on at the moment. There's too much going on.
Right.
And I've loved joining this community because all this shit's been going on for 6 months and more. So I've kind of changed my life. I'm a single dad with a deep daughter, so that's having problems. And I'm just being a bit quiet now, but Mum died at night, etc. I'm not going to go into more details, but anyway.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I am like at this stage where, and I'm not a young chap either. People think, somebody with a daughter that's a teenager is going to be young. I'm not. I'm 56 years old.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, she's my priority. And all you guys and the community that I've been involved with recently have been giving me big help, because in the last week I've just been on various sites and just making comments, and I've gone under the name now of Heisenberg, and I was having a bit of a laugh actually, because somebody, I used to be in a band,
right?
And I put my Heisenberg hat on, and I put my glasses on, and then I shaved the rest of my beard off and have a goatee. And everyone,
Right.
oh my God, you look like Heisenberg.
Yeah.
So I started trying to do the voice. And the scene in the desert.
Yeah.
And somebody comes up to him and he goes, "Say my name."
Right.
Say my name. And then this wimp goes, Heisenberg. And he goes, "God damn right." And I was just playing on it. And anyway, in the end, Crinkle knows this. He actually taught me how to change my name from my real name.
Right.
And I wasn't hiding my real name. That's why I said that I've got nothing to hide. And I'm kind of having fun in this community, because I can't go out at the moment. I've got to look after my daughter. So
of course.
So by joining certain communities and talking to people, it kind of helps, and you've been a big help. And I'm just so pleased that I missed you. You know, when you was away, everybody was worried, weren't they?
Yeah, it was.
And I understood it.
I think it was a shock for everybody when I had the stroke. It was a shock for everyone, and I've done the live stream after, from the hospital saying, no, not the live stream. I think it was a video, and I uploaded it. I want to do a live stream because I was tired, so I've done a video, uploaded it, and I think a lot of people was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And the love that I got from people as well, the comments, the emails, everything that I got from people was amazing. It genuinely was. I just thought I was just another person on YouTube, and what people say in the comments sort of stays in the comments, and outside of YouTube, nobody really gives a shit, sort of thing. But genuinely, people in this community, I'm so glad to have this community. Really am.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and you've got a good crew. I know you had a load of trolls on earlier, and I put a few messages. I never put any hate things, never. But I did tell them to just, I don't know, you've got no brains or something. I don't know. I just put things out there, because I'm not a troll. I am opinionated. I'm a bit of an iconoclast, if you like. I question everything.
Right.
I don't believe it. I don't listen to mainstream media. I've unplugged my aerials over a year ago, and now I'm on YouTube, and I listen to news through other channels.
Yeah.
That are basically taking the piss out of them, and you kind of get you get the clips of what's going on, the main bit, and you don't listen to the bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good actually. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. But there's a lot going on at the moment, and you and all the other people in this community. And I watched that one with you, and wasn't that the same day when you went out with Bear? Was it Bear or who was it? No, it was Marty, wasn't it?
Marty Blackburn.
Yeah, you went out. Was that the same day that you got arrested?
No. That was in Liverpool. The arrest happened in London on the 12th. Yeah, it was about a week or so after. The Marty business. Yeah.
You have got a case with that, haven't you? Because from what I saw, you were just filming. That was it. You were filming.
We'll find out when I go back, I suppose. I mean, again, I need to be careful what I say.
Of course, yeah.
On here.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's fine. But I mean, as I say, in order to be complicit in conspiracy, I need to not only know but also believe that something was going to happen. I didn't know or believe what was going to happen
No,
or what happened. But the reason I wasn't shocked is because I've seen a lot worse. When it started happening, I've seen a hell of a lot worse. So when it started happening, for me, it's a case of right, I've got to get this on a live stream, and that's what I concentrated on, rather than what was going on.
Yeah, literally, that's exactly what I saw, and I think everyone else saw. And you weren't the only one. There was many other people with their iPhones, cameras, everything.
Yeah.
Doing exactly the same, and you abided by the rules. But from what I saw, because you kept going back and back and back, didn't you?
Well, they asked me to move back, so I moved back. I mean, when I got searched, the copper was going through my stuff, obviously, and I've got, I think it's in my jacket. I have some of my face mask cards with me. And I had my my photographer card. Now, there is no such thing as a legitimate press card. No such thing. And the reason there is no such thing is because it's not issued from a central issuing authority. A press card is issued by who you work for, or if you want to join a union and pay them money for the card. That is it. Okay. All it does is it gives you a bit more credibility. That's it. That's all it does. And when I said that to the copper, he went, "Yeah, you're right, actually." And I should have that on his body cam footage, which I've requested. But he said to me, he goes, this could, he's looking at my card, he goes, this could be seen as false misrepresentation. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this. Looking at the press, like it's not a press card, but it just says I'm a photographer, and it has the law printed on it around photography in public, and it has my photo on it.
Be careful what you say.
Yeah, but he was looking for something else to nab me on, as they do, which they couldn't do because there's, as I say, there's no such thing. I wasn't misrepresenting anybody. I never said on my card, it didn't say that I worked for anybody. So
totally.
So therefore, it couldn't be used as misrepresentation.
I saw everything.
Yeah.
Is that still live? Is that still there? That video? Or
yeah, the video's up. I didn't have it on my channel. I didn't have it on this channel.
That's right. Yeah.
It should be on Marty's channel, but it
was. That's where I watched it. Yeah.
It's also on my second. It's on my other channel as well, which I've recently set up.
I noticed tonight. Actually, before I forget, actually, you've got an email. I don't think it was published on tonight's live stream, but you have got an email. I can look that up. Content.
It's in the description. Yeah, it's in the description of all my videos.
All right, I'll send you an email and then we'll have a chat another time about other things. But yeah, I really want to support you in any way I can. I'm not like rich or anything, but
look,
I just want to give you any support I can.
Even sharing, the channel, the videos, the GoFundMe, the whatever. Even just sharing stuff helps.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I do. I always try and do that. If ever I did say this to one of the live streams tonight, I can't remember which it was. I think it was Bears and the other laugh. But if ever you want to come down to Cornwall and investigate Devon and Cornwall, please, all you need to do. I tell you what. Don't go to any military site down here. Trust me. Do not do that. Whatever you do, you will get shot. What I'd like to start doing. Sorry to cut you off there, but what I'd like to start doing, if the channel got to that point where it was making enough through advertising, I'd love to be able to travel round and attend some of these court cases where coppers or other public officials are in court. I'd love to do that and live stream, as outside the court and do a report on it. I'd love to be in that position, but it's going to take some time before I get to that sort of situation. I'd love to give you quite a few stories in Cornwall, and I won't say anything other than that. recent cases that haven't been in the mainstream that are quite important, and one that I want to defend.
Right.
But I'll talk to you about that another time. But
yeah,
no,
well, drop us an email.
If ever, I will do. If ever you want to investigate Devon and Cornwall police, all you need to do is come to the A30 Chiverton Island, right, which is between Truro and St Agnes.
Right.
And then, yeah, go to the bakery there about 8 a.m. onwards, and all the police are there, just having passes.
Going to get their donuts.
And it'd be hilarious. Yeah, because you wouldn't need to go to the police station. The other morning when I was taking my daughter, no, last week I think this was, to one of her appointments, literally like 7:30 in the morning, there was about 6 police cars, ambulances, everything. They're all in there having pasties. I'd
Right. I'd love to go in there, buy a box full of donuts, and stand outside. And as the police turn up, I'll offer them all a donut. Go here, lad, want a donut?
It would be hilarious. That would be amazing to see yourself. It really would. And you're always welcome here anyway. But I'll chat again. And big respect, mate. I'm so glad you're back.
Thank you.
And one of my questions, like I said earlier, was going to be why, or no, not why. Are you considering doing what you used to do? But you've answered that question, and I understand that.
I do. When I first started the channel, people were sending me videos, or I was finding videos, and I was breaking them down, and I was going through the legislation and whatnot, and I was doing that first of all. Then I started doing the news reports, and the news reports took over because there is so many to do. It's impossible to do the both at the moment, at least. If I had some help, then maybe, but at the moment it's impossible to do them both.
No, you need that constant feed of information, like the Alexes and all them, and you're on it. But you've been really ill, and I can understand why this. And I tell you what, you're doing a grand job, mate. I can't believe how much empathy and compassion you've got. Yeah, I actually put in the comments tonight and I've heard this before, and I actually got it wrong, and I admitted that. There was one night, and I thought, I'm not sure about this person, and there was loads of comments coming in, but this comments, don't judge somebody straight away. Just give it a bit of a chance, and that's what you do. And you listen, and you listen, and you listen.
Well, you've got to. You can tell a lot from the tone of somebody's voice and how they're talking. And that's kind of what I have to do. I mean, when some people phone in and they want to talk about a specific thing, like the jibby jabby or a police or something like that, you know from the beginning what kind of conversation it's going to be. But when somebody phones up and they just start talking about things that may not necessarily be relevant to the channel, okay, but that's when I know that somebody needs somebody to talk to. And so I'll give them that extra time. I think that call earlier is probably the longest phone call I've done on the channel so far, to be fair.
With Bryony?
With Bryony, yeah.
Bryony.
Yeah, I think that's the longest phone call we've done on the channel.
I'm going to listen to that again, because I only came in to the chat. It was 2 hours in. You've been on a long time. I worry about you. But no, that.
No, but as I say, you can tell when you can tell from, as I say, from tone of voice, from the subjects they're talking about. You know when somebody needs to talk, and I will, as I've said several times tonight, I will afford anybody that needs to talk. I will give them the opportunity to talk. I'd probably still be talking to Bryony if I didn't need a pee earlier. And I felt bad I felt bad. I genuinely felt bad for saying that I've got to cut this off because I've got to go to the toilet. But when you got to go, you got to go.
I was the one that was texting, going, "Go on, go for a shit. I'm trying to call you." Oh no, bless. I tell you what, I've subscribed to her. I'm gonna just watch a few things and just yeah. No, she's. That was an amazing call. Very.
Oh, I've lost you. I think I've lost you.
Oh no. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Just window. I'll cut it now, Pat. Listen, I will email you and I'll talk maybe in private about other things because I've got a few questions regarding ICO rules.
Right.
You're very knowledgeable on things like that, yeah?
Well, if I don't know something, I can look it up. As I say, I kind of know. I kind of know the like search terms to use to find stuff. You know, in most cases. But yeah, again, if I can't, I will always try and put you onto somebody that can.
Yeah, and like I say, I want to help you in any way I can. But I'll have a chat with you at some point. All right.
All right, my friend.
Yeah, let somebody else on, and I'm going to keep listening.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to wrap this up soon. I've just noticed it's 2:00. I've been on for 6 hours, and my ass is getting numb sitting on this chair. So I'm going to have to wrap this up soon.
I'm kneeled down on a stone floor in a porch. Just to get signal, because I'm in Cornwall. You know what it's like. It's like bad signal.
Middle
anyway,
of nowhere.
It's been lovely talking to you, Dan.
Andrew, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it.
All right. Cheers, Dan.
Take care.
And you. Bye.
Bye. Right, guys, I've got to take that off for a minute. Because they look red. They do, don't they? Look at that. Look how red it is. Yeah, so I'm going to have to... No more calls. I'm afraid, this evening. Yeah, we'll just have a chat in the comments for a bit. Because me ear rolls are genuinely killing me. No, not at all. Not at all, Bryony, not at all. It's the cheap earphones, you see. They're not leather. They're like that fake leather crap around the padded bit, and it makes your ears sweat. It's horrible. Unless somebody's talking about me. Maybe somebody's talking about me. Maybe that's why they're burning. Yeah, how are you doing anyway? How are you doing for subs now, Bryony? 106 from 60. That's pretty damn good. 46 subs in one evening. You can't moan at that, can you? Eh? And as I say, most of these people were saying in the comments, you know, we'll help. And the good thing is now they've got the opportunity to contact you as well, and speak to you in your comments directly, which is awesome. Yes, pleather, Brian, exactly. You know what? This camera is actually a webcam. Now, I used to have it on the old computer, the one that died. Year or so ago it was, or maybe a little bit longer, and the quality was terrible, absolutely terrible. So I bunged it in the box with all my other stuff, you know, as a get out of jail sort of thing, you know, in case I was desperate for something, and I forgot about it. And I only found it because I was looking for another cable. I was looking for a micro HDMI cable, and I found that, and I thought, oh, fuck it, let's have a look, see if it works, because it's better than nothing. It's better than no camera, and the pictures actually come out quite clear. Although the colouring's not so good because everything seems to look a bit blue. Plus, I'm ugly, but I can't fix that with a camera. I need to put something over my face and make it a bit easier on your eyes. I can't believe I've been on for 6 hours already. It's proper flown by this evening. Oh, I need another cuppa. Mine run out now. Get your body camera replaced. You've still got your body camera, you lying bastard. They took your lights off your bike. I do watch. Yeah, Bryony, absolutely. Listen, the hardest part, I think, for you is phoning up and telling your story on a live stream. And that is immensely brave. Really is. You know, if you can do that, you can do pretty much anything. Honest to God. I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't. I've got an awful lot of respect for you for phoning up and being honest as you were. And like I say, if you can do that, you can do just about anything. You just need to believe in yourself. You need to fuck the people that don't want to listen, that don't care, okay, that are too wrapped up in their own little worlds to worry about other things. There are people out there. There are people out there that will listen. It's just a case of finding them. But you got to have some faith in yourself, and also trust that you're not being a pain in the arse, because that's what I feel sometimes. I feel that I'm being a pain in the arse if I tell somebody my problems, but you're not. You're not, okay? If you need help, you need somebody to talk to, then there are people out there that will genuinely put some time aside to listen to you. You just need to believe that you know you're going through is important to you. Therefore, it's important. Okay, just because something might not be important to me doesn't make it any less important. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, if it's important enough for you to need to phone in and speak to somebody, then it's important enough for me to give you the time in order to say what you need to say. And as I say, there's a lot of people in the comments who are now subscribed to your channel as well, who will be happy to hear from you, and you know, if you respond to their comments or whatever it might be, and they'll be happy to hear from you. Oh, I'll look into that, Brian. I will look into that. Anyway, Joe Public, why did they take your bike lights anyway? What did they come round for this time? The reason we carry it alone, as I say, is because we don't how can I put it? We don't want to burden other people with our problems. which is why we carry it on our own. And I still do. Do you know what I mean? It's easy, it's easy for me to say, do this, do that, do the other, or you should do this, you should do that, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I need somebody to tell me that, I know that it's the right thing to do, is to tell somebody or to speak to somebody to stop holding it in. But mental health doesn't work that way. You know what you should be doing, but that voice in your head tells you that you're a burden, that people are going to get pissed off with you, that people are going to tell you to piss off, and all that kind of stuff. And you've got to push through that voice that you have telling you that you're mental and nobody wants to hear you. Fuck off, get out of my head. You've got to push through that, and somebody will listen. It's just a case of having the faith in yourself that you're going to find that person to listen. As I was saying earlier, a lot of people are too wrapped up in their own little world, and I get it. I understand why they're like that. I mean, for a lot of my life, the beginning part of my life, I was like that. I wasn't interested in other people's problems and things like that, but because I've been through it, I understand what it's like to be there. I understand, maybe not understand your situation completely because I've not been in that situation, but I understand what it's like to be trapped inside your own head. That is a horrible spot, that as well. It's not even a spot, it's like a red scabby thing now. It's horrible. I had one of them under the skin spots, one of them deep ones. And I always get told, my mum used to say to me, leave it alone, and she'd slap my hand. But I've got nobody here to slap my hand anymore. So I got in front of the mirror earlier. I was like, I'll get you, you bastard. And then I ended up with that. No, I didn't bump it though. Although the lump is so big, I may as well have. Like the old is it the BT advert with Bob Hoskins? I think it was. It's good to talk. Oh right, oh there it is, Joe. Yeah, I see it. Witness intimidation, harassment, and breach of criminal behaviour order, which I didn't do anything. They took the bike lights, listed them as cameras. Even accused me of putting a dead pigeon on this nutter's driveway. Okay. Well, it goes to show you that the kind of intelligence that police have if they're taking your bike lights. It's a bit like them taking microphones. It's a wireless microphone. It doesn't store anything in it, you dumb fuck. Lisa. Behave yourself. There's some mad shit going on in this world, that's for sure. Fucking hell. You know, we've got to learn to laugh at it, otherwise it'll fucking finish us all off, wouldn't it, eh? Jesus. Oh, do you know what, Bryony? It's fine. You know, it's I actually had 3 strokes, one after the other after the other. But it wasn't meant to be. You know, and the reason I say it wasn't meant to be is because I was actually in the hospital A&E department for a completely different reason at the time. And I wasn't going to go in. But I did. And that's unlike me. So I went into hospital for a completely different reason. Whilst I was in theatre assessment, I had the first stroke. And then, as my paperwork says, I had 2 further episodes. But it wasn't meant to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been at the hospital at the time. Okay, so somebody was looking over me, or my guardian angel, whatever you want to call it, my intuition, whatever, made me go to the hospital. And whilst I was there, I had these strokes, and I was treated very, very quickly. Even though we was in the midst of a pandemic, I was treated very quickly, and I'm thankful for that. You know, but it wasn't my time. It wasn't my time. You think they did an autopsy on a pigeon that was on the driveway, as they said it had been executed? How the fuck do you execute a pigeon? How do you execute a pigeon? I used to know in Eastwood, actually, Joe, in Eastwood, if you go up the A127 towards Eastwood, on the right hand side you can see some tower blocks. Okay, it's just after Eastwood. As you go up onto the A127, on the right hand side you can see some tower blocks which are in Eastwood. You can see them from the A127. I used to hang around with some lads that used to live in them, and the RSPCA used to go round once a year, I think it was, because all the pigeons used to nest on the balconies, and obviously they're classed as vermin. So the RSPCA, or the council fucking pest control, or whatever it was, used to go round with a pellet gun, and used to finish them off on the balconies. No, there wasn't any slaps, Lucifer. Just 3 strokes and a smile. It was a blood clot, Bryony. It was a blood clot. Don't know why. They said that it's unusual for somebody of my age to have a stroke. But thankfully it was a blood clot type rather than a bleed on the brain, because a bleed on the brain is far harder to deal with, whereas a blood clot, all they need to do is thin your blood down, and it destroys the blood clots. So luckily, as I say, luckily I was not only in the right place at the right time, but I also had the right kind of stroke. I mean, that sounds really stupid, but I had the best out of 2 bad situations. Brian, next time you get arrested, if there's a nice looking policewoman that says to you, anything you say will be used against you, just say your body. Or if she said anything you say will be held against you, your body. Hold it against me. But hold your breath, because I don't want your bacon breath. Yeah, stop. Yeah, that's right, Michael. Officer, that's my penis. Leave it alone. No, do you know when I was when I got arrested in London, I told them about my medication. They said, right, we'll get the we'll get the ME to come see you. So the medical examiner came in and asked me my medication and all that stuff. So I said to him, listen, I can go without my stroke meds. I can do that. Doctors told me I can go without my stroke meds for weeks, providing I don't come off them for good. So I can come off them for a couple of weeks if I need to. The issue that I've got is my morning medication, which is my mental health medication. If I don't have that, it fucks me up. You know, if I haven't had that for 24 hours, you know, or slightly more, then my head goes fucking west. So what did they do? Gave me my stroke medication, but didn't give me my mental health medication in the morning. Tossers. The neighbour, which one? The one that likes to get arrested, that one you mean? They didn't strip me naked, Joe. They took all my clothes off me, though. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know. I saw the police out there last night, I think it was, but by the time I got out there, they'd buggered off, so I don't know what that was all about. But other than that, I've not seen or heard from her. Bryony, one of the reasons they take people's clothes is if you tell them you've got mental health problems, okay, it doesn't seem to matter if you say to them, look, I've got mental health problems, you know, explain what the mental health issue is, they'll still take your clothes, which is ridiculous. I mean, what they took mine, I had a pair of jeans, right? They took my jeans, and what else was I wearing? T-shirt. Okay, so they took my jeans and t-shirt and my shoes, and they gave me a shitty pair of plimsolls, felt like I was back in infant school, and a grey trackie, which didn't fit properly. Now the grey trackie, it feels like the material like if you buy a tracksuit off of wish.com. It's really thin shit, and you can actually tie it. And when I said to them, why do I have to wear this? They said, well, you know, you could harm yourself with the clothes that you've got. I said, have you tried tying a fucking knot in a pair of jeans, you cunt? You know what I mean? You're giving me something that's easier to tie around my neck than a pair of jeans. What's the matter with you? Ridiculous. I mean, what? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Bryony, primary school plimsolls. Terrible. But it's true. They give you this. They give you like a shitty tracksuit that is so thin. You know, you could easily tie it round your neck. The tracky bottoms, whereas your jeans would be absolute fucking nightmare to do. Do you know what, Mudslinger? Most people get offended when I call them a cunt. But it's one of my favourite words. Although I am trying not to say it as much these days. But, you know, just the way I am. And if you don't like it, fuck off, you cunt. Turbo Gaming, how you doing? Condom suit. The condom suit actually makes you look like you're going to commit murder. They put one of them paper suits on you, whatever. It's actually worse than when you walk in. You walk in dressed normally, like you haven't committed a crime, and they put you in something that looks like you're going to go cut people's heads off. The paper suit's terrible. I've only been put in that once. Yeah, you become a forensic detective for them, yeah. What, do you want me to investigate my own crime, you prick? Like you do. Yeah, the only time I've been put in a paper suit is years ago. You know, this is nothing that I've not talked about before. When I had a fight, when I nearly got locked up for having a fight when my eldest boy was due to be born, and they had to take all my clothes and all my jewellery because I was a proper Essex boy back then with the sovereigns on. You know what I mean? I used to wear the sovs and the keeper rings and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And they took all of that stuff, put me in a paper suit, and I remember when they sent me home the following day. Oh my God, they didn't have these grey trackies. You know, I could just about manage going home in a grey trackie, but it was like, do you remember when when you're at school and you forget your PE kit, and they go, oh, let's see what we've got in the lost property box. And they pull the box out of the cupboard, and you've got some fucking brown tracksuit bottoms with four yellow stripes down the side. Do you know what I mean? It's not even Adidas. It's Adidas off of Wish.com. It's got like four bright yellow stripes down the side, and it's a brown tracksuit bottom. Oh, they made me wear that when I left. Right? I couldn't walk home. Joe Public will know what I'm talking about. You go out of the police station, you do a right at Southend Nick. You do a right, you go past the college, and you've got Churchill Gardens. I had to dive into this little park bit, right? And I had to hide in there, wait till there was nobody about, go to the phone box on the corner, phone someone to come and get me, and then go back and hide in the bushes in this fucking park thing because I felt so ashamed of what I was wearing. You're not blocked on here, are you? Must have been a prick then. I'd have been happier walking home in one of them, the white suits with the black arrows, like like the old American comedies, like Charlie Chaplin, where he's, if they're breaking out of prison and they're wearing the arrow suits, I'd have been more comfortable wearing one of them walking home than what they made me wear. That was punishment in itself. Oh no, this was before shell suits, and this was worse than the shell suit. Trust me. You imagine the worst shade of brown, the worst shade of brown. The only thing it could have been done to be worse would have been corduroy. If it was a brown corduroy tracksuit with 4 yellow stripes down the side, that I couldn't have lived with myself if I had to wear that. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, innies, outies, in betweeners, and Joe Public. Excuse me. I'm going to wrap this up now. I'll answer that question first, Joe Public. I go to sleep. I can't say that I've been seeing things when I've been locked in a cell. I just go to sleep. It's a nice break. It gets me out of these four walls. Yeah, but no, I'm going to wrap this up now, folks. So I want to thank everybody that's still watching now. I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. I know it's been a long one. I want to especially thank Bryony there for being so brave and you know, being a first time caller and phoning up with something, you know, very difficult to talk about, and genuinely I've got a lot of respect for doing that. I apologise for the few fuckwits we've had in the comments. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to know who's going to be a dick and who isn't. So we just have to kind of keep an eye on it. And the mods, top job. Thank you, mods, for keeping an eye on things in the comments. Much appreciated. I should be on Sunday night, which is my usual night. So I should be on Sunday night. I wonder how long it'll be before I'm getting as many viewers as Alex Bellend. No, I should be on Sunday night anyway, and I look forward to seeing you guys on that stream as well. But thank you all again for joining us this evening. Genuine appreciate it. Thank you to those people who have chucked in some super chats again. Much appreciated. That'll be going towards the new equipment as well, so I appreciate that. And yeah, and that's it. So from me to you, what about Saturday with Telford? I'm not going. I can't afford to get there. I've had to obviously. I've had to pay. I've had to pay so I can go back down and do me bail on the 9th, and I've already paid for that ticket, so that's wiped me out pretty much. It's not cheap. So yeah, so I won't be going to that, but I will be keeping an eye on what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going 6 hours 37 minutes. It's not a bad run. But once again, thank you, Bryony. Don't forget to drop me an email. I'll check for that very shortly. I'm gonna make a coffee, have a wee. I'll come back and I'll check on my emails, and yeah, and we'll take it from there. But other than that, I'm done. So good night all. Again, thank you for joining this evening.